Welcome, everybody. It's time for Brazil. The EU broadcast just ended, which means that we are hopping into some Brazil action without any delay. That means no preamble, no hosts. Don't worry, Quarterback and Foxe will be here at the conclusion of this matchup. But Jesse, we got 5 exciting games today, and we're starting off with Furia up against the team in dead last, Black Dragons. How excited are you?
Well, I mean, Parker, I think on paper, this doesn't look like that great of a game. It doesn't look like a game that should be the most exciting, but obviously the game has been going live on the Brazil stream. The Portuguese broadcast has been showcasing it. And as you can see, Black Dragons are currently in the lead. This team yet to get a single point through the Brazilian Rainbow Six Stage 2. They have 0 points at all, not even an overtime to their name. So a good start for the underdogs, undoubtedly, and we could have a better game than anybody really expected. So, you know, I don't know if ahead of the game I was the most excited for this matchup, but seeing the scoreline, at least for the first 3 rounds, I'm starting to get interested.
Yeah, I mean, Black Dragons springing out to what was a 2-0 lead, but now Furia have equalized, or at least rather got back on the board and will keep things at least close. But yeah, Black Dragons, what a surprise it has been. They enter this Playday with 0 points. That means 6 losses, all in regulation. They are a -22 round differential, and they've only won 20 rounds so far. 20 rounds through 6 games. You do the math on that one. That's averaging just a little bit above 3 per game. And already Black Dragons look poised to hit that mark as they get the opening pick on to KZ in round number 4.
Yeah, of course, the Blitz, the shield play, always going to be impactful. Neither banned out. Ask will find Nade as well, and they're in the bomb site going for a plant. Where is anybody on Furia? Here comes JV92 trying to return to site, but caught down from Kochek. And that leaves Herds alone at top floor battling a Blitz while the defuse kit gets put onto the ground. Now he's in a 1v3 trying to salvage this and get his team back up to an even scoreline, but with the defuse kit down, it's going to be so difficult. Of course, Black Dragons posting up outside the building, jumping up on that big window inside of games. It's going to make it very, very difficult to win this post plant. Herds has got to get aggressive. He's got to do something to get outside and make some kind of a play to find these kills. And the Deimos track comes out as well, making it nearly impossible, as his exact position will be known by Black Dragons. They can just wait him out as the time continues to tick downwards.
Ooh.
A nice shot. The pre-fire, the Deimos track actually working against Ask there. Still 2 more to find though, and no time at all. So that'll be the round being won here by Black Dragons. His final few kills will be impactless.
Jesse, I'm going to do something really quickly, okay?
Please do.
All right, so 20 divided by 6 equals 3.3333333333. 33333. That's how many average rounds Black Dragons are getting a matchup. A lot of 3s in there. Yep. And Black Dragons just won their 3rd. So they are basically at where they expect to find themselves in all of their matches. The key difference is that they often find themselves at that limit when the match ends. Furia is a team that has been a little bit intriguing to watch so far this stage. They won in stunning fashion back in their home country of Brazil on Sao Paulo soil back in February, toppling FaZe Clan in the 5th map of a best of 5 to become world champions. And since then, they have not looked like the same team, whether it be a championship hangover, whether it be changing metas, whether it be the competition catching up. Who knows? But Furia, a team that has never really dominated Brazil, but has still done quite well, is well behind their own expectations. They sit in 7th place. Both of these teams are actually on the outside of the playoffs at the moment in Brazil. So Black Dragons don't really have a lot of chances to start picking up points until the group stages are done. This is a matchup for Black Dragons statistically that's actually quite good. And the fact that Furia have already called a timeout in the first 4 rounds suggests that it's not just Furia on the worst side of this map. Something somewhere has gone wrong, and they've tried to assess it and figure it out. Black Dragons are in full control of this Chalet matchup at the moment.
Yeah, and I think that tactical timeout kind of shows us how serious Furia are taking the current circumstances. They know that this game is one where they must get 3 points. This is the last week of group stage games for Brazil. We're here live on Tuesday, and then the season will finish on Saturday and Sunday with the final 2 Playdays. So you are running out of time to get those points. Furia are currently outside of a playoff spot, and they're playing the worst team in all of Brazil. This needs to be a guaranteed 3 points because the next couple of points are not going to come as easily. Furia very much aware that if Black Dragons even get 3 more, even in overtime, would be bad news for them here. So they want to stop this bleeding as soon as possible, and that's a great start. JV92 finding Ask, roaming down here in the basement, takes him down with the west main window. That'll be exactly the start that they needed to get this going.
JV92, if he'd been about a second behind there, could have picked up a second kill. It was Hornet who dropped towards Trench Door. Furia's strength of schedule over the next 2 days is not much better, by the way. It gets harder, obviously, because none of these teams are at the very bottom of the standings. They're doing quite well in this particular round. A 3rd kill from JV92. He's got a triple. You know, it's just Nux go. 1 minute off of the clock, by the way. That's when most of this killing happened. There was still 1 minute and 45 left in the round. Furia win that one flawlessly. But to my point, Jesse, the next 2 matchups for Furia are E1 and then Ninjas in Pajamas. Now, E1 finally lost just the other day on Sunday, but they still sit atop the standings and have clinched a spot in the playoffs. Furia going up against the #1 rated team in Brazil in just a couple days will be quite a challenge for them and is far from a given that Furia will win, especially with how E1 has been playing lately. I mean, more so how Furia have been playing lately. Their last matchup will come against Ninjas in Pajamas. Now, Furia and NIP are both currently tied in 7th place, both on the outside looking in. If Furia cannot win this game, they are in serious trouble. NIP's matchup today is against Vivo Keydstars, who find themselves in the middle of the pack. NIP might not win that matchup, so there might be 0 movement between these 2 teams, which obviously would bode well for Furia. But if NIP can pick up a win and leapfrog over Furia and MIBR, who are playing up against Liquid today, which will be a very tough matchup, but MIBR have surprised us a few times. If MIBR can win that matchup, then the window for making the playoffs of Furia is almost closed. That's how dire things are. It's not just about Furia winning. It's now at the point where you have to have your opponents lose in order for Furia to make it. If not, the only way that we would see them at Montreal would be through the last chance qualifiers.
These first couple of picks, oh so important. Of course, in the last round, JV92 finding that entry. That's going to be Furia's way back into this game. If they can get another opening pick, start off strong, they'll be in a really strong position. Black Dragons, so far this stage, have just a 7% win rate on attack when they don't get that opening pick. If they get the opening pick, which has been rare, but it's been, you know, it's happened in the past, they've actually jumped that up to 75% win rate. So, you know, 10xing the win rate, more than that. When they can get that first kill onto the board, that is going to be the key thing that Furia are looking to avoid. And there's going to be a Monty jumping on into West Main. It doesn't seem like they're going to take top floor. They want to get in with this Monty and get a plant down ASAP.
Herds is a mannequin at that point, a target dummy, if you would. Hornet, the first kill so far in this round. Black Dragons have watched as the clock continues to tick away, but have made really good progress very quickly. And they've got almost a pincer hold on this bomb site. They're just waiting for Fellapox to show himself. Gudo has his teammates back. Ask dies, but Gudo racking him up. Now it's Nade, watched from above as KZ finds himself as the sole remaining player for Furia. He could clutch a 1v3. We've seen him accomplish it before. The diffuser will need to be picked up by Black Dragons. It was surrendered, and KZ will not clutch it, actually, because the final kill comes in from Black Dragons. 4 rounds from BD. What a pace and what a start to this Chalet matchup.
Yeah, and again, that opening pick did come out in favor of Black Dragons. So when they can have a plan that goes pretty smoothly, they've actually been a pretty good team when it comes to attack. Black Dragons' problem throughout this stage so far has been that something goes wrong in their push very early on. They lose a man count, they stall out, and they don't have a good backup plan. In this round, we saw everything pretty much went according to their plan. Yes, Ask did get denied, so he didn't get the plant down, which was the goal. JV92, I believe from above, was able to stop that outcome, but it didn't matter because they had so many other kills on the collapsing players. Everybody else from Furia tried to come back to the bomb site. They tried to find some way to deny that plant, but in their panic and the chaos, Black Dragons were holding the angles, they were holding the cutoffs, and they got so many kills, of course, putting themselves into a massive 3v1 advantage. So that's, again, a good example of just things going to plan for Black Dragons. This is a smart team. This is a team that knows how to play. It's just when things go wrong that have been their biggest issue. And so far, I think Furia have had a real struggle in this game to force things to go wrong for Black Dragons. Now they get 2-1 to their own attack. So now it's going to be on Black Dragons to force problems onto Furia and try to disrupt their executes in any way, shape, or form.
If you look at the Chalet that's been played so far in Brazil, and I mean, we can obviously look at the data points outside of Brazil, but I think the ones actually played here are more relevant. The way that EU approaches this map, the way that the Middle East approaches this map will be wildly different. Chalet has been played a total of 49 rounds in this region. It's 4th overall. Trails Nighthaven Labs, Bank, and then Clubhouse as the most played maps. But Chalet is strikingly even. 25 rounds for the attackers, 24 rounds for the defenders. That means it's a coin flip map. A couple things will factor into how a team plays this. It'll be operator bans, it'll be team prowess, that sort of thing. A good team can easily go up 4-2, 5-1 even. But most of the time, we expect to see no real advantage on either side. When I look at these operator bans, I don't see anything that unusual that would give either the attackers or defenders a major leg up. Grim and Ying are 2nd and 3rd most banned attackers. Kaid, 3rd most banned defender. And then Azami is the most banned defender. These are very standard bans and shouldn't really affect the way this is played. The fact that Black Dragons are up 4-2 and doing that on attack, Jesse, yeah, the map is helping them, but they've been able to capitalize off of Furia's issues.
As we swap sides, of course, this should be an opening for Furia still. Black Dragons currently the worst defensive team in Brazil. That tends to happen when you don't win a game. So they've been struggling on this side before, but with this momentum, it could help them out. We see full top control being held by Furia at this point. There was a bit of a duo roam going on between both Guto and Hornet. They had a couple of players up there inside of Bar, but they both retreated. They didn't want to get into any gunfights. And now you'll see this hatch start to get worked on. This too, where I was going to be able to keep it closed for quite a long time. It's going to be a wine execute, most likely coming out from Nade. They can likely start to use these Capitale Firebolts and the Smoke Bolts as well to get their way in. But with a player inside of Boiler, it's going to be Nuxka. How are they going to get past this obstacle? And especially with the time ticking low and that hatch still closed.
There's the fire, but even through it and the gas, Herds is still able to make his presence felt. Was the very first pick so far. Not a lot of time left. Only 30 seconds for Black Dragons to survive what remains, and the fire from the Capitao and Nade will claim as KZ, technically credited with that kill, as the wine wall's been opened up. Goyo targeted by the Deimos. That means Hornet and Florio are the last two question marks, and they're trying to escape. They're just trying to survive right now inside a connector. Hornet, the first one on the board for BD. Diffuser in the hands of Nade. He pulls off a successful plant, and it's all up to Florio. As there was a trade back and forth from these teams, but he's isolated over in blue, and KZ will clean up the final kill. Furia start off the second half in fine form.
Solid execute. You know, there's a reason why a lot of teams typically try to play for the roam on that site. They try to play to control dining and control the hatch. Instead, they did something that's not rare. You know, this was done by teams before them, but they tried to open up Boiler and they played a Clash inside of there. Eventually, the Clash ended up backing off. I'm not sure the Clash really had the desired impact, right? The Clash got shot from above through the hatch, took a bit of damage there, and then the Capitale Firebolts just made the life of Ask absolutely miserable. And as soon as Furia had solved that problem, as soon as they dealt with that Clash, you know, there was really not a lot that was stopping them from walking in, smoking the plant, and putting it onto the ground. I know Florio had a C4, didn't land. They had a couple of different ways to deny that plant, but ultimately they were really reliant on that Clash, and a simple Capitao coming out absolutely demolished it. So good problem solving on the side of Furia. They clearly knew exactly what they wanted to accomplish in that push. They got it done. And we might be starting to see that scoreline tick back up for Furia as, again, Black Dragons have historically struggled on this defensive half.
Wasn't it talked about that Black Dragons is the worst defending team right now in Brazil, period? So, I mean, if you do look at the numbers and you say, okay, there's one round won by the attackers over the defenders, which means maybe it's a friendlier map to the attackers. It is a little bit abnormal for the attackers to have a leg up on any map right now in the map pool. And Black Dragons just did it on attack. Okay, fine. Maybe Black Dragons did what they needed to do, and this is where the fall off happens. The big issue that I'm seeing is, as you can see, over Furia's blue shape, I guess you could say, on the top scoreboard, there's no tactical pause. The timeout's already been taken. Hornet starts off the killing. It's immediately answered back with Gudo dying at the hands of KZ. So 40 seconds and already 2 players down, 1 on each side. Well, I mean, I'm actually quite happy with that. If you're Black Dragons, you've gotten rid of Herds. He dies really early and has been having a bit of a struggle on the entry so far this stage, but he's still such a formidable player. And losing him on that Amaru could be quite tricky for Furia.
Yeah, Herds tried to jump in the solar window. Couldn't quite survive, though, as he did get shut down. So now it's a 4v4. A lot of this roam presence still exists. Hornet, Florio, Ask, all locking down the top floor. They will have given up Master and Offs at this point, but of course, Mezzanine's still very good. Library still very important. And Nux got a strong operator inside the site as well. So what's the answer here? Are Furia going to have time to clear out the rest of this top floor? They need to be able to find some way to do that. Because, of course, there are still a lot of players, and you can definitely deny most of these plants from above. I like this play from JV92. On the note, he's going to get right on past, but a barricade might stall his progress. A Mezzanine player on a hard ping. This is a free kill for sure. And does he get 2? Yes, he does. JV92 starting this round strong for Furia.
Oh, my. You might just lose the plot on this one, Jesse. You don't have the best feeling for these 2 remaining players on BD. Furia will take a bit of a pause. They can go back to the drones because they have plenty of time to make it happen. What comes next for Black Dragons? Well, they need to be very, very forward in the way that they defend this. If they just sit in the bomb site, it will allow Furia to close in on them and take them out. You have to be able to get these numbers back quickly. So if Black Dragons can get a little cheeky, get a pick off of somebody on Furia who's caught in a rotate without seeing the bomb site, then it's a potential win for BD, which would be huge. 5 rounds would be excellent for them, but they've got their struggles. Furia is closing in.
1-man disadvantage, but the time is going to be on their side. That's a 3rd player to help them out. And that's not going to do much good. JV92, his 3rd for the round. Nux got in the 1v3 now, trying to clutch again. Only 20 seconds to survive, but Philippox will shut down that clutch attempt. And it's another really good execute from Furia.
Yeah, I mean, credit where credit is due. They took their time out. They suffered through that first half, but now things are clicking for them. And I mean, attacking is a challenge for an awful lot of teams. Furia, just as an organization, and back when they were on W7M, they, as a team and a unit, have a long history of being excellent on defense. Fury obviously didn't show that in the first half, but they are a team that is so poised, and look at JV92 exploiting that small issue that they had with intel inside of Black Dragons. JV92 was able to assert himself on those main stairs, walk up as a Nook does, completely silent, completely invisible, and shred through them. And then once you've got a lot of control on that top floor, holding down Bar Gaming is a huge challenge. Black Dragons does not like at all the way that they've started this second half, and they burned their timeout pretty early too.
Yeah, especially with that opening pick in the last round. They would have wanted to have converted that round, but they just couldn't do it. Black Dragons played Chalet a lot over the offseason. They played it 3 times against W7M, Fluxo, and MIBR. They didn't win it even once. So this is a map that they are comfortable with. It's a map that they're very familiar with, but they haven't had the most success with this map throughout the last couple of months. So I'm really hoping that we can see Black Dragons start to pull things back. They did play it a bit in stage 1 and they had some success, but obviously that was with a bit of a different roster. They've made some moves, and I think a lot of people have correctly pointed out that those roster moves from Black Dragons have really hurt them as they've come into stage 2 and, of course, yet to find even a single point. So looking to try to bounce back, looking to try to win this map for the first time with this current 5-man roster. It would be a huge boon, especially, for the standings, of course, and for their mental, of course, but also just to kind of help widen their map pool. If you can put out a threat out there, tell other teams, hey, we're a dangerous Chalet team. We took down the world champions. That could help you in future map bans in some of these tougher games that are going to be coming up later on in the week. So lots to play for from Black Dragons. Their tactical timeout will now get burned, and there will be no more tac timeouts available for either team as we get into the last few rounds here, the last half of the game on Chalet.
Well, Solus mark, by the way, being shown by the drone. Solos will now be the one hunted down by JV92, whose sensational entry into the map in the previous round cracked things open for Furia and allowed them to topple the Black Dragons defense. JV92 will find safe harbor in the same spot. Goodbye to Gudo. JV92 again on these stairs in lobby, not the top floor but the middle floor, and he puts a serious hurt on BD as they lose the Solus, and now it's Florio's turn to be marked by the Deimos of JV92. Could yet another casualty on the side of Black Dragons occur very quickly? It's a drop. Velopox has been downed, and Ask will be able to secure that kill on the reload, but a little bit of a scary position there, Jesse.
Yeah, now he's kind of stuck in the basement. You see there's a guy on West Main window. The teammates of Black Dragons are going to try to come and help him out. Ask, of course, here getting full flash now. He's made it to the main floor and will get taken out by KZ. And JV92 continues the carnage. Of course, down inside of Trophy. They've completely devastated this three-man first floor roam, and now somebody on Black Dragons got to make a move to pull it back.
You just see that little marker flying around. Nuxka's heading for the hills, but he'll be updated in real time. Prime time. JV92 with 3 kills. Florio, last man standing. He picks off one. Trades around. Hold on. Florio could make this work. Herds and KZ, the last 2 remaining. Will Florio clutch it out? It was a 1v4. And now to a 1v1. Herds with very limited utility to find the positioning of this Frost. A grenade will go to shove him out of position. Florio will look the wrong way. Herds a wasted opportunity. Florio down to 20 HP. Herds is unharmed. He's got plenty of time. 40 seconds to find this engagement. Florio sees the toying around the door frame, and now the swing from Herds over towards Piano. Florio almost wins the 1v4. But Herds is just a formidable opponent for the best of the best. In a 1v1, most people put their money on him. Furia takes the lead.
A great performance from Herds. He'll get his first clutch of the season. Of course, not a very common position for him to find himself in, the entry player on Furia, but sometimes it happens, and you know for a fact one of the best players in the entire world is going to step up there. Good round from both his teammate JV92 and the opponent Florio. Those two players actually teamed together back in 2021. They finished 3rd place in Brazilian Series B on Golden Kids. Good to see them both having some success in that round. Obviously, JV92 has reached a bit of higher heights since they have parted ways, but still a bit of rivalry, I'm sure, coming through here. Florio would have loved to have gotten that clutch, bring his team back after they've lost a couple of rounds in a row now. Unfortunately, though, he doesn't manage to succeed with the 1v1, and now that's 3 attacks in a row for Furia to finally get the lead in this game.
It's been hard fought. I mean, we started off with a 2-0 lead for Black Dragons. Since then, it's been 5 rounds for Furia, 2 rounds for BD, and they've obviously got that troubling position of the bad side. They are just really feeling the effects of a bad defense here, Jesse, and I don't know, you've watched all these games just as I have, and I really struggle to pinpoint what's going wrong with Black Dragons on defense. I don't know if you have any better insight.
I mean, you look at the statistics and it's kind of everything. They have the worst opening pick rate on defense, the worst conversion, the worst recovery. They allow a huge number of plants. Not technically the worst in the league, but bottom 3. It's kind of poor across the board. I don't know if there's one thing that they really struggle with. The early round, the late round, all of it is a problem for Black Dragons when they've played these defensive rounds. I honestly think they also just get in their heads a little bit. You know, defense is typically the side that people struggle with the least if they're nervous, if they're in high pressure situations. But I mean, when the pressure is on, when you're getting pushed, I feel like sometimes Black Dragons, they just panic. That Deimos can be a huge problem, but that's a good way around it. If Ask is able to bait in with that Deimos track and get a free kill into JV92, maybe that's the start they need to actually get going with this round.
Furia is very quick to follow up on this one. It's Herds above on Ash, an operator that we really do not see all that frequently. Nexka's Dreadmine obscuring the sights of Velopox as he looked to wander in towards office. The bomb site is down below this position, and Nexka will take matters into his own hands. It's not just JV92, it's Nade also dead now. Nexka will fall, though, at the hands of KZ. Suddenly, Black Dragons, their lead has shrunk in terms of numbers. Velopox will rotate around to grab the diffuser. He'll use that last one of the last gadgets on the side of Furia and his last EE1D. But nobody from Black Dragons will give themselves up. 1 minute to go in a very pivotal round for Black Dragons.
Lots of soft breach going to be coming out here, and I don't think that there's any flanks coming through either. Of course, we see Florio down in the basement. We see soft breach from both Herds and KZ being utilized to get as many good angles as they can. They've got a couple of moments now to set up this push. They could go for the drop on this kitchen hatch. Without smokes, it's going to be very, very risky. Solar Stairs is kind of the other option, and then you could go through Fireplace as well. Nothing feels good. Without a man advantage, without any drones, only 2 alive, as you can see, and 1, I believe, in a dead player's pocket. It's going to be really tough to find this intel. They're going to be searching for scraps as they try to go and find these 4 players.
Ash charge will go off. Ask can survey the damage that's done above him. Now the assault down the stairs. The Lion of Felipox walking in, so far evading Hornet as Ask picks up 1 kill onto Herds. The last 2 players from Furia inside a trophy. Felipox fighting for his life in this position, but the stack up from Black Dragons is too much. Tie game, all 12 rounds needed between these 2 teams.
Again, we stress how important regulation win will be for both of them as well, sitting outside a playoff spot. So neither of them want to see this go to overtime, but if you lose round 11, then that's going to be the best that you can get. Another round win where Black Dragons, they kind of follow the same old story. It's always Ask. When this team finds success, especially in their defense, Ask is the only player who seems to be able to come through. At the moment, including today's stats, with Ask going 11-8, he is the only player that's positive on this team. The next closest coming into this was Hornetow. He was -11 with a +4 rating here. That'll be what? +7 or -7 overall coming in, including these past 10 rounds. So really, Ask has been the guy on Black Dragons to drag this team to round victories when they have got them. He was critical in that last round, not only getting an important vertical pick towards the end of the game, but of course getting that opening pick onto JV92, shutting down who has been the most deadly player on Furia throughout the stage and throughout the game. They need Ask to continue to perform. I do not know if this team can find the next couple of rounds if Ask doesn't keep showing up, but of all the players to rely on, Ask is not a bad guy to have to do it.
No, I mean, Ask as a player was very highly coveted many, many moons ago. You know, he was on that old Team Liquid roster, and I just don't think he ever lived up to the billing. And since then, he's cycled through teams towards the lower end of the Brazil stage. No way he gets this one right. Man of the hour, picked apart by JV92, who is dealt quite the blow, but can still survive. And most importantly, you've got those Finca adrenal surges to get JV92 back to full HP. It will be successful. You just need to wait it out because obviously there's the cooldown on the ability. But JV92 can continue to track down these roamers with that Inox. Hornetow sitting on top of whatever mute jammers will have the added benefit of secrecy, but he's being watched. He's been isolated. Deployable shield will cause some issues. Kudo a pick onto Herds. And it will scare JV92 out of this position. Those adrenal surges, Jesse, will really need to do some work to what little remains of JV92's HP.
Yeah, they finally deal with the shield. That was a big problem for them. That kind of stalled out this roam clear. They're still hunting for Hornet. He's playing a dual position with Florio up here. The flashbangs come out from below. Finally, Guto goes down elsewhere. He was playing top mezzanine, and there goes Florio out from JV92, who even with such little HP is still thriving. Hornetow also gets cleared out, leaving just Nuxco in a 1v4. Out of nowhere, miles away from the bomb site, everybody on Black Dragons is dead.
It's really not quite ideal. And I mean, this is the power of a team like Furia, is that even though they do definitely seem weaker than before, they are still a powerful team that out of nowhere, all 5 of those players can dominate a single round. Black Dragons have only succeeded once on defense. That is just simply not good enough. And I guess, again, it really does go back to what we said about how poor their defender win rates are. So if you cannot win on defense, you're never gonna win a match, because if you go 6-0 on attack, you gotta win at least once. In this instance, if Black Dragons had 6-0'd the first half, they would have already won by now because they have a single round victory on defending side. But that's so unlikely. We almost never see 6-0s in this game, especially not at the top level when teams are this good. Maybe in a best of 3, you'll see it because somebody will play on a weak map, sure. But in a best of 1, both of these teams should be good enough, and no team is getting blown out 6-0 regularly. So if you're Black Dragons, you've really got to go and figure out how to tackle this defense, Jesse, because it is costing you games.
Well, one answer could be the newest operator in Rainbow Six Siege. It's, of course, Scopos being brought out by Ask. Going to be playing top floor, but in an instant, just like that, can rotate to that second body down inside of the basement. Ask will have a retreat to the top floor should he need it, but it seems like KZ is trying to end the round before that top floor flank could even come into existence. He's already in the bomb site, Parker, and he's taking names.
And down goes Florio. Scopos still on the board, the newest operator added to the game, but you've got to get off one of those shells. Get into the actual engagement. KZ still hunkered down in this position of connector. Ask will look for it, but no head is spotted. So instead, he creeps up ever so slightly, and down goes KZ. Ask was holding this position. So maybe a game of surprise. Furia had the element of surprise, but Black Dragon's gun work, well, was able to equalize. And now, 1 minute off the clock, we go back to a 4v4.
Yeah, Ask choosing to stay in the basement, although he does have a rotate, I believe, back up to the top floor, because he's the only anchor at the moment. With Florio dead, he kind of needs to hold down the site, putting some trust inside of both Guto and Hornet to lock down the rest of this top floor. The cutoffs are there, but Philipppox not able to find the shot. Still a couple of players lurking around here, Hornet and Guto, inside of, I believe that's Dining at the moment. So with Furia trying to get in through West Main, trying to get in above, this roam clear is oh so critical, but again, they just miss it. Slipping through their fingers, that leaves just Guto for them to find. And he's also made it back to the basement. So all of the roamers from Black Dragons will make it back to site. Their initial first anchor, Florio, is dead, but their 4 roamers have returned. Now that's going to leave 60 seconds on the clock for Furia to try to work out this pick. They've again got the Capitao. Last time they pushed this, they used that Capitao to get control of the wine hatch. They dropped on in. They got the fuse kit planted just with the caskets, and they had a grand old time. But look at this. This is the flank. Undroned. Ask has teleported back to the top floor, and he's going for a flank.
It's the problem with Scopos, isn't it? You've got to keep eye of both of these units. He's successful on it. Nade and KZ are in the ground. KZ had died earlier. Nade will follow about a minute and a half later, and this clock is not favorable to Furia. Black Dragons looking for just 2 rounds on defense, which is better than usual. But Furia have something to say about that. They're inside the bomb site. Philipppox, if he wants the diffuser down, needs to trust completely in JV92. And he's doing it. He's getting the job done. Worried about getting pushed from blue, Philipppox dies to Ask. Diffuser does not go down, and what a big round from Ask. The newest operator showing off there perfectly why those 2 robots are quite so strong, and we need overtime, which for Furia is very bad.
That was actually the best Scopos play I have ever seen. Of course, the newest operator, we've seen it played inside of Brazil, inside of Europe, inside of North America. The way that Ask played that operator, he put one of the robots inside the basement, one of the robots top floor. He started roaming. As soon as his anchor died by a rush from KZ, he teleported back to get the trade and kill KZ. Then what does he do? He goes back to the top floor after all of his roamers have returned to site, and he gets the kill onto the guy inside of Dining, dropping the defuse kit and stalling that push even farther from Furia. Then Furia, in a man disadvantage, finally make it back to the bomb site. But what does he do again? He goes back to his basement body, which is hidden inside a big garage, and he flanks for a second time from a different angle. That's ridiculous. That is the coolest Scopos play I've seen since that operator came out. Make a TikTok about that one. I'm sure it will go viral because that was absolutely genius from Ask, and it's well worth it to push himself up to 15 kills and his team over to overtime.
15 kills for Ask is really something, but another thing that hasn't been addressed, this is the first point that Black Dragons will get. All of their losses came in regulation by just getting to overtime. BD have secured themselves their first point of this stage, which really won't do anything for the standings. Fluxo sits 4 points above them, which means that Black Dragons, even if they'd won in regulation, would have only picked up 3 points, which still would have kept them a single point back of Fluxo. That's how dire things are for BD. But you got to start somewhere, right? If you're averaging 3 rounds a game and you've got 0 points, just simply making it to overtime for Black Dragons is a win at this point, and it sucks to say because this team has potential, but the stage is effectively over. They cannot qualify for the playoffs at this point. They are too far done. So unfortunate for them, or at least qualify for the top 2. They could still make it to the playoffs if everything goes right, but I just don't see how it happens numbers-wise. Ask, the hero from the previous rounds. First casualty, 1 minute gone from the clock. Nuxka will follow. Furia, very gracious, by the way, to let Black Dragons have that single point, because if this round is any indication, that single point's all they're going to get, Jesse. These are lambs to slaughter at the moment. Florio's the only one left right now, and while he's as good as gone, a single kill for Black Dragons in that round, and it's Furia on overtime match point.
So in round 12, they decided they were going to let Ask cook, and he made the most beautiful, decadent 5 Michelin star meal that anyone has ever had in Rainbow Six Siege. Brilliantly done, cooks up the best round possible to get that overtime. And then in round 13, they said, Ask, we're going to let you cook again, and he burnt down the kitchen. Everything was in flames. Immediately tries jumping out and jumping in on the Nook and is called out immediately. They know exactly where he's playing. A freebie for Herds to start that round, and everybody else just falls one by one afterwards. Great from Furia to have the awareness of where Black Dragons were trying to enter in through. I think that was also a really good read, understanding that this Black Dragons team, especially with them being in a new spot, they've never been to overtime before, with the pressure being the highest, hey, these guys might try to do something that's a little less traditional. They might just hit site and go for a rush, and that's exactly what Black Dragons were trying to do. Furia were absolutely ready for it. They caught them. They read into it. They did it perfectly to shut that down. They lose one body towards the end, but it really doesn't matter. And now they're on match point, and a game that looked so good from Black Dragons, a 4-2 half, a 2-0 lead, a game that looked like they had Furia on the ropes, now seems very, very difficult. If they want to get that second point, they've got to win 2 in a row here.
I mean, I didn't really think we would have a team like this in the position that Black Dragons is in, right? I mean, you don't look at this region, especially with how much parity has come to Brazil as of late, and think to yourself, oh, you know, there's going to be one team way off the map. Fluxo ended up being that team in stage 1. They haven't had a much better stage 2, but they are at least improved. It's Black Dragons, though, at the very bottom, and they've been the proverbial punching bag of this region, but a win is very possible, by the way, as they've picked up the first 2 kills. JV92 on the board. Furia gets 1 pick, but that might be it for them. Herds and Felipox are the last 2 standing, and leave it up to just Herds. We are 50 seconds into action, Jesse, and there are already 6 deaths. This is a very crazy round for both of these teams. Herds sure has his work cut out. Where was Nuxka looking there? You knew he was in office. Where were you? Yeah. Where were you looking?
Maybe expecting a rotate down below, not sure, but it didn't work out for him. And now, I mean, this is winnable, especially with this logic bomb. He's going to hear the 2 players. They're inside a piano. He's going to take this gunfight. A swing comes out aggressively. If they're not careful, this could easily be a 2K quickly from Herds. They start to back off now, but they're a little bit overcommitted. This guy inside a piano, I believe that's Gucho, doesn't really have the option to fall off unless Herds lets him. Another logic bomb might buy him that time. They still hear 2 phones ringing out inside. There's a shield. He's totally fine. Now he sees the shield, sneaks on past it, but doesn't commit to the fight. Still Herds in an awkward situation. These guys aren't giving up the position. He tries to sprint into office, and he does so successfully. Still full HP, looking for the second guy. He knows those spots, but here's the rotate. He reads into it, but can't hit the shots. Oh, just shutting down that 1v2. An awkward game on the top floor, but it will be won by Black Dragons.
All the way we go, and that round was basically over a minute before that. 2:08 for the record was what the timer said when there was a single player left on the side of Furia. 2:08. It feels like one of my ranked games. So except the difference is that, well, you know, these are professionals and I'm somewhere in gold to plat depending on the way that my hidden MMR is functioning. Honestly, this is a losing predicament for Furia. Even if you win here, Furia have been brought to the brink by the team in dead last. But Jesse, you know what's a little funny about these results right now? You know what's a little bit convenient?
Let me know.
is that Fluxo, when they were dead last, without a point, and looked like they were going to crater, they took Furia to overtime on Clubhouse back in stage 1. Now, Furia ended up winning 8-6. They went out 2-0 in the overtime, and Fluxo only got the single point for it. And if you look back at the standings, it was the only point that Fluxo got that entire stage. It is entirely possible that Black Dragons loses here, and for the second stage in a row, Furia was pushed into overtime by the team with 0 points on the board. Black Dragons will conclude this stage with a matchup against Ninjas in Pajamas on Saturday, and then on Sunday, it'll be against Vivo Keydstars. The way NiP and VKS have played, they should both beat Black Dragons, but who knows? It will also depend on the motivation that some of these teams have. NiP and VKS could very much be in the hunt for a playoff spot, or if NiP has a bad game today, they could be a little bit too far back and a bit demotivated, and a team that's still learning, well, they could ultimately lose to a team of Black Dragons that is looking pretty hungry. Either way, this is a bad look for Furia. You, as world champions, do not want to be pushed to round 15 against the only team in your region that prior to this matchup had no points.
Opening pick, a minute in now here for Black Dragons. I already talked about the stats there. 75% win rate on the attack when they can get that opening frag. It might be able to get traded back. Nuxka hunting inside of bar, but the vertical play is coming out, and they capitalize on it beautifully, Parker. Only 2 remain. JV92 and KZ, they've got so much time to stall out. Yes, they're in the bomb site, 1 up above, but what can they do now? A C4 starts off this comeback. Can they get more than that?
KZ was being hunted down by Guto. They at least know his whereabouts as of 5 seconds ago. JV92 sitting in the bomb site, waiting for the next piece of his meal to show up. Black Dragons will give them nothing at the moment. They're being patient. They've got plenty of time. They've got plenty of utility. You've still got 1 EE1D. You've got 2 death marks. There's a lot that Black Dragons can do here to find out where these last 2 players on Furia are and guarantee Black Dragons a victory in overtime.
What a shot from KZ2! What is that? If there's anybody who wanted a 2v5, it's probably KZ and JV92, and they've equalized down to a 2-on-2. Now 40 seconds, it's gonna be another battle up on the top floor. They need to find these kills on Black Dragons. They don't have kit.
What? KZ looking for the ace to seal the deal on this matchup. And he's on a collision course with Hornetau. He won't pull it off, but victory for Furia is still within their grasps. JV92 will get the job done. And he breaks the hearts of Black Dragons in the process. 2 points for the defending world champions, but 1 for Black Dragons. And that's a victory with how BD's season has gone. As for Black Dragons, those 2 points will propel them into 6th place. There are still 4 more matches to go, so Furia still could end the day outside of the playoff picture just as they started it. But for now, Furia have themselves in the green, and that's going to be a bit of a sigh of relief. But they should have got all 3 points today with the matchup being what it is. Boy, oh boy, did Black Dragons bring the thunder.
Despite the delayed start, this was an absolutely incredible game. Probably game of the day. I didn't think I'd be saying that when I looked at the scoreboard and saw we'd be watching Black Dragons Fury at the very start. But of course, who else but the SI MVP to get a 4K right at the end and put up a miraculous 2v5 clutch. That was undoubtedly some of the finest gunplay I've seen all year long from KZ in round 15.
Yeah, I thought that we had some pretty good moments, honestly, just from a matchup perspective in that one. The Scopos play from Ask's heroics in particular were so good. And we've got some replays, obviously, of what we saw that'll be coming up in just a moment or two, showing off some of these individual contributions. But Black Dragons as a team continue to improve. Now, again, they probably shouldn't be where they are in the standings. And I'm sure there are people much smarter than me who've gone over what's afflicting Black Dragons. But I can't get over Furia. That is the thing to me, Jesse, is Furia look like a shadow of themselves. Their confidence on entry is gone more often than not. KZ has to save this team repeatedly. Herds dies early in so many rounds. Nade and Felipox feel like they are non-factors half of the time. What is going on with this squad? Because they shouldn't have regressed as much as they have, and frankly, the other teams should not have caught up to them as fast as they have either. So something is going on with Furia. They've got an awful lot to work on, because if they go to the playoffs in this current form, I don't know if they make a deep run. That might put them in a position where they have to go to the LCQ. And the LCQ only allows one team to go to the playoffs or go to the major. And I don't have faith with the way that Furia is playing right now that they will be in Montreal.
It's awkward, right? Because there are those moments where they look like the world champions. The 2v5, probably the best example that we got of that today. JV92's performance, not just today, but throughout the stage. You know, you can tell that this team have the skill as much as any other team in the world, right? You can tell that they are at that level. But then there are certain rounds where things fall apart and they can't seem to claw things back. And, you know, once they start losing those entries, it doesn't seem like it's able to come back. So it is weird, and it's very much not what we expected to see from Furia coming into this stage and coming into this year even. I mean, they didn't have the greatest results in stage 1. They got top 8 at the major. Most teams would be happy with that, but not Furia, of course. And so I do think that this team, I mean, there's some stuff that they've got to work on, some things that they need to work through. One thing that just looking at their stage so far has come out has been the Monty. I talk all the time about how important having a good Monty player on, is. Furia, not so much in this game, but coming into it, had played more Monty than any other team in Brazil, but they had a horrible win rate with it. 23% was their win rate with Monty. Just abysmal for what should be the strongest operator on attack. They chose to not ban it, but also not really play it too much in this game against Black Dragons. Was that for better or for worse? It's tough to say. I guess ultimately they'll be happy with the win, but their attack certainly didn't look ideal today. So going to be something to watch out for Furia going forward if they need to ban that Montaigne more often, if it's something that they can play a little bit more often with better results. That, for me, is kind of the one thing that's different between Furia last year and this year. Is just there's a new operator to town, and they're not using it too well.
No, I mean, it just looks like Furia has failed to adapt in a lot of ways. And I like what you mentioned about the shields, because as you see from the operator bans on the top of the screen right now, no shield was banned. Yet neither of these teams really used Blitz or Monty as effectively as we could have seen. Monty in particular is one of the strongest, if not the strongest operators in the game. And yet here we are in a position where Furia just, I don't know if they haven't caught up to the meta or if they're refusing to adapt to the meta, but they seemed to do things their way in Sao Paulo. It worked. They tried to do things their way in Manchester. It did not work. They got bounced in the they got bounced in the quarterfinals by Liquid in one of the most stunning results of Manchester, I would say, outside of the finals themselves. And now here, time and time again, we see Furia playing. They love a very aggressive style of play. They love being in your face, and all 5 of these players are exceptionally gifted mechanically. So maybe they just feel like a shield is a waste of their potential. But at some point, you got to get with the times. And with how strong these 2 operators are, when they're played by Furia, they don't look that good, but they're not played enough. And I do worry that Furia, if they don't make some adaptations here and change things up with their strategy, they're going to get left behind.
Yeah, it's awkward, especially in Brazil, right? Because look at the other teams in the region. Team Liquid have Laconis, one of the greatest Monty players on the planet. FaZe Clan have Vita King, another one of the greatest Monties on the planet. Like, there's really strong shield players in Brazil. You look at Furia and it's like, who do they have? Maybe Felipox, but he's had some poor results on the operator so far this stage. So it's a puzzle that Furia will need to solve. They get saved this round thanks to KZ, but it's still going to be a problem going forward for sure.
Well, we want to hear from the winners, don't we? Furia is obviously going to have some questions to answer from Corbeck and from Foxay. So let's hear from Philip.
Well, hello there, viewers. I'm Corbeck. Alongside me, Foxy here, as we get ready for our interview. We will be your host and analyst for this broadcast, by the way. We didn't really have a chance to introduce ourselves there due to a bit of a truncated start, but I'm happy to be here with you, Fox. I mean, that was a very impressive game to get us started.
Oh yeah, I mean that was a pretty exciting game. I mean I think Jesse said it best, could be game of the day, and it's not a game that we expected to even have been that close in the first place, you know?
No, definitely not a game that we thought could go the distance, but we do have Fellapox, I believe, standing by for an interview. Would love to get him in here and pick his brain just a little bit. There you are, Fellapox. Congratulations on your victory there. That was a bit of a squeaker. I mean, were you guys getting worried at all when you went into overtime?
First of all, thank you. We were a bit worried. To be honest, the first time I think I win a game, and I'm not happy because we play like just so poor. Just so far off, like we are playing on screens. So I'm not happy with the win, to be honest. And yeah, I saw Intero talking about our Monty too, and that's an issue that we have right now. We don't have a Monty player. Like I like to play a little bit, but that's not my role. So yeah, we're trying to figure things out.
Wow, I'm really glad that you mentioned that you aren't happy with a win, especially with how the game went close. Now, you as the IGL leading this team into battle, do you feel like it comes down to your guys' lack of preparation this stage? Is what the casters were saying, that you guys are maybe slow to get used to the meta? What do you think the main characteristic is to the slow start to this stage for you guys?
I think it's mainly because of the meta, like you guys were talking about. We didn't get used to this meta, to be honest. Like the shield thing, like I said before, mainly. And I think it's just like one thing leads to another. Like then you start to lose, and then another problem comes up. So like I said before, right now we're just trying to figure things out and to come back and play like we know that we can do.
I mean, with that in mind here, Fellapox, and kind of just based on today's performance, I mean, it hurts my heart a little bit to hear you say that you're not happy about a win, but I totally understand where you're coming from. Looking ahead, you guys have E1 coming up. That's going to be a challenging match. How are you feeling about that, just you as a player and as a team?
To be honest, I'm not really thinking about E1, about that match. I'm just thinking about the next 3 days that we have of preparation, of scrims, to try our best and improve as a team, because right now we are not playing like we can do, and we are playing like we should be in the last spot of the stage, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because of the way we are playing.
Well, fair enough, Fellapox. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us. Good luck with your prep. You know, we're happy to see how you do here on the back half of the season. Would love to see you in Montreal for another major.
Thank you, guys.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, Fox. There's no sugarcoating it there from Fellapox. I think he's got a pretty good grasp on how rough things have been here for Furia. There was no kind of trying to make excuses. They acknowledging their errors, their poor Montaigne play, kind of the difficulties on attack. I appreciate the clear-eyed assessment coming out there from the IGL.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I have experience from being an IGL for my previous teams, and obviously, you know, when you're in a situation like that, like, yeah, you scraped away with the win, but at the end of the day, with how much effort you're putting into the team to be better all around, it just shouldn't have even gotten to this point, especially against a team that's at the bottom of the standings. And so the fact that it got this far out could, you know, you could look at it and be like, oh, maybe Black Dragons played very good, but if you're Furia, and we all know what Furia's standard is, them getting an 8-7 scrape by win against Black Dragons is something that you could never be happy at.
No, I definitely agree with you. And I mean, I do wonder if it was the case of Black Dragons actually playing well. I mean, certainly they have some good stats to back them up. Ask was doing very well. We saw Hornetau doing quite good. But like, it never felt like they were completely in control. And I mean, unfortunately, I feel like the same thing could be said of Furia. They were just relying on their hero plays very heavily. And I think the fact that JV92 and KZ have such a big kill differential is real evidence of that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Black Dragons was definitely running away with it on attack, and Chalet is one of those maps where you win through your attack. So obviously, they got a little bit of good padding, and that was great for Black Dragons, a team that's now 0-7. I mean, it's nice to see them be competitive, at least, you know, keeping it close. But you're right. I mean, JV92, you can see from the statistics here, him and KZ were monumental on bringing Furia back, especially on their attack representatively. they were able to just constantly get those picks back. And then obviously the last round, 7-7, 2v5 to just bring it back.
Yep.
I mean, we were even watching it going like, oh, you know, you can't count them out. They might win it back if they just start going for the gunfights. They might win it all. And they did.
Yeah, you were the one who said, watch, they're going to challenge on these. And sure enough, KZ did challenge and he got them that win. So a close squeak by victory there for Furia, but a W is still a W. There's still 4 more matches to come here on this Brazil Playday, though. Don't go anywhere. We've got MIBR versus Liquid after this break.
Vai ter a pressão. A subida vem. A bang tá lançada. Neide lança C4. Não pega ninguém. Pino rotacionando. Vai ser forçado o domínio garagem, olha o Pox. Meu Deus, olha o Felipox. Olha como ele vem. Quase que ele pega aqui o Nayana. Vem a trocação, ele garante. Vacilo do Pino. Pode ser punido. Musa espera. Olha o Neide. 9 segundos e o Felipox. Com uma rotação milionária, garante o round. 6-4, ponto decisivo para a Fúria. Só no aguardo, e o Loira agora cravado no pixel. O Dafodil avança. Vem a tentativa da troca, o Loira vem, consegue levar. Balaça do Loira! Que isso, Loira? Linda balinha, vem em embalo de rapel agora e o Loira já se reposiciona. Olha o conhecimento de jogo. Dafodil com mais uma, é 2x2. Flório e Loira contra a Lenda e Dafodil. Lenda vem pra cima buscando espaço. Loira só espera. Quietinho. Ghost atento na tela do seu jogador. Loira esperou, conseguiu garantir e o Flório pega mais uma! A BD joga no seguro, joga na calma, garante a vitória, 2-0. pelas costas, hein? Hornetão preparado, vai smocar. Loira com a eliminação pra cima do Raids. Tá esperto o time da BD. Tá tentando counterar essa execução. O Nesk tá esperando pra jogar. Vem no alçapão, tentando marcar. Posicionamento perfeito. Dafodil consegue garantir. Vai vir o drop agora. Olha a bala. Consegue deitar. Loira na marcação. Tem jogador dando cover. Loira chega. Triple kill dele. Hornetão no plant. Stamp vai marcando. A bala do Loira pega. Loira. É 3v1 agora. Recarregando. Stamp é o último jogador vivo. Ele tenta buscar e cai. Ace do Loira pra ganhar o jogo! 3-1 no placar e o Loira dá um show no banco!
Well, beautiful view of Brasilia right there, the capital of Brazil, and it might be a lovely day outside there in the capital, but inside the arena, things are heating up here on Playday 7 of the Brazil League because we are running out of play days and we are running out of time here for these teams. I am Corbeck, alongside me as Fox as we get ready to bring you our next match, Team Liquid versus MIBR. And, you know, of the games that we have today, this is one that I think is quite interesting. It's not perhaps the most interesting match here today, Fox, but it is one that has big implications overall. I mean, I'm also looking ahead to that E1 FaZe game. We're getting the top two teams essentially playing back-to-back.
Yeah, I think everyone's anticipating E1 FaZe, obviously, but I mean, we just saw Furia Black Dragons, and that game went the distance, went to the absolute last round, so you never know. I mean, every single one of these games can absolutely be just an absolute nail-biter to watch. I mean, in my opinion, E1 FaZe is definitely nice, but you never know what to expect out of Fluxo. The game, at the end of the day, Vivo versus NIP, I feel like both teams are kind of in the same realm of talent, so I think every game so far is very exciting.
Yeah, and every game really, I think, matters here today because we look at the standings. I mean, there's only these 3 play days left, Fox. There's not a lot of points to go around. So for a team like Vivo Keydstars, who's sitting kind of on the bubble, you need a win against NIP, even if they're in the same talent band as you.
Absolutely. You want to be able to set yourself aside from that bottom 4 spot. I mean, Black Dragons, I believe, even if they win out the next 2 days, they are stuck at that 10th spot. Well, not at the 10th spot, but they're stuck in the bottom 4 to not make playoffs. So obviously, if you're Fluxo, NIP, MIBR, you are sweating and you want to make sure every point counts because there's not that much time left.
Yeah, and, you know, you're looking at a situation, too, where the strength of schedules for some of these teams is going to be a real big factor here as well. We were kind of hinting at it our last game. Furia has to play E1 next. That's, you know, points on the board that are going to be really hard to get. The same thing, though, could probably be said of MIBR. They came out kind of last Sunday. They got a stunner against E1, right? Like, they proved that the Giant could bleed, but they're going to have to do it again today versus the other top team. And they're going to have to keep doing it if they want any chance to get into the top 6.
Yeah, but there's one factor that lower place teams tend to thrive on is when their backs are against the wall and time is crunching down. Teams usually play better. When you have no room for mistakes, you play better as opposed to Liquid. Liquid is already confirmed to make playoffs. They don't have to worry too much about points. At that point, it's all about pride, how much more you want to win. But you see teams take their foot off the gas once they get into a spot where they've already qualified.
Yeah, and, you know, I wonder how much of that we could perhaps attribute to what happened last Sunday, but the biggest factor in that win was Machina, our head-to-head here, Machina versus Resets. Machina, I mean, he was everywhere in that match against E1. It was a huge game for him. Resets as well, playing exceedingly well for Team Liquid, Fox. I mean, it's a great matchup between these two players. I'm really looking to see how it works out today.
Absolutely. I mean, especially since they're both two sides to a coin. Two sides to a different coin. I mean, Reset's a little bit more of a supportive flex operator, whereas Machina has been that rookie entry that MIBR has been leaning so heavily on. So to see them both find success, it just goes to show that it really depends on the map, on the playstyle matchup of what team is playing against what, to really see which player on each respective teams actually pops up. So when you have like Liquid versus MIBR, Liquid is a very versatile team, very aggressive, but MIBR I'd say is also more aggressive. So I'd expect to see Machina finding the same amount of engagements just like he did last Playday.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe I oversell Machina's hand a little bit. I mean, there was a lot of effort from the entirety of the MIBR roster. You kind of got the feeling that their victory was sort of the culmination of a lot of work they've been putting in over this stage to be a more cohesive unit. I do worry, though, Fox, if they kind of have the depth of talent, right, to take on a team like Liquid, who kind of as the opposite point have so much talent to draw on, how do you go about defeating a roster that has these big names?
I mean, I think it really comes down to the preparation that you have to do outside of the game. I mean, if you look back at Liquid's games, they thrive against teams that they are statistically even with, but the teams that they should be smoking and blowing out of the water, the games end up being a lot closer. And when you look down to that, it really comes down to the maps, because the maps that they can just play their game, Lagonis is able to just IGL, not have pressure on his back. That's when Liquid thrives their best. And when they're taken to maps that require a lot more cognitive thinking, Lagonis has to be more on his IGL front rather than just being able to frag out on his lonesome. That's where you see Liquid tend to stall. So I think for MIBR, it's all comes down to the map phase, in my opinion.
That's interesting. I mean, I kind of agree with you, because I think that map phase will be a critical choice from them. But I will say, I mean, it was heartwarming to hear, at least in the kind of interview that we had from Nesk at the end of the last game, this idea that he could rely on anyone on Liquid to step up at any given time. He himself said he didn't need to be good every day because he has so many good players around him. I mean, it's been a real revivification of Liquid. When you look at their stage one, they went to the major, they overperformed expectations probably coming out of that stage, and they look set to make another one. And you do kind of wonder if MIBR can put any sort of dent in the wagon.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about Liquid, just anybody can pop up on a given day. I mean, MIBR, I can't say the same for them. Obviously, they lean very heavily towards players like Machina and players like Bullet to be able to find their entry engagements, find these massive amount of multi-kills. And if they don't, if they get shut down by a more strategical team, then that's where you see MIBR start to fall. And it doesn't bode well for them when you play against Liquid that does have a very smart IGL, one of the best in Brazil. So yes, everyone can pop off on Liquid's side, but when you are matched up in a game of Bronze versus Brains, more often than not, if you don't get the right matchup on maps, the Brains usually takes it over.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. And I mean, you've got a depth of kind of veteran talent as well. We talked about MIBR. You look at Machina, he's a newer player, right? There's that factor going into this. And of course, this sort of influences things when it comes to map choice as well, because these teams are going to have to be real cagey about what they pick. And as we see it kind of going here in real time, Fox, you see some of the more difficult maps, I think, being taken off early.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it makes sense. If you look on Liquid's bans, they want to take it to a common playing field, something that they're very consistent in. They're obviously going to get rid of Lair, Skyscraper Cafe, these big and very small maps. Very big and very small maps, they instantly wipe off the board. They leave up the most consistent maps possible. They force MIBR to have to ban that club, have to ban that Chalet. And unfortunately, when you leave up when you have to ban all these default maps, a map like Border is able to slip through the cracks. But that's obviously what MIBR wants, because they are the top performance team on it. But I think there's a reason why Liquid took this map. Even though they are the worst on Border so far in the Brazil League, there's a reason why they let this map slip, and that's because they want to be able to exploit MIBR's entry's abilities.
I mean, you look at Border, it's a very tight map, right? It's compact. We generally tend to think of it as a more fast-paced map. Do you think that favors kind of MIBR at all, or is this really one where Liquid can sort of take advantage of that depth of talent and turn it back on them?
I mean, that's a great question. I mean, of course it's going to favor MIBR because it is a map that aggressive players thrive, and individual aggressive play can find success if you're able to find a great run out, a great flank, a great pressure on the new balcony, on the east stairs. One single player can derail a whole attack for the enemy team that they're playing against. But obviously, Liquid, if you are the worst team at a map, you can switch everything that you need to be able to make it work. So I'm expecting a lot of counter strats from Liquid, because obviously what they've been doing on Border hasn't necessarily worked. And if they can isolate those 1v1 engagements to isolate Machina from the rest of the team, they're able to really utilize their attacks without getting caught off guard. Then Liquid can exploit the fact that MIBR only really has 2 to 3 main slayers. And if they can isolate those two that are playing the more supportive, passive info gathering roles and get those opening picks, then Border's just a map that can absolutely just get away from you if you're not, you know, on top of it.
100%, and I think that's probably the strategy that we're going to see. I fear a little bit for Machina going into this one if he's going to be isolated and cut down a lot, but I do not fear for the talent of our casters here. It's Intero and Jesse joining us in the 4, and we can talk a little bit about this game. Welcome back, guys. We didn't get to do this the first time around, so we'll get it the second time. I call it the Brady Bunch setup. I love it. It's fun to be here with the two of you, obviously. I mean, I'll start with you, Intero. Do you think that MIBR has it in the tank to take out the other top team in Brazil kind of back-to-back on play days?
I mean, I would have originally said no, but the matchup against E1 was very, very surprising. It was a hard-fought victory for MIBR, and they definitely have some talent, but in the long run, I still kind of am a little bit weird on E1 just because they don't have that same level of experience, and we saw how the core of this roster did in Manchester. I have more faith in Team Liquid as an entity, as a roster, as an organization to be able to beat up on the bad teams. And MIBR is not a bad team, but statistically, Team Liquid should walk them like a dog. And I think that's what's going to happen in this matchup. I do think Team Liquid will have what it takes to beat MIBR.
Fair enough. Yeah, your lack of faith in MIBR probably has some fans out there shaking, but you know, I don't think you're wrong, to be honest. I don't necessarily think you're wrong. I mean, honestly, Jesse, because of the two draws between E1 and Team Liquid, our top two teams, right? Obviously, Team Liquid has the easier draw today because they are playing against MIBR. You've got E1 playing FaZe. I know that Fox said, hey, there's not a lot of pressure here on Liquid. They've already secured their playoff spot, but do you think that there is probably some pressure here for them to try and jump ahead in the standings, or at least get one over on E1 on this day?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that for Team Liquid, obviously you want to get as high up in the standings as you can. They haven't locked down top 2 yet, so there's definitely still games to play for. There's still value out of beating MIBR, no doubt about that. But I also think they kind of might take this as an opportunity to play a few new strategies, maybe test some things out. Obviously, they're going to Border. This is a map they've not had a ton of success on throughout the stage so far. So even that could be an indication that they want to get a little bit of practice in, maybe help expand their map pool and become an even better team for when they do eventually play in those playoffs.
Well, let's see if MIBR has it in the tank. I'll turn it over to you guys for Border.
Well, thank you very, very much, Corbeck. I greatly appreciate that. So it looks like we're just a couple minutes away from getting this matchup started. And yeah, I mean, Border is always such a hectic and unpredictable map. If you look at the overall stats of how Brazil approaches this map, Jesse, we don't really have much. Consulate and Cafe have only been played like 2 times. That is it. And Border's numbers do tend to skew towards the attacker side, but that's only because they've got such a small sample size, right? 11 rounds won by the attackers, 8 rounds won by the defenders. Not a lot of daylight between those two. So I'm a little curious to see, how does this matchup start? Because I like Team Liquid on attack an awful lot. And I think that if they can come out swinging when they're on their attacking side, it might be a little bit too much for MIBR to handle. But the man that was just on your screen right there, Machina, that's the X factor for me. He had a terrific game against E1. That is not an easy opponent, and for you to be a brand new player and rise to the challenge against the best team in the region statistically, then obviously you can do that against other adversaries as well. Team Liquid are no slouch. They've got some real talent on their side, but I honestly think Machina can stand up to them.
No, I agree. Machina has been absolutely fantastic so far. Definitely the best player, maybe tied with Bullet for MIBR. He's been really aggressive. He's been really fast. It's something that the desk have talked about. It's really going to be on Team Liquid to be ready for that. When Machina comes in, storming through the building, it's Border. It's already the fastest map in the pool. Machina is the fastest player maybe in Brazil. We're going to go for a very chaotic and fast game. And if Team Liquid aren't ready for that, if they're maybe not expecting that very fast style of play, that could be something that catches them off guard and allows that upset to come through for MIBR.
Yeah, I mean, they already upset 1 time this week. They have an opportunity to do that again. MIBR currently sit in that 6th spot, or rather started in that 6th spot. They've now slipped to the point where they are on the outside looking in. So it is very important that they can pick up some points here. Will they get it done? Let's find out. MIBR versus Team Liquid.
Cara, o confronto contra a Liquid é sempre um jogo muito pegado. Acredito que eles são um time do Brasileirão inteiro, assim, um time mais tático de ser jogado. Eu acho que é um jogo muito NA, assim, da forma que eles jogam. Então, acho que vai ser um jogo mais truncadinho, mais tático, assim. E é sempre um jogo muito da hora, né, contra a Liquid.
Faz tempo, acho que eu nem lembro a última vez que eu perdi pro MIBR, mano. A gente vem ganhando sempre dos caras, ganhamos no LCQ, ganhamos no Brasileirão. Acho que é hoje mesmo também, mano. Eu acho que até no MIBR, assim, a gente tem um ladinho, assim, que mesmo se a gente trollar, eu acho que a gente ainda consegue ganhar ainda.
O Maia é um cara que tem que ficar de olho lá. É um cara que vem se destacando aí pra eles. Até quando a parada aperta, ele resolve a parada. Salva os caras pra caramba. Então, acho que o Maia é um bom jogador.
Pra falar ninguém, o bagulho fica zoado, né? Cara, eu acho que tem que ficar de olho aí, eu acho que agora é o Máquina, porque, sei lá, um moleque novo assim, pode estar querendo mostrar muito serviço e pode surpreender a gente, porque, sei lá, talvez a gente não tá acostumado com o estilo de jogo dele, então eu diria o Máquina aí.
Só falar aí pra Liquid aí, pegar leve com nós aí, que a gente tá vindo agora aí devagarinho e tal. Time novinho, né? Não tem tanta XP aqui também.
Mentira que estão falando isso pra galera. Quem? Harry? Tá bom, Cara, então pro Harizão aí, ó. A gente vai pegar leve, vai ser suave. A gente vai deixar vocês fazerem uns 2 roundzinhos assim. Acho que já tá de boa, já.
Resets has said that he doesn't remember the last time he lost to MIBR. Well, don't worry, Resets, because I do. It was exactly a year ago to the day, September 24th, 2023, and Team Liquid, the last day of the group stage in Stage 2, 2023, Liquid needed any possible win to lock down playoffs. They lost 8-7. That was a brutal loss for Team Liquid that started off their run through the LCQs and then eventually kind of made them have that really rough end to the stage that they ended off with, of course, last year. Now it's a bit of a lower stakes game for Liquid. They're already inside of playoffs, and so far they're going into the ban phase against MIBR. I love the Lion ban. This is exactly what I thought they would ban out. It was a really effective operator when MIBR played against, I believe it was Black Dragons last week. The Blitz ban also makes sense. The Azami ban, these are the exact same operators that MIBR banned in their game last week against Black Dragons. So they're trying to stick to what's works. They're trying to stick to what they've done in the past. And this is a tough one to call. It will be a smoke ban from Team Liquid. When I was picking the bans, I thought it was 100% right, except for the smoke. I thought maybe a mute. Team Liquid love banning mute on border. It's very odd. They've done it a couple times throughout the year. But ultimately, they'll switch it up a little bit here and go for smokes. I don't think these bans are particularly unorthodox. I think these are pretty easy for both teams to have predicted, with the one exception of that smoke. We'll see if that does have an effect for MIBR once they get to that second half of defense.
It'd be fun to see either way. We so seldom see smoke bans that you don't really know what to expect. But first smoke ban, by the way, for this entire region. The operator bans have been very, very top heavy. We talked about it in the very first matchup that we did of the day. And you look at the defenders, and it's Azami, Kaid, Valkyrie, and Mira far and away above everybody else. Then you got Tubarao 5 times. Yeah, Castle 4 times. Fenrir in the Clash. You kind of see the same thing on the attacking side. Monty, 17 bans. See a Ying ban right next with 14. Then it's Grim and a ways down. Blitz will find his 4th ban also emerging. This is actually the first recorded Lion ban too. So both of Team Liquid's bans are a first, which is nice to see, Jesse. And I mean, they're obviously targeted. Not just are Smoke and Lion extremely strong on this map, but they're also comfort picks for MIBR. Machina will start on Finka instead, the other Russian operator that emerged at the same time as Lion did. And he's dead immediately. What?
Okay.
What?
Well, that is very MIBR. I will say that's very Machina to be immediately dead at the start of this round. MIBR they're the fastest team right now in Brazil. Their average first gunfight comes at 1:44, which maybe kind of speaks to the play style that Machina likes to run with. Machina is by far taking the most entry engagements for this team as well. So that really is what sets the pace for them. Now, they will get a trade. Nesk does go down from Rare, so that's going to be a nice way to equalize that man count. And again, it's border. So these opening gunfights are incredibly important. Man count is so big. There's not that much utility that comes down typically before we see an execute. So it really does come down to, can you hit your shots? Can you win your fights? Maya inside of security will be the main focus before they can go in, but he's got help. Of course, resets here in break.
I am a little bit baffled that Yex actually lost that engagement, and Lagonis is very lucky that it happened that way. He's able to move off of that position and now confront Gomez at main door. Bullet dies to Maya. You might have lost Nesk, but him taking out Machina is very important for the way that these teams play. Liquid is all gone, by the way. What on earth just happened there? MIBR with 3 very quick kills. It's left Palu as the last man standing, and well, Gomez should be able to track the Valkyrie down. Palu catches Rare looking in the wrong direction. Now a rotation, but they will run into each other in the hallway. This has been a very odd one, Jesse. These teams have missed their shots time and time again, but it looked like, not the default cam, a Valkyrie cam was up. MIBR had no right being that close into the round. They almost pulled it off all the same.
Palu, an excellent 1v2. You saw that decision-making, of course, pushing so aggressively because of that intel from the Valkyrie camera. Caught them completely off guard. It was a great attempt from Rare to try to make something happen, to try to get a couple of kills and start that round. It looked like it was going to be enough, but Palu was there. He is one of the most consistent players in the entire world. He's currently the most consistent in Brazil, rocking a 72% cost, the highest of anyone. The only person breaking 70, actually, inside of Brazil. So he has been very effective, very consistent for Team Liquid, always able to have that impact. Part of the reason why he is so consistent in cost rating is that he has a very high survival rating. He is often one of the last players alive. And while he does get criticized from that from time to time, he is also one of the most clutch players Rainbow Six Siege has ever seen. So although he's often the last alive, he does very good things with that position. And we saw a great example of that in round number 1.
One of the things that losing your smoke does is it's going to force you onto a mute really often for site reconstruction, or possibly one of those bailiff running secondary ops. Mira, I suspect, might see an increased pick rate as well because she has the ITA secondary shotgun, as does Frost now. Castle brings the super shorty. You know, I remember the days back when if you didn't have a smoke or a mute, you basically just lost the round because you could not do the site construction that you needed to. But the lack of smoke will obviously hurt these teams when it comes to site setup. Gomez he didn't get it, did he? No.
The body block. Maya literally standing in front of the canister made sure that he wouldn't be allowed to shock that that window open. I think the first one just missed. I think he just missed. He had the opportunity to, but he couldn't find the window. And immediately Maya just says, screw it, I'll just stand in front of it, and you can't get it. Somehow everything stays closed. Maya's actually full HP too, so I don't know. Strange result there, but at the end of the day, the mirror stays closed.
The Valk cams that caused some issues in the previous round for MIBR. They brought an IQ to deal with them, a Thatcher and a Twitch, 3 separate operators that can all either just outright disable the cameras or take them down with their gadgetry, and Bullet will wait before heading into the building, as one does on an IQ. We'll try to gain some information here. It sounds like one of the mirror windows has been ejected, so the body block proved to be successful and wasted an awful lot of time for MIBR, but all the same, they will eventually get the target that they wanted. Halfway point, neither of these teams have come to blows yet.
Yeah, very slow compared to what we saw in round number 1. Of course, they are outside the bomb site, but a lot of positioning still being held by Team Liquid. They've got 3 players up above, 1 towards the site, and then, of course, Lagonis and Palu dotted around this bottom floor. So we'll see what they can do with this. Of course, 60 seconds now, still everybody alive. A full reinforcement will stop the push from Yex, but he does get traded, and now it's a 2-man advantage for Team Liquid.
They haven't lost. Oh, I was going to say they haven't lost any HP. Resets lose a little bit, but Maya takes down Bullets. Nesk collapsing onto Rare, and a potential flawless round on the board for Team Liquid. Gomez will say no thanks, but Resets immediately trades it off. Border's a close map. small, you can easily trade off quickly, and that's exactly what Liquid does. They are in lockstep with one another. A nice 2-0 start for the Horsemen.
Last week when MIBR played Border against Black Dragons, they had a 100% attacking win rate on every single bomb site, except for Bathroom Tellers. They attacked Armory Locker's Archives 3 times. They were successful every time. They attacked Custom Supply once, which was odd, but they won it. They attacked Vents Workshop once, they won it. And then they attacked Bathroom Tellers once, and that was the only round on attack that they lost. Not a surprise that Team Liquid went there. It's a very common bomb site. Now that will be 2-0, so their flawless streak on Armory Locker Archives was broken in round 1. And of course, in round 2, they still have yet to win that bathroom bomb site. In stage 2, of course, they probably have won it throughout stage 1 or the offseason, but just looking at the most recent results. And now we get their second attempt throughout the stage to attack onto the bomb site that we very rarely see on Border. It's going to be Custom Supply as Team Liquid looking to do what Black Dragons couldn't and defend it successfully against MIBR.
Yeah, you've got the potential for a full perfect rotation from Team Liquid, which maybe wasn't exactly what I thought when this started. Yeah, a bit of an odd bomb site, but hey, that's okay. Don't see it all that often. Monty will emerge. MIBR will go with the shield operator. 2 nitro cells lined up for Team Liquid. Can you dodge them? Yex will be target number 1. Nothing so far. They've put the cells away. And will allow MIBR so graciously to go onto drones.
So the reason you don't see this bomb site too often is that top floor inside of security is very vital. Once you have that, you basically have full top floor control. Rare is working on it at the moment. And then you should be able to simply get this wall open. I like the idea to use C4s to try to stop these players outside the main breach. If they kill Yex, that is a massive kill. Of course, that's only a massive kill if they can either stop the exothermic charge or kill him before he utilizes it. Security given up for free to the Monty. A very rare sight as Team Liquid forfeit what some people would call the most important area of the map, but maybe that's why. Oh, you got to check for those.
Lest anybody be reminded that even the pros don't look at the door frames, and Capkin can have an extraordinary amount of value. I always love to reference that one stat where it says frost mats are actually more successful at higher ranks than at the lower ranks. So Capkins, I'm sure, probably are the same. But yeah, losing your Monty that early on, that's debilitating for MIBR. And you have to imagine that much of their execute was based around this shield operator still being on the board. Mechina killing resets, looking for another and getting the down onto Nesk. Look at that skill, but Lagonis keeps the numbers even. Next up is Bullet One inside a jail. He runs right over Lagonis. Has to be wary, though, of those Valkyrie cameras, and in the bottom right-hand side of your screen, you see everybody from Liquid on those cams, trying to give information and trying to give calls to both Maya and Palu. Palu won the round last time, but with Maya by his side, this looks very good. MIBR, though, still outnumbering Team Liquid with just about 30 seconds to go.
The problem is Machina died with the fuse kit. Machina's holding it, or Maya's holding it at the top of metal stairs. As they go to pick up this kit, Maya could go for a swing. Looks like he'll just miss it out, though, as Yex will grab that. 26 HP left on him, trying to smoke off that angle and get into the site for a plant. Palu is in here, though, and he is so deadly. Loses the gunfight, though. Gomez from long range, but here comes Maya. He sneaks his way into the site and kills 2 players. Yex and Gomez both go down, leaving Bullet in a 1v1. Maya again holds the defuse kit, and Bullet is halfway across the map. Can he make it back in time? It doesn't look like it. He's got to sprint with the pistol out. He doesn't know where Maya is, but he gets it correctly anyways. What a clutch from Bullet, shutting that down and preventing the 1v3.
Holy smokes! They wanted that round back all the way from round number 1, where MIBR probably should have walked away with it. But Liquid, oh my, what an unlucky situation for him to find himself in, right? Maya probably should have survived. I want to see what the timer said when that final kill went out. It must have been 1 second or thereabouts, and the fact that Bullet called that correctly is ever more impressive. But Maya probably should have died right there to Gomez, managing to shrug it off. 1.1 seconds remaining. I do wonder if, look at that. I do wonder if Bullet gets that kill if he's prone looking at the door frame, but either way, we can just speculate all we want. They're the pros. We are not. MIBR wins the one bomb site that we don't see that often, and we don't necessarily expect the defenders to do so well on. They get on the board. Liquid doesn't get the full rotation, but we are currently looking at a 4-2 half favoring Team Liquid on Border, which is good, especially if with that small sample size, it is correct that Border is an attacker-sided map. If you're Team Liquid, you would be very happy with a 4-2 half because that sets you up so well just based on the numbers at the moment for how the second half of Border will play out.
I will say, while MIBR have now won a round, and they certainly are happier being down 2-1 than 3-0, I don't think they're going to be happy with how this game has gone so far. You've nearly thrown two separate XV1's situation. You threw a 2v1 in round 1, and you almost threw a 3v1. The late round intel from MIBR has been absolutely dreadful, and they're going to need to pick that up if they want to take down Team Liquid and try to get more of these attacks on the board. It feels like they're doing everything right in the early round. They're getting a lot of these entries. Machina is having a splash on most of these rounds, but if they can't close them out more consistently than relying on Bullets just finding a kill with 1 second remaining, they're going to be in a bit of an awkward spot. So something to keep in the back of your minds as we continue to work our way through this game. It's Armory, Lockers, and Archives to come up next for this fourth bomb set, of course. And Yex has made a plan.
Valkyrie being hunted down. There's Yex up and immediately dead. Bullet has to peel off of that defuse kit. Palu holding things down. Maya also one of the lines of defense. What a play by Maya. Makina's dead. Bullet will have to attempt the defuse plant once more. Perez coverage on that sandwich window, but might as well not be there. As now Bullet creeps up looking for another attempt on that A door. They have no intel whatsoever. Just they have no clue where Liquid is right now. And there's only 3 drones on the board for MIBR, and we don't know if any of these 3 remaining players can actually pilot those drones. So for the remaining minute, MIBR might be completely blind on information.
No, that's the problem here, right? Again, that late round info, I talked about it before this round, and we see it already coming into effect. Now you don't even have numbers to fall back on. You know, at least when you're in a 3v1, you can try to trade. No trading going on here. If they do, they'll lose the round. One player down below, that's Lagonis. I believe he's already used his C4, so he's not going to have the ability to deny plant from down there, although maybe with the secondary shotgun. Everybody else is up above. If they could isolate him, that might be a pick, but you saw, obviously, the player on Team Liquid was holding his doorway from above, so this just does not get easier. 30 seconds, and an entry pick might start it off.
Team Liquid cleaning up in these kills, and the round is over. An anticlimactic end as MIBR were bleeding out early on, and there was no way for them to apply a tourniquet. 3-1 the first half, at least. So Team Liquid cannot lose the first half. MIBR don't like that. And this might play into what we said about the way that the map works, because this strikes me as a bit of an odd time for a timeout for MIBR.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely concerned with these attacks. Again, they won 5 of their attacks last time they pushed this, or they played this map, and so that's going to be certainly a change of pace for them. I want to highlight one player that we just saw there with the stats. Maya, currently 6 kills in this game. He has been absolutely fantastic, and what's incredible about Maya as a player is how consistently he's able to find and win opening engagements on the defense. He's been engaged in 49% of their first fights on defense, and he wins 65% of them. That means that, you know, usually he's out there on the roam, he's getting a little aggressive, he's picking off players before that the attackers can really get going on their push. In that previous round that we just watched, he's in the middle of sight. He could not be closer to the bomb site. He's in the small office, and what happens? Somehow he still gets delivered a first pick as an Amaru jumps up a hatch, and he's allowed to get that first frag. He then chains it into a second by swinging in onto the metal stairs, and he gives Team Liquid that massive 5v3 advantage that, of course, eventually won them the round. So I just want to credit Maya. I think he's having a fantastic stage overall. Team Liquid, as a team, look like they're really clicking right now, and Maya's role as a really aggressive roamer who can consistently give the man advantage over to Team Liquid has been critical, both in this game and in the stage as a whole.
As you see on the bottom of your screen, the schedule for the remainder of the day has E1 and FaZe Clan and what I would dub the match of the day coming up next. E1 battling it out for one of those top 2 spots, and they've been sitting atop Brazil since basically the first play day. Team Liquid and E1 are both tied at the moment, but E1 has the better round differential, sitting at a plus 16, which is a staggering total, given that they've played 6 games. FaZe Clan are right now outside of the top 2. So they're looking to vault all the way up to first. If Liquid are not able to win here, if Liquid doesn't even collect a single point, and then FaZe Clan beats E1 in regulation, FaZe Clan actually moves to first overall. That would be quite the upheaval. After that, we've got 2 matches that are maybe a little bit more lopsided. W7M and Fluxo, with Fluxo being towards the bottom of the standings, and then VKS versus NIP to close out the day. And honestly, that could be the match of the day too, as Vivo Keedstars and Ninjas in Pajamas are both quite evenly matched teams. NIP on the outside of the playoffs right now, Vivo Keedstars sitting in 5th place, but far from locked into that spot. While we were talking about the standings, the first minute of the round has already transpired, and the first kill comes on behalf of MIBR. Maya dies after that armory wall explodes, and he's punished by the team in blue.
Right after I hyped up his entries on defense, he goes and takes an OD. Is what it is. Goes down to Machina, who's also very proficient on those first fights, so that's just a battle to keep an eye on later on through this game. Nesk in a bit of a sneaky spot down inside of Workshop. They've got drones hunting and finding him as well, but it's not going to stop Lagones from finding Gomez. Now we flick back over to this gunfight with Nesk, and again, on a drone. Can he win the fight anyways? Deals a lot of damage and does get the frag. Rare goes down, Palu finds Yex elsewhere, and Machina falls too, leaving Bullet in just a 1v4. How quickly this round has devolved, and it looks like they know where Bullet is as well. There's the swing from Palu to end it out. Team Liquid, in a fast round 5, will take a 4-1 lead.
Excellent start, and of course the timeout does not pay off immediately. You don't have to translate the timeout to a successful round right off the rip, but it sure does help, at least in terms of motivation, and it certainly helps in the numbers game. But yeah, the way that Border is played at the moment is anybody's guess. You can see it be attacker sided, you can see it be defender sided. Right now, Team Liquid got rid of the Lion. Is that really hurting MIBR? I don't think so. There are other tools at their disposal. Dokkaebi is available. Haven't really seen her. Deimos is available. We've seen him a few times. Monty, again, this Monty that we've talked about a lot in a region that loves shield play historically, has really had limited impact so far. The one time that we saw Monty be played by Rare, he was killed by a Capcan trap very early in the round. There was absolutely no effect on the actual gameplay. Team Liquid have been riding things out, and MIBR's either failure to adapt or failure to coordinate properly is really their undoing right now. And I'm getting the sinking feeling that Team Liquid are going to run away with this when the side swap comes out. The only question is, what happens in this final round? Is it a 5-1 first half for Team Liquid, or do MIBR begin to mount a comeback and hopefully keep their mental up for when they then go on to defense?
I mentioned briefly before this game started that Border is not a map that Team Liquid have had great results on. They've played it 5 times this season. That is since March. They've lost it 3 times, and their only 2 wins were both 7-5. So if they can win this 7-4 or stronger, this will be their most successful Border that they've played all season long, and could indicate that they are, in fact, getting a lot better at this map as the season progresses. I really do think MIBR are not playing the bad game of Border necessarily, but are just succumbing to Team Liquid, playing at the absolute peak of their game. This feels like the best Liquid have looked in a very long time, maybe since even stage 1 of last year when they made it all the way to a major grand finals. They're looking absolutely fantastic right now, and of course this game just continuing that trend. Giving up a bit of ground here at the start, not going to take control of security, not going to be an area that Team Liquid were too concerned about. I like that Ash Charge to destroy the mirror window. Of course, a cheeky little angle, not a common mirror that you see all the time, but dealing with that very well. The Ace Charge is coming out, the Twitch drones as well. The utility play through the first 90 seconds has been excellent from MIBR.
Yeah, good timing and a good pace to set at the moment. Team Liquid have allowed them to close in on some of the portions of this map that you need to hang on to. But if Liquid can just keep falling back over time, then that's all right. When you look at certain maps, you want to be able to hold map control and roam for about the first 60 to 90 seconds and then tail it off and get back towards the bomb site. Hopefully by that point, you've killed enough drones and you force the attackers to waste enough utility that the push on the site is a lot weaker. The only problem with this bomb site for that is you can just hop in that B window and get the diffuser down very quickly. Rare's not positioned to do that, though. He's still looking at that armory that's been opened up upstairs, and he and Resets will fight each other as Gomez looks to possibly flank. Nice kills from Team Liquid as they're dominating at the moment. Resets is unstoppable in this spot, and suddenly it's all up to Gomez. Machina is the only kill up to this point for MIBR, and I speculated, would it be a 5-1? Or I asked, would it be a 5-1 or a 4-2? It looks like 5-1 is what's on the board. Gomez taking an extensive amount of damage from that goo mine. He'll have to retreat, and he's got less than 30 seconds to grab the diffuser and find 3 kills. I don't think this is even close to possible. Good news is that Maya's dead, so there shouldn't be goo mines littering the floor. There will be fewer gadgets that you have to cut through, but this is not an easy task, especially with the soft walls being where they are. A nice pick from Gomez too, in fact, if you include the kill above that happened 20 seconds prior, but Liquid hold out and they take the first half 5-1.
The good news was that Maya was already dead. The bad news was that both he and Resets had gotten 3 kills at the very start of that round, which made that very much impossible for MIBR to try to clutch back. Resets, the youngest member on Team Liquid, had some certainly harsh words if the viewers at home were able to catch the pre-game interview that went on. He didn't have many kind things to say about MIBR. When the production team here in Brazil asked him who he wanted to watch out for, who he thought was a threat on MIBR, he said, "Can I say nobody?" And they didn't let him give that as an answer. I think he ended up saying Rare. So, unfortunately for MIBR fans, it seems like he may have been correct. Big 2K to start that round. This game has felt very, very one-sided in favor of Team Liquid. And it's been exactly 365 days since MIBR last took down TL. So, all in all, this feels like a dominating performance, and MIBR on an attacker-sided map, especially historically, now moving on to defense with only 1 round. It would be a crazy comeback, Parker, and it certainly would be a show, but the odds of it right now realistically just aren't good.
No, I don't know how MIBR manages a comeback here, because 5-1 halves are so rare at this point. I mean, we talked about how rare 6-0 halves are in the Black Dragons Furia matchup that started the day, and the same can be said for 5-1s. We're used to the 4-2s. We're used to the 3-3s. The fact that Team Liquid has been able to take 5 rounds is excellent so far on border, and they did it on defense. Liquid are a very good attacking team, and if they can get an early pick in this round, that might be curtains for MIBR.
I should have said 366 days since MIBR beat Team Liquid. It was a leap year in 2024. My fault.
You know what? I don't think people will forgive you for that mistake, Jesse.
Those leap years, they're tricky, Parker. You got to really watch out for those.
They just hop in there, don't they?
They really do. 1 every 4 years. It's crazy how that works. Right now, the Monty being stalled out a little bit here. Lagonas, we've talked about, is one of the best Monties in the entire world. Going to present a really difficult problem for MIBR, but the Goo Mines can slow down his progress. No, they can't. Gomez will be taken out, and those Goo Mines will no longer be generating. That leaves Yex alone here on the south side of the map, trying to battle against this pressure from Team Liquid, whose whole goal is to take control of course, rafters and break room and security. He is now without a teammate, and Team Liquid will start to move their way over towards office. That appears to be where this push will end up coming through. We see Lagonas walking his way up now. They are kind of leaving him alone, and a C4 actually does take down the Habana. That is the only hard breacher. If they haven't been able to do a lot of work on the office walls so far, that's actually a very impactful pick. And with still potential flanks coming through, this could be an opportunity for MIBR to grab a round back.
It's possible. It's been one of the best looks that they've had so far in this matchup, but it's been a matchup that hasn't been good looking for MIBR really at all. At this point, you got to take what you can get. The good news, the secret weapon of MIBR, Machina, is still up. So he, Rare, and Yex will have to hold the line against a Monty and then 3 fraggers of Team Liquid. You've got a C8 and R4C and the M4 as the guns backing up the Monty. That's pretty much the best lineup you could possibly hope for. The Monty will spearhead this offense as Lagonis walks in with the diffuser. Yex will rotate over. He thinks there's somebody top east, but from security. Oh my! A bit of a miss. Maya doesn't look in that direction. Yex finished off. Palu is there as well, and Nesk gets the final kill. This has been a quick one. Team Liquid 6-1. They guarantee themselves a point. And with that, even without the matchup ending, Team Liquid have retaken first place from E1 in the standings.
Lagonis, again, on the Monty we highlighted, he's actually played more rounds on shields this stage than off of shields. At the moment, he's played 52% of rounds on either Monty or Blitz, on attack, obviously. Coming into this game, and now he's 1 for 1 in this game, so that stat will only get higher. And again, he's just so good with that operator. One thing that he's mentioned in interviews before today was that he really likes using it for his IGL role, right? He is the leader of Team Liquid. He's the one to make those calls. And he has said in the past how he finds it difficult sometimes to concentrate both on calling for the team and winning his gunfights. That can be very mentally taxing. So being able to play the Monty so often, with the Monty being such a good operator right now, it kind of frees up his mind. He doesn't have to worry about, am I going to get swung from here? Am I going to die to this guy? Am I going to get shot in the head? Because he's got a big shield in front of him. And so that's really not a worry. He's very proficient with this operator. He'll 6-pick off of it now as the Brava comes out instead. But if you're a player in ranked who likes to play the Montane, and again, Monty's very good right now, watch Lagonis, because the way that he plays it and the way that he can command his team from that position is unmatched by almost any other player in the world.
It took Team Liquid some time back in stage 1 to warm up to Maya on this roster. They had Volps for a couple stages, and well, Liquid did not seem to reach the heights that they had hoped. Adding Maya has provided just another weapon that they can use. Liquid have set a brisk pace so far, entering through jail. Right now sitting in supply, looking all the way towards top metal. Nesk wants that pick onto Bullet, but he's not going to get it, at least not yet. All the while, the rest of Liquid circling around, Machina playing in this position, who's being harassed endlessly by drones. That was the same window that he died from, but now it's Machina to get the pick onto resets and now jiggle around the cabinet looking for a second tally to eliminate from Team Liquid. Palu is the last laugh in that engagement, not before Nesk dies to Bullet. So back to the advantage MIBR will go. A minute has elapsed here in this round. And as we saw from the position that Liquid took up down below inside of jail, Maya will continue his rampage through customs. All the while, MIBR will hunker down, not just in the bomb site, but also up top, as they have not relinquished control of the floor above the site.
Yeah, this is an awkward take now without that top floor control, and 2 smokes, that's it, to try to make this plant happen. Lagonis will toss out one of those smokes now, so they're not going to have it for the execute unless this is the execute. Maya's certainly deep in sight. MIBR are not phased by the fact that they do not hold the bomb site. Believe that smoke, just trying to bait somebody to make a return, bait someone to give up their position. This will be the real plant, with Maya covering and Lagonis going for the plant.
It's the MP7, the sounds through the ceiling. Cannot believe Liquid pulled that off, Jesse, with all these players from MIBR still up. And now they just have to catch them as they get back to the bomb site, or MIBR will lose this. Great play from Maya. Lagonis also plenty of munition. He and Maya have seen some damage be done to them, but they are firing back. MIBR are listless. Palu shreds through them, and Maya gets the knockout blow. Oh my God, a 7-1 for Team Liquid. That's got to be one of the fastest matches we have seen in Brazil up to this point. What a dominant performance for the Horsemen. They get all 3 points, and they sit alone atop the standings in their region.
They just make it look so easy. Even the rounds where MIBR should have every advantage in the world, somehow Liquid are consistently able to win. The number of thrown advantages that we saw in that game was absolutely ridiculous for MIBR. You cannot be allowing that to happen, even against one of the best teams in the entire world, who are playing some of the best Siege that they've ever played. That can't be happening. Team Liquid, huge congratulations to them. I'm sure they're going to be feeling really good. The words from Resets about how easy this game would be certainly seem like they rung true throughout that matchup.
And Liquid's march through the remainder of this stage is split 50-50. They have Fluxo up on Saturday, which should also be a win for Liquid based on what we've seen up to this point. Fluxo only has 4 points to their name. Liquid has 18 right now. So Liquid should be able to get an easy win, if not maybe easy, at least a win over them. Liquid will be greeted with FaZe Clan as the actual very final matchup of the group stages. We end the group stages with Liquid and FaZe, and that will be a matchup that has fireworks behind it, irrespective of what it means for the standings. These are consistently two of the best teams in Brazil, but with the way it's shaping up, Liquid and FaZe could actually be fighting for first overall at that point in the standings. We have to get there first, though, but Liquid have set themselves up really well. They clinched a spot in the playoffs just a couple days ago, and now they're in a position where it seems incredibly unlikely that they will finish worse than second place. That is an excellent spot to be in. It makes your pathway to Montreal a lot easier because you get favorable seeding and positioning in the playoffs, and I just cannot see, with the way that they've been playing, Team Liquid not making it to the next LAN. This pickup from Maya has been spectacular. It allows the team to play with confidence, and while we focus so much on Maya, the one name I always want to make people remember is Resets. He has been back in amazing form, and boy oh boy, does the addition of one player really help an existing player on your team. Resets has been as good as gold while the rest of the team does what they need to do, and Liquid at this current moment doesn't really have much of a weak link.
For the team, I'm sure they're going to not be getting ahead of themselves. The goal is make it to Montreal. But for their fans, I think the expectation has to be not just we're going to be at Montreal, we're going to be competing for the title. In the top 4, their last 2 LAN events that they've attended, they have been so consistent throughout this entire season since picking up their brand new player of Maya. They have looked absolutely untouchable, and they've just been getting better. For this team, the goal is no longer let's just make it to LAN, let's make top 8, let's make top 4. Winning the final major trophy will be the goal, and of course then trying to repeat that feat if they are so successful at the 6th Invitational. It's been a long time since Team Liquid have managed to win a big international tournament, and so now I know we always say it, but it really feels different this time. I don't know, Team Liquid, they're a threat for sure.
I thought Liquid had a really good shot in Manchester, but they just happened to run up against Beast Coast at that point, lost in the semis, then Beast Coast went on to defeat BDS in the grand finals. And honestly, a very surprising result, a team that very few people had even making it to the final 4 of that event, despite the fact that they were the best team in North America. But I mean, I wonder if Liquid had gone up against BDS in the finals, how that would have resulted. Would Liquid have prevailed, or would BDS have had the edge? Liquid will have another opportunity if they make it to Montreal to prove us all wrong, because it has been a long, long time since Team Liquid has won an international event. Let's get them there first, though. Liquid still has to close out the group stage, and then they have to make it through the playoffs. But before we get to that point, how about our analyst? How about our host? And how about an interview?
Well, thank you very much, Parker, there for throwing it back over here. We can take a quick look at this match here. I'll be honest, Fox, it was a lot more one-sided than I thought it was going to be, but maybe one of the great players from Team Liquid can give it an idea on just how they made it so one-sided. We have Nesk here for our interview. And there you are, Nesk. Good to see you again. Congratulations on your win. And you know, last week, MIBR got a big upset against E1, who are sitting at the top of the standings with you. What stopped the same thing from happening to you today?
We didn't play Blur for a few months. Maybe they playing the Manchester Major, so MIBR maybe they're not see what we can do in the map. So we have the disadvantages for us. Maybe the choose of the map make the advantage for us.
My mic may have been muted. Sorry. I'm glad you guys brought up Border, because statistically, you guys were the currently worst ranked team on Border. So now you guys obviously had a 7-1 amazing showing today. What does that process look like from going from the worst place team to fixing it to today?
Maybe we are not the same team at the start of the year. So we work hard, we talk to each other, and we know what we are capable of. And from border, we didn't play like a couple of months. Maybe the last streamed player in the Master Major against SSG. So MIBR maybe don't know what you're doing in the map. So maybe the choice of the map border today for us is make adventures.
So, you know, Intero said, you know, you guys got to get to the major, yet you still obviously have 2 group stage matches to go. Is your mind already on the playoffs over there in Team Liquid, or are you guys, you know, at all concerned about having to face down Fluxo and FaZe?
Statistically, we are in the playoffs, so we just need to keep going and keep working hard. So our mind is just setting for this, you know. We just keep working, and what can you do? We don't have the control of the future, you know, but you just work hard and play our game.
I love your attitude, Nesk. You're a gem. Thank you so much for your time and congratulations on your
Thank you,
win.
and sorry for my bad English, dude. I promise I'm getting better.
No, you're good.
Thank you.
You are. It's great. No, you're doing well.
Thank you.
Well, you know, Team Liquid here, Fox, you got to give them their flowers because they absolutely destroyed MIBR. I mean, it almost makes our job a little bit more difficult because I don't even really know what there is to say. It was every category of his entry. It was, you know, actual gun skill. It was outmaneuvering them. It didn't feel like there was a single thing that MIBR could do to get around Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid, I mean, you heard Nesk say it. Obviously, MIBR was not prepared in the maps, and they inevitably just lost it in the map pick by going to this map in the first place. Liquid has done so much preparation. They've actually just really impressed me today on how much better they got at border. And I think Jesse said it best. It's a map that you expect Liquid to bring a lot of new innovative stuff because they already qualified for playoffs. And we heard Nesk just say it too. They qualified for playoffs. So it's all about just testing out the waters, seeing what's new. You've made playoffs, so now you want to limit the information that other teams are getting from you and stay humble because you can still lose in playoffs and not even make it to the major, even if you are currently in the top 1 position. So obviously Nesk has been in these situations before. He just wants to be able to lead his team, take his team, and just actually qualify before they get ahead of themselves.
Yeah, as he said, you know, they don't know the future. He seemed pretty comfortable about the idea of the future, and he's also our MVP here. And I think, I mean, deservedly so. EPS of 160, you know, that entry 4-0 is kind of what I was talking about. It felt like there were so many rounds where sort of Nesk just slapped MIBR down early and put them in a position where they really couldn't recover.
Yeah, I mean, when you don't have any pressure on your guys' shoulders and you're just going there playing new map, having a good time, just trying to enjoy yourselves and test out the waters, obviously things can go this successfully well. And MIBR, I mean, you got to look at yourselves and question, you know, what went wrong. And fundamentally, when you lose 7-1, it's no individual one player's performance. It was a team loss. Obviously, they were just outclassed from Liquid, and it didn't even come down to the strategy aspect that much. They literally were just losing their ones all across the board. So unfortunately for them, it's just something that they have to take back and try to completely restructure how they want to play border, especially since a team that Liquid just goes to show, you know, you put a little bit more effort in redoing the maps and you can just run away and make a map that's a bad map into one of your better maps.
Yeah. I mean, it's really quite unfortunate for MIBR. I mean, it was close to a nightmare scenario for them here. If you look at the standings and the way things are for them, we were talking earlier here, you've got to get every point you can, especially when you're a bubble team. This effectively knocked MIBR out of the top 6. I mean, that's just the harsh truth of it, Fox. This was pretty much the worst outcome they could have had from this game, just on round differential alone.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're going to have, I believe, 2 more play days to still get a maximum of 6 points. And if they do, they can still bump up themselves into that playoff contention. But obviously, as those games dwindle down, we talked about Liquid not having the pressure and playing very fluidly. But when you have that pressure of if we don't make it, we end up losing, we end up falling out of playoffs, have to go through the LCQ, that's a whole big amount of pressure to now go into those next games with that you don't want to be in. Nobody wants to be in that position.
No, they certainly don't. I mean, we know that MIBR can play under pressure, but it's not ideal. Unfortunately, a rough day for them at the start of the Super Week here. Now we move on to our next big team, E1 versus FaZe, coming up to you right after this break.
A Smoke tá lá, olha o bullet chegando, ó. Olha o bullet chegando, foi marcado! eliminado. Astro conseguiu eliminar. O Gomes caiu. Rally derrubou. Mitrix pega mais uma. Astro parte pro plant desativador. Olha o Rally! Olha o Rally! Olha o Rally! Rally vai chegando, sorrateiro, na moralzinha, tá preso no rotate, ele vai passar com o seu Oryx, vem a bala, não, ele espera, não viu o pé. Marcou, espera, na calma. O Rally tem que jogar na boa agora. Vamos ver se ele consegue mais um clutch. O jogador vai tentando estreifar para buscar a informação dele. Rally consegue dar bala. Derruba o Lukid. Agora falta o Raps. Vamos ver o Rally. Subiu. Pra caçada. Meu Deus. O Raps tá de costas. Não é possível. O Rally espera. Ele estreifa. O Raps ouviu.
Que isso?
Olha o nome dele!
Que isso, Rally?
Inacreditável! Memorável do Rally! Joga demais! Um monstro! Uma lenda! Ele é demais! Ele é o Rally, é o capitão! Perez vem no avanço. Lobinho já consegue a primeira pra cima do Imps. Você tá acompanhando aqui a caçada pra cima do Lobinho. Ele tá spotado pelo Deimos. Mas quem levou a melhor foi ele. C4 lançada, espera. Vem pra cima, tentando a busca. Ai, não! No afã de caçar o inimigo, o Perez comete um crime capital, mas garante a eliminação na sequência.
Well, some lovely views of Sao Paulo there. The kind of views that help calm the nerves here. And they're going to need some nerve calming here among these Brazilian players as we jump into our next game. It's a bit of a powerhouse matchup, E1 versus FaZe. I'm Corbeck, alongside me is Fox as we get ready to take a look at this game. I'm probably underselling it by saying it's a powerhouse matchup. It is essentially the powerhouse matchup we can have here, Fox, that's not E1 versus Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the game of the day that we're all anticipating for. Everybody wants to see E1 versus FaZe, see how it goes. And obviously, FaZe is in a very interesting position right now where if they get a win out today, they can solidify themselves into playoffs and not have to worry about what games come forward. If they don't win today, they play against MIBR tomorrow, and that is a situation where they could also solidify themselves because the team that could pass them is MIBR. If they win out tomorrow and the day after, they would be able to pass FaZe and get themselves in the playoffs. So stakes are high for FaZe here. You want to be able to lock it out.
I mean, I think it's fair to say that, you know, stakes are probably a little bit high here for E1 as well. They lost their match against MIBR. You know, they showed that they could bleed, Fox. I mean, you see Basetto, you see Souls. These are great players. Basetto has been having a heck of a stage. I mean, all of E1 has. How worried do you think they are, though, coming off of that loss to MIBR?
I mean, I think you have to be stressed a little bit. Even though they did lose, they got into overtime. They're able to solidify their points. They do make it into playoffs. And I mean, we saw how Liquid just played with no pressure on their shoulders making it into playoffs. E1 is in a similar situation. There's no pressure for them to have to worry about it. So I'd expect them to play a lot better than we saw 2 days ago against MIBR, because they did not look that great against MIBR. It was a nail-biter 8-7 loss to MIBR, and they were really losing to Machina and the rest of the team. They were just constantly losing the opening engagements, getting slayed out. When you play against a team like FaZe, FaZe is so methodical. They won't even give you the opportunity to get those kills back into the game. So one little hiccup from E1 could cost them round after round.
Yeah, and I think the biggest story probably of that loss that E1 had was Flastry just sort of disappeared, right? Because Flastry has been such a standout player, and then he hits MIBR, and he's, you know, -6 on his KD, the lowest cost to the lobby. It's a kind of a disaster of a game for him. I mean, he really needs to bounce back here today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's definitely needed. But against a team like FaZe, I mean, FaZe is one of the teams that time and time again, I will say, they are a very slow and methodical team. It's a team comprised of mostly slower supportive players. Obviously, they do have Cyber, who's able to go out of his way, be that headhunter for FaZe that they so desperately need. But when you compare Flastry up against the roster of FaZe, they, like I said, they won't give him those opening kills. They won't give him those engagements. They will wait and stall them out and play that methodical game. I mean, that's why FaZe is currently the #1 ranked team on defense. They are just that good at stalling these aggressive attacking teams out that they just don't give the enemy teams a leg into the game, a leg into the map.
Yeah, and you know, obviously we highlighted Souls here, but the whole team has depth. This is another roster here in Brazil with just a lot of talent. It's oozing out of its pores. I mean, you get Handy, KDS. These stats are, by the way, a combination of stage 1 and 2. That way they might look a little bit inflated, but still, it doesn't change the fact here, Fox, that this is an extremely talented team with a lot of players to draw on. And it does make me worry a little bit for E1, just because I feel like the FaZe name, the FaZe team is well solidified. I mean, look at that. 73% win rate on defense. They clear other teams by a significant margin.
Absolutely, and especially in the current meta where defense is king, if you get an unfortunate map where you're not able to get an aggressive map like a border, like a clubhouse, like a chalet, you get one of those defensive starter maps, and FaZe is able to accumulate their attacking rounds. They know all they need is 1-2 rounds on attack, and once they get to that defense, they are able to close it out because they are so clinical at shutting down the aggressive entries from the rest of the teams in Brazil.
But, you know, the interesting thing, I hate to say, you know, immovable object, unstoppable force, E1 is the strongest attacking team here in Brazil. So that's something that is really going to test this FaZe Clan defense. Do they have it? You know, is this 73 for real? You're going to go up against a team that could very much pick that defense apart. They know how to do it. I mean, percentage is a bit off here, Fox, right? At 52 versus a 73, but still 52% is not a bad achievement in a defensive heavy meta, as you said.
Not at all. And if you look too, FaZe is also third in the attacking lineup. So they just really are the most well-rounded team currently, in my opinion. I feel like they're able to really encapsulate the aggressive playstyle from Brazil, but also keep in mind what the objectives and the goal of the rounds to be able to successfully close out these maps. So I think the biggest thing that you mentioned is, yeah, unstoppable force, immovable object. It will be a masterclass to watch E1's attack versus FaZe's defense. Hopefully we get to see those sides start out, but it all comes down to the maps, because like I said, if it gets to one of those maps, a bank, you know, something, a Nighthaven Labs, a Lair, something that's very big, I mean, FaZe is going to be able to run away with it, in my opinion.
Yeah, map choice is going to be huge here, and as we go ahead to our map, you know, we're looking for a selection that is going to give probably a defensive or attacking advantage, right? These are the best teams in their respective categories. They're looking for it, and is it going to be Lair, Fox? The old third Lair, the third one that we've seen.
That is actually crazy to see Lair come out, and I mean, you can see what we were just saying in FaZe's map bans. They get rid of Chalet, Skyscraper, Border, Console, all those attack aggressive maps, and then E1's getting rid of the huge maps, and they leave Lair up, which is a game that can absolutely be beautiful between both these teams. I mean, you can see E1 is the best team on Lair currently. Lair has only been played twice so far in Brazil, and you know, I'm excited to watch more of it. And I really do think FaZe, I know the statistics says E1 is the best of the top performing team, but I'm excited to see FaZe play some more Lair.
Well, FaZe may certainly have an advantage here on the Lair defense, but first we've got to give our casters a chance to talk about these two teams. So without any further ado, let's go to the third Lair ever and the best casting duo for it, Intero and Jesse.
Well, thank you very much, Corbeck, and it's our first time actually getting to cast Lair. We have escaped the clutches of the newest and largest Rainbow Six map for quite some time here, Jesse, and we are going to be put to the test because I got to learn Nighthaven Labs by casting it in Brazil, which means that the compass won't help you. Everything's in Portuguese. You just got to go through and hope to God you know the actual map. So let's get into this. What are your thoughts on the map before we actually talk about these teams? Because I'm sure you've got some stats handy to discuss Lair.
Well, Parker, I've been waiting to cast Lair since the stage started. It's like every other casting duo gets to cast Lair except for you and I. So I'm excited. I can't wait to jump into it. I think Lair is a really interesting map. I think a lot of the bomb sites have been somewhat attacker-sided. I think as the map still gets figured out, it has been defender-sided. We've seen a lot of teams kind of struggle to clear through the top floors, clear the roamers. It's a big map, as you mentioned. But I think when looking at the bomb sites from a theory perspective, and when you're seeing the top teams play it, especially teams that have played it multiple times, it does start to look a little bit more attacker-sided. So it really is going to come down to how familiar these two squads are with the map. Thankfully, we've got the only two Brazilian teams who have one Lair playing the map for us today. So today we will kind of get to figure out who really is the best Lair team in all of Brazil. As Foxay pointed out, it's been played twice throughout this stage. FaZe won it once, E1 won it once. We are set up for what should be the best possible game on Lair that Brazil can provide.
Oh, my. A map that I actually don't have a ton of experience with in-game either, because when I try to play it, it gets banned. Because Rainbow Six players don't like to try new stuff. But of all the maps for these two teams to do battle on, Lair is a fascinating one. As the numbers showed, E1 will have a small advantage based on their experience, which doesn't really bode well for FaZe Clan now, does it? FaZe Clan is on the outside of the top two, looking in. They sit in third place, And E1 just lost first overall in the region to Team Liquid. With that said, Lair awaits us. FaZe Clan versus E1 up now.
O confronto contra o FaZe é sempre um confronto difícil, eles costumam jogar muito bem, principalmente no Brasileirão, né? A gente acabou perdendo para eles na Supercopa do Brasil agora, foi um jogo bem disputado assim, e bem jogado por ambos os times. Se chegar no BR6 aí não vai dar para eles.
O confronto contra E1 eu vejo um confronto pouco tranquilo, pode ter alguma complicação ou outra, depende muito do que o mapa que vai cair, o que eles vão vir preparando, e a gente sabe muito bem lidar também contra eles, então acho que vai ser um confronto até que tranquilo.
Acho que tem que ficar de olho no Cyber, ele muda muito o game quando ele tá bem, ele pega kills muito impactantes assim e acaba quebrando total a ideia de jogo que a gente tá tendo.
Acredito que seja o Live, que ele vem jogando muito bem, é um cara muito experiente. Atualmente acredito que ele vem sendo o principal destaque lá e acho que tem que ficar de olho.
Mandar um recadinho pro Vita aí, ô Vita, não adianta ficar puxando montanha que vocês vão perder de qualquer forma, então pode ficar tranquilo aí e jogar do que você quiser.
Bom, não tem muita farpa para fazer pré-1, eles nunca ganharam da gente e não vai ser agora que eles vão ganhar.
Well, you heard it there from the teams themselves, and an awful lot on the line just based on the standings. Team Liquid demolished MIBR in the matchup that preceded this. It was a 7-1 rout for Team Liquid, which puts E1 in a spot where if they lose to FaZe Clan in regulation, the team that started the day in first overall could fall all the way down to third. FaZe Clan are eager to get into the top two, and they have an opportunity to do just that. E1 will want to regain their place at the top of Brazil and prove they are the best of the bunch. Either way, if FaZe Clan can even secure 1 point today, it will put the top three in a position where it becomes a serious challenge for the rest of the teams to reach them, as W7M would then sit 3 full points back of FaZe, and Vivo Keydstars would be 4 back, meaning a win and then a point for VKS to approach the top 2. We are approaching the end of the group stages, Jesse, so you are running out of time to get points, and pretty soon we're going to see these teams start to lock in their positions. The only teams locked in currently are Team Liquid and E1, guaranteed to finish in the top 6, and Black Dragons guaranteed to finish outside of the top 6. What are your expectations for the matchup? And if you had to pick a winner, who would you pick?
Well, Parker, you know me. I go by the numbers typically, and history seems to suggest that FaZe Clan will be locking down a playoff spot today. They have played E1 4 times in organization history, and they have never lost. So you've got to imagine this is a game they're going to be feeling pretty comfortable with, but this E1 also looks better than they ever have before. We've got operator bans underway. I'm expecting a Ying, Dokkaebi, Azami, Kaid. This is kind of a tricky operator ban to predict because both E1 and FaZe, when they played this previously, banned the exact same operators. Both teams chose to ban Ying and Azami. So for the first ban, I'm expecting E1 to stay the course, but they will take out the Montaigne. In the interview, Basetto says, Vidiking, you may as well just not play the Monty. You're going to lose anyways, and he'll make sure that that does get locked out. The Monty will go, which is a bit of a surprise because E1 themselves do play quite a bit of Montaigne. Basetto is pretty good with that operator. So in any case, they'll respect it from Vidiking, taking it out. FaZe Clan will then choose to ban the Ying instead, and they'll ban the Castle. Okay, that's an operator that E1 were playing quite a bit throughout their victory over NIP when they played Lair last week. So makes sense to take that off of the board. And then could it be an Azami? That would be what E1 banned last time. It'll be a Valkyrie instead, one of FaZe Clan's favorite operators. So certainly makes sense. Some mind games already being played in these operator bans. Only one ban consistent with how these teams banned previously, leaving Azami up for the first time in Brazil on Lair.
Azami is the most banned defender, sitting at 17 bans through all matches up to this point. Monty is in the same position with 17 bans, but now will sit at 18, so a big clear divide between these two. The two most banned attackers and not the two most banned defenders, though Valkyrie will now jump up to sole possession of the second most banned defender after Valkyrie. And if there's any region that knows how to use this operator, well, it's Brazil. Valkyrie has always been a standout for all of these teams, not just used for intel, but also used for flanks, roams, and for fragging. Because as many people know, that MPX might not do a lot of damage, but it's a pea shooter at distance. The thing's so consistent. It's low recoil, headshot machine, excellent gun, and excellent overall operator. Let's get started with our very first Lair. And you see Deimos's mask, by the way, on the wall. This was lore-wise based off of Deimos. The one thing that this map has that's a bit different from others is it's quite a long run from spawn to actually get to the map itself.
Yeah. Yeah, it means that the initial action can come out somewhat late into the round oftentimes, not dissimilar to how Cafe sometimes plays through. But if Perez wants to go for a bit of a spawn peek outside of the operations door, then that could certainly speed things up. He wants it, Parker. He wants to go for this play. He's waiting for a sound cue. He's got to be careful. If somebody gets on the window that's behind him, it could be an awkward spot. And SDK is on a drone right now. You just saw it on his screen. He's so concerned about the bottom of the staircase. He rotates down now. Very cautious on the side of FaZe Clan as they force SDK to rotate down to the basement. They are not out of danger yet on the side of E1.
No, not one bit. Lots of drone work to be done, as this is, as far as I am aware, it is the biggest map in the map pool, and there are tons and tons of tiny rooms that you have to navigate through. First bit of action is going to come from Flastry. He doesn't actually do any damage himself. Maybe, hold on a second. Cyber has to stop for a moment, get rid of the goo mine, and the first pick will come to STK, as KDS is no more. And in terms of soft destruction, Buck can get some serious value on this map, depending on where the bomb site is. More drone work now to be done, as you can see. The regular rotates between the two sites, and that rotate, not plugged, but the doorway is stopped by Live's Kiba barrier. A late rotate, or a late reinforcement rather, will come in, and Souls actually misses an opportunity to punish E1.
Fair to say FaZe Clan have not gotten what they wanted out of this early game. They are still stuck behind Kibas. They don't have control of operations. They're looking to push into R6 room most likely for the execute, but Live existing here inside a display is going to make that very difficult. They cannot get the single wall open inside a mask because of bandit batteries as well. The storage wall is closed thanks to some bandit batteries. Souls will work on that, and that'll prop that entry from Cyber, but he can't find a head, and with those goo mines, he just barely makes it back around the corner with his life intact.
E1 are just sitting pretty at the moment. This FaZe Clan needs something to happen, being down on players. One of the fire bolts from Cyber will go as they look for an opening towards the bomb site. Back and forth. Look at this. FaZe doesn't really know what to do at this point. They're in danger of stalling out. E1 scramble off of their position. Cyber's gun hits its marks onto Basetto as Flastry finishes the damage that had been done early on. But FaZe Clan commandeering the kill feed. Live with the sidearm to keep numbers even. Souls reduces E1 to just Live, who in this position eliminates Souls, leaving Cyber to get the diffuser down, and he will be past the point of no return as Live rushes up and gets Cyber, denying the plant, and E1, despite the scramble in those final 15 seconds, wins the round.
Live, yet another clutch, as he has done so many times throughout this stage. That will be his 5th clutch in just stage 2 alone. I believe that ties him for the most clutches inside of Brazil. A nice little 1v1 that he wins based solely off of time. Of course, had to play very well over by Display to stop Handy, who was rampaging in through the window. Usually with Handy, he gets 2 there, but just couldn't quite find the final kill onto Live. Instead, it'll be Live who locks down that 3K and closes out the first defense for E1. Really just felt like they didn't get enough going on that early round. You know, oftentimes at the start of that, you want to be able to take full control of bottom floor cleanly. They didn't do that. They lost a body to STK. They maybe want to take control of operations. That didn't happen. Nobody was mezzanine. You know, it was really just a push that was focused all on our 6 room, and that's okay. But that just made it very frag heavy, and with a of course, an Azami, there it is, back by Display. That just made it very difficult to make their way in. So, good try from FaZe Clan, but they're going to need to do a little bit better on that early game. Again, the drones is so difficult. It's very tough to drone people out on this map just because it is so large. Those opening picks often do favor the defense.
Nothing really weird about these lineups that we see at the moment, but I imagine as more and more teams get the game day reps on this map, it will take some time for the meta to properly shake out. If you look at the operator lineups so far from the attackers, it is completely different from what you saw the first time. Very first lineup, Capitao, Recruit, Buck, Ash, and Ace. Now you've got a Ram, Jackal, Sledge, Hibana, and Lion, completely separate from what was brought. The same can't really be said from the defenders, by the way. They're going to bring a very similar lineup with many of the operators still the same. But hey, the man who saved the round for E1, as he took out Cyber, he's the first to die as Cyber gets his revenge and punishes live for FaZe to get the first kill. But STK answers right back.
Yeah, STK's been great with these opening picks. Second time, not technically an opening pick this round, but the second time he's gotten the first kill for his team here on Lair. Still a lot of map control being held by E1 as well. I mean, you've got a couple players in KDS's top floor, and Cyber's rotated his way in through the main floor as well and through bunks. So a lot of this map still needs to be cleared with the time starting to come down a little bit. Of course, there's a lot to do when there's such a heavy roam clear. With Handy dying on the Jackal as well, I do worry for what they're going to be able to get done. Finding these players may prove to be a huge challenge, as their positions are all going to get spotted out by these bulletproof cameras, and the gunfights not favor them either. STK, a good kill onto Cyber.
And immediately, Flastry will try to take a position nearby as he and Perez scramble away from FaZe's advance. Pacetto, what are you doing? This basement bomb site working out so effectively for E1 at this point. It's Souls as the last one standing. He's got that first floor under control, and as long as nobody from E1 rotates, he can have direct gunfights before actually advancing onto this basement site. They'll go for the drop, but you can see the silhouettes, one above, one retaking, and E1's last player in the actual site will seal things off, and that's round 2 in the books for E1. Lair looking mighty good for the defenders.
I don't blame FaZe Clan for wanting to roam clear there. You know, if you can successfully roam clear and you get full control of those top 2 floors, it's very easy to set up and execute onto that bomb site, because basically the entirety of the ceiling of the basement is soft. You can rip it to pieces. They had that ram. They can really do a lot of work from up above. The problem is they just didn't succeed in actually getting that control, at least not without losing a lot of bodies. STK proving to be too much. They never traded STK. They lost their Jackal immediately. The Lion didn't seem to be too much help in terms of getting those kills. Perhaps a Dokkaebi, a Deimos, these types of operators could have helped them out in terms of clearing that top floor. Of course, all of it is available, and we didn't see any of that coming through from FaZe Clan. The other option when the defense are roaming on the basement is simply to rush. I mean, pushing in through garage can be very, very powerful as an attacking team. Typically, it's pretty simple to isolate some of those defenders since the bomb site and the map above it is so big. But again, when they're popping off like SDK is, that's much easier said than done. So with top floor and basement both being won by the defense, we'll now head to the mid floor site. And a lot of teams I've talked to have actually said that this middle floor site of bunks and briefing is actually more defender sided than even the basement can be.
Oh, with all maps, they'll try to take control of that top floor first. So I imagine that's where FaZe Clan's entry will come. A number of staircases, all named after colors on this map, that need to be controlled and held. Main stairs, blue stairs, green stairs, yellow stairs, all the different colors of stairs that will need to be watched. But when we talked about the amount of rooms, it's really exacerbated on that middle floor, because if you want to go through that main stairs area and cut through lobby, well, then you've got to go through medical hall. You've got blue hall, which then leads to blue stairs. The next thing you know, oh my God, I'm turned around. You got to run back, and now you're in armory. You've gone through 5 rooms in the span of 6 seconds at that point. And it can be very challenging, as you pointed out, just to clear as an attacker. STK, who might have been the focus of the pre-show before this match, has turned things around so far and has yet another strong start to a round, as it's Vita King removed from action, and that means there's no hard breach remaining on the side of FaZe Clan with half of the round to go. That's damning.
Yeah, great start again for E1. It feels like these opening picks, these opening duels just eluding FaZe in every single round. Still firm control of the top floor. You see 4 players dedicating their lives to holding up above. That's how important it is on this bomb site. Cyber trying to lurk his way in and find one of these picks. They've got some grim intel here coming through, but the beepers reveal Cyber's position, and his teammate Souls goes down as well. Can he get a trade, find anything up at the top floor? It doesn't look like it. The crossfires are just too good for E1, and that leaves KDS and Handy alone inside a sight, close to sight, I should say, but not quite in an advantageous position. A good shot from KDS will equalize.
And it's STK suddenly all alone. He needs to retrieve Perez, just as FaZe Clan will need to retrieve the diffuser. Beautiful shot from STK. So long, KDS. Perez will be finished off by Handy. I don't know how much of his life was left either way. Handy is 40 seconds. Grab this diffuser. I don't think he's aware of STK's position on this soft wall. He has no idea, Jesse. Very limited intel. STK closes out the round. A dominant performance so far from E1. They're up 3-0. Oh! And the curtsy. The gesture towards FaZe Clan just to get under their skin. There's the timeout from FaZe, as I had speculated might come in, at least my own head. This is a rough start from FaZe Clan. You can see the scores on your screen. 10 kills over 3 rounds. It's not going to get the job done. Vidiking also very ineffective so far. He's died early in 2 of the 3 rounds. And if you're not getting kills and you're not living long enough to have your gadgetry provide value, then your team is in even worse shape.
STK, a little respect being shown as he wins the 1v1 over Handy. STK and Handy teamed together back in 2022 on Furia, where they finished most notably top 8 at the Berlin Major, amongst other tournaments. So a little bit of showmanship going on. Of course, these two teams very familiar with one another. There's a little bit of crossover between the players and some history there, but in Brazil, it does feel like everyone kind of knows everyone. So always fun to see the interactions here on land. The tactical timeout is certainly needed because FaZe Clan, while newer maps tend to be defender-sided, and Lair is no exception, they're getting bodied in these early rounds. It is often STK, not always, but often it is STK who is finding picks solo isolated out around the map. FaZe Clan need to find a way to shut this guy down, whether that's going to be logic bombs to come out, whether that's going to be better droning, whether that's more use of the Jackal. I'm not sure what they want to utilize, but some of these operators need to start being pulled out because STK has felt invincible in a lot of these early rounds. You immediately see him on the top floor. What's he doing? He's roaming all the way towards the bottom. So you've got to be able to isolate this player, find him out before he deals too much damage because he's been a huge thorn in the side of FaZe Clan. And honestly, looking at this operator lineup, they haven't brought many good tools to deal with him.
I mean, at this point, you've got to keep your head in the game and just honestly wait for the second half. Numbers-wise, for Lair, however, the 22 rounds prior to the start of this matchup, 8 rounds going in favor of the attackers and 14 for the defenders. It's not the most lopsided of all of the maps. There are maps that are more defender-sided, but these are very grim numbers that the attackers have to deal with. Admittedly, Lair is the 3rd least played map at this point, with Cafe and Consulate the only 2 below it. And would you believe that while Consulate is attacker favorite, Cafe is technically even more defender-sided, but again, there's only been 14 rounds played. So more data is always good, Jesse. I know you're a numbers guy. I'm sure you will appreciate that.
Of course.
Thank you. I mean, it wasn't a real question. It was just, you know, how it goes live. Eliminating Handy and Flastry, guns down Souls. I am very curious as to why FaZe Clan opted to take E1 to this map. If E1 prevails, I'd like to hear if they were surprised that FaZe decided to do this. Handy and Souls gone's not good, but the good news is Vidiking is still very alive. You still got one hard breacher on the board to open things up onto the bomb site after E1 had just completed a full rotation, and I think that's the exact same close-up of a rotate. Yeah, it is. FaZe were just a little bit too slow to punish E1 on that.
Another round, another early round going the way of E1. Again, FaZe Clan in a disadvantaged situation that they're going to have to battle back from. I don't know that this is going to be any easier than the last 3 times they were in this situation. Good drones inside the site and the ability to breach without a bandit this time onto the server wall. They're also aware of SDK's position down to the basement, but SDK doesn't have to push. He can bait this whole round. There's still 60 seconds on the clock. Looks like he will find a gunfight, but KDS, don't look away now. They do exchange some shots, and now SDK knows he's being hunted. If this gunfight goes the way of E1, you got to imagine the game might be done. They do collapse on him. Now there's only 45 seconds with a one-man disadvantage to execute onto the site.
Up green stairs they go. Cyber will pull out that crossbow as you've got those flames, you've got those smokes. It will aid you to get into the bomb site, and Vidaking finds his very first kill. FaZe Clan have a round going for them at this point. KDS is still outside of the building, but close enough on the window to the bomb site where he can look in longingly. Live is prepared for this vault in. And there goes a flash, which will push him off of this position. It might have blinded Live, but FaZe Clan still need to take up this ground. Vidaking at the halfway point getting the diffuser down. He has to peel off as he's lost one of his teammates. KDS dies too. Vidaking now finds 1 kill with 2 seconds left. And it won't happen. Live simply lives to the very end of the round. Timeout or no timeout. It doesn't fix things for FaZe Clan. E1 4-0, Jesse.
I'm sorry. I think there probably was a tech issue in that round. I think they accidentally just replayed round 1. They must have replayed the VOD of it. That was the exact same round. Obviously the same bomb site, but it's another early round advantage for E1 where they get a big man advantage. I liked the FaZe Clan were able to isolate SDK and take him out. I thought, okay, maybe now that you finally shut down the biggest problem on E1, you can get an execute off. But again, what happens? Live is sitting inside a server. He hits himself into a 1v1, and the attacking player, the last guy left on FaZe, is in an impossible position where they don't have time to plant and they don't have time to run in and get the kill. The clock does elude them. It's frustrating that FaZe Clan refused to bring any of these operators that might help them in some of the opening gunfights. We're not seeing a Dokkaebi being brought out. We're not seeing a Deimos being brought out. Again and again, it just feels like FaZe Clan are relying solely on drones to give them the advantage in the early round. And yeah, maybe they're finding off-site roamers. Maybe that's going a little bit better for them since the tactical timeout. But the opening gunfights still just feel like we're walking around a corner and taking a 1. There's no flashes being utilized to try to get us the advantage. There's no dope calls. There's no pings coming out at all. It feels very, very lost for FaZe Clan on a lot of these attacks. Every single time they put themselves in a massive man disadvantage. And especially on a brand new map like Lair, that's just never going to be setting yourself up for success.
E1 has won a defense on every single floor at this point, and they might have just set themselves up to win a 5th in a row. STK has been spectacular. And Cyber, the same cannot be said for him and the rest of FaZe Clan. Vidaking's numbers will look significantly better as he had 0 kills before the previous round, but all of his kills were impactless, and oh my, Flastry misplays the entry from Souls downstairs. Down goes Basetto. Suddenly, FaZe Clan, Jesse, actually have things going for them. This is one of the best looks that they've had so far all game.
Yeah, I'm going to call Flastry's position there a little bit bold, a little bit over ego, maybe even a little bit disrespectful. Playing inside of range is a really tough spot to exist in, and even with a shotgun, that is rarely going to work out for defenders. Couldn't get one, so you do have a man advantage now. You're right. There are still roamers that you're worried about. SDK up here, of course, his position is known. Finally able to shoot that Banshee. Live will take down Souls in the meantime, so this man advantage has dissipated. Still with 2 players up above. It's only Perez down inside of the site, but he's holding them off. That's just allowing extra time, extra room for SDK and Live to exist up on this top floor and be a huge nuisance for FaZe Clan. They've got to make the decision. Do they hit site or do they roam clear? And it looks like they're going for the former.
B bomb site right now within view of Perez as he's not technically in sight, but holding close enough by. And he gets handy, not looking in the right direction. KDS is putting up quite a nice round for himself, and they'll need even more out of him, as it's just KDS and Vidaking remaining for FaZe Clan. Make that just KDS. He has 2 kills so far in this round. A quad kill is needed for FaZe Clan to persevere. If not, SDK would have started this domino. And he flicks the last domino down in that round as well. What a tremendous performance by STK and honestly all of E1. 5-0. FaZe Clan have absolutely nothing going for them at the moment.
What's even crazier is STK is having this ridiculous performance while IGLing the team. He is literally team captain and primary fragger for E1 in this game. He's always been good all stage. He's had a positive KD. He's been solid. He has not had a game where he has popped off this hard though. 8-2 at the moment. Typically, it's Flashtree who is getting the lion's share of the kill for E1. He's typically been their big fragger. He's been the best player in all of Brazil. He's gone a little bit quiet here, 2-5. I wonder if FaZe Clan have come into this game saying, guys, we got to shut down Flashtree. Flashtree's the biggest problem. They managed to do that here on a brand new map, but against STK and Live as well, who really does deserve just as much credit, have just been absolutely dominating here on the defensive half. Again, on that last round, FaZe Clan not able to trade out their gunfights where they do lose them, not able to collapse in despite the man advantage on the site with 2 roamers up above. It's the same story time and time again, and we will go back to the same old bomb site for the second time here. Bunks and Briefing. E1 are looking to get a perfect half against what many would call one of the best teams in all of the world.
E1 really taking that loss in Manchester in stride, making some roster moves, upgrading the team. And honestly, as we've said before, none of the 5 players on E1 really stand out the way that certain other players have before. For example, Hates getting picked up. At one point, he was a player that was being eyed by the top teams. You know, E1, where are they? Where are their star players? They got rid of Emps, they got rid of Arthur, and you thought, okay, maybe they don't evolve as a squad. And yet everybody does their job so well. It is a very even team, and it reminds me an awful lot of the genesis of W7M, when the 5 players originally on that W7M roster were largely unknown and were not on the radar of many teams in the region. And yet suddenly the whole team starts dominating together. And next thing you know, they're all household names. E1 could be cut from that same cloth. It's kind of dumbfounded a lot of people who watch because, yeah, while E1 was fine in the very first stage, all of their wins came against teams below them in the standings. Well, right now, the same could be said for E1 because every team is below them in the standings. Halfway point of the round, Jesse. Perez in Deimos's boardroom. Underwatch. Under fire, but still surviving.
FaZe Clan with the same challenge they've had in every other round. Find that opening pick, get a man advantage, and KDS will deliver. Flashtree goes down. Are there any trades? Are there any more kills to come on following that? Seems like not right off the bat. STK playing here in display. There's the swing from Grim, but it doesn't go forward. Live manages to shut that down. One more is jumping inside of the bathroom. Watch out for this. Of course, Live only on 7 HP. Any bullet will take him out, and this should be a kill. If they know he's prone, they find that frag. Now it's another man advantage for FaZe Clan. They've just got to find these last 2 players. Perez and Veto down to the basement as one more kill goes down each side. 45 seconds and very little HP. How do they lock this down?
The hatch control is what's most important for FaZe Clan because the stairs would be a death trap. Littered with goo mines and a shotgun in the hands of Perez means that E1 could easily hang on. The advantage for FaZe Clan right now is only a single player. Vidaking will patrol one of the hatches. Green stairs, there goes a drone. That's the area being watched by Perez. As up above, those small kill holes. Right now, FaZe Clan are looking longingly through them, but you're running out of time. Now Vidaking, inside of the bomb site, has a window of opportunity. Veto dies because the coverage from FaZe Clan is so good upstairs. It's Perez on 9 HP, looking to head back into the site. He's let all the FaZe Clan players slip through his finger. Down goes Vidaking, and immediately Perez turns and looks towards those kill holes. Another one could be had, but Cyber has the cross, and finally FaZe Clan is on the board. A 5-1 for E1, though, they will definitely take that, and they are in excellent shape to close out this match.
Certainly they are going to be feeling good. It felt like that was the first time where we saw FaZe actually able to have full top floor control. They had the entirety of the top floor. They had a man advantage. And Perez and Veto, I don't love the way they played that 2v3. They had nobody really in a position to deny that plant. That's okay. if you flank up to the top floor. You kind of have two choices in that 2v3. You can flank together and try to retake top while that plant's going down. Then you're basically fighting a 2v2 top floor. Some of the attackers might be preoccupied looking towards the floorboards rather than horizontal. If you can sneak past the drones, that could be great. Your other option is to try to exist down in that bottom site, try to dodge out those vertical angles and deny the plants. I think they tried to go for that secondary option, but unfortunately just didn't get anywhere near Vidiking, who's putting the fuse kit on the ground. So well played by FaZe. They do get one. Will one be enough? We've had plenty of games in Brazil so far and throughout the Rainbow Six universe where 1 round and a half can be enough. We've seen crazier comebacks, but they've certainly not made it easy on themselves. On the newest map in the Rainbow Six pool, they only have 1 real mistake that they can afford to make, and 0 if they want the regulation win.
Yeah, the standings are where we are now turning our focus, because this matchup has been very good for E1 and has been enjoyable to watch as they still see teams troubleshoot this map in real time. But FaZe Clan have an opportunity to shake up the top 2. Team Liquid and E1 have had their names etched in first and second for most of this stage, and right now they are still in that position. FaZe Clan's only chance of making it into the top 2 is in that second place spot, and that would need a regulation victory. E1 just need a single more round, and at that point they go up to 16 points. FaZe Clan, no matter what, cannot catch them, at least not until the next Playday. It would also have some reverberations farther down the standings, because the one team that started off today, Furia, was the squad that really needs the middle pack teams to do poorly in order for Furia to have a shot of staying in the top 6 and fighting for a spot in Montreal through the playoffs. FaZe Clan obviously won an easier fight, and they need to finish top 2 to accomplish that. But with the way Liquid and E1 have played, it's far from certain. And as we noted in the Team Liquid game that just happened, Liquid and FaZe Clan are the very final matchup of the group stages, happening, I believe, on Sunday, and it will be the final match of the day. And it might actually determine which of those 2 teams finish in the top 2 or even first overall. But it's not obviously inspiring for FaZe Clan that they've struggled so much against E1, and I really do think this map choice is the culprit.
Well, this second half hasn't started that great for E1. They were hunting down the endangered species of Cyber's era, but just escaped their grasps. They have a lot of drones around the map, but can they actually spot him out? The timing on that drone was horrendous. They actually might have missed drone Cyber here. I don't think they know where he's at. They've been searching for him all round long, and he's going to hear those skeleton key shots coming out from down below the site, working to try to find those bandit batteries, and there he goes. Cyber pouncing onto Live, takes him out. That threat on the bottom floor was always there, and E1 knew of it, but they couldn't shut it down. Now they've got to execute with a massive man disadvantage.
Souls almost keeping numbers in favor of FaZe Clan. Basetto is just in the sight, by the way, getting the diffuser down. 1 pick for Handy onto Perez, and now Handy will look for a second in very quick order. Basetto has to peel off the diffuse plant, and a bit of a sloppiness from Flastry. This has been a terrible game for Flastry. He has been a poor performing player from E1, and there are times where he just looks out of his depth. Match point will be denied for at least 1 more round as FaZe Clan find themselves successful on the defender side. And so far, only a single round has been won by the attackers. E1 will need to change that stat line in order to win this match.
No, I was pretty critical of FaZe Clan's inability to find an advantage early here on Lair, but maybe it's just very, very difficult, even for the best Lair teams in the world. E1 doing their best to hunt down Cyber there. They spent a good, probably 2 minutes droning, using Dokkaebi logic bombs, doing everything they could to hunt him down. He escapes through the basement. They don't know where he goes. He walks back up yellow. He finds the opening pick. Then from that point forward, I don't think the pressure from E1 was too bad. You know, I think E1 had some good space opening up the outside breach, getting a really strong plant spot in by the mask wall. They had everything set up to go for what they needed, but the gunfights just did not favor them. Of course, without that man count advantage, they did not have the ability to trade out and simply win inside the site. So opening picks have been extremely important to telling us who will win every single round thus far. And as we move to the basement, Parker, we see an operator that was already brought once in North America on this site. It was Newers who utilized Scopo so expertly on this bomb site, and Souls will try to do his best to repeat that success.
You just said in the matchup that What was it? Was it the matchup that we saw earlier today, the Furia matchup, where you said is the Furia Black Dragons the best Skobos play that you have ever seen, and it was Ask getting the job done? Souls is one of the best players in the world. Can he replicate that same success on that operator? That will be the question. For those unfamiliar with the newest operator added to the game, well, it's actually technically 2 robots controlled by 1 operator who's not actually on the battlefield. But the 2 robots function independently. 1 robot turns into a shield with a camera when not in use. The other is your active player, quote unquote, and you can swap between the 2. You talked about that Newers using that operator. Well, you can stash 1 upstairs or away from where it might get droned out and then later switch to it and use it for a quick flank. I will be fascinated to see how Souls uses the 2 new robots from the Greek operator.
Of course, going to be trying to pull this game even closer back than it has been so far. Souls KDS roaming top floor, Cyber roaming on the main floor, Handy and Vidaking in the basement. A 2-1-2 roam setup, but they're just hitting the site. It looks like STK is in. He's found Handy, and that leaves only Vidaking alive on site to stop this rush.
What's going on here for FaZe Clan? Now logic bombs are going off, no mute jammers to be found, so they'll have to silence those phones, meaning even more information for E1 for the time being. Flastry will hunt down Cyber as the duel begins between the 2 of them. Vidaking, the very first kill for FaZe Clan. He's rewarded by an early death from STK. Souls on that Skopos, eliminating Flastry. STK getting Diffuser down with 2 players from E1 still up. Cyber and Souls will have to clutch this one out. They don't seem aware that they've lost control of the site. Cyber destroyed as he attempts to get on in. Now it's Souls as the last one standing. E1 looking to shove a dagger through the hearts of FaZe's shot at the top 2. Which player from E1 will accomplish it? Timer still running as the diffuser ticks away, and it's Perez to do it. E1 move to match point. They're guaranteed at least 1. FaZe Clan's hopes of making it into the top 2 will have to wait another day.
There is maybe nothing more annoying than trying to play Skopos with that Dokkaebi charge on top. My God. Listen, I really liked the way that E1 were able to execute on that site. I think that is a clear example of what you should do when you see a basement bomb site on Lair with a really heavy roam extension. FaZe Clan, twice when they attacked that bomb site, they tried to roam clear. It's a big map. It is not easy to find those roamers and take them down, especially not when STK is shooting the way he has been today. E1, they see a similar setup. What do they decide to do? Guys, what if we just jump infiltration and go for the push? They did exactly that, and they execute perfectly in through office. Loved the way the E1 were able to identify the strat that FaZe Clan were going for and shut it down immediately. Vidaking was the only anchor left on site after I believe it was KDS went down. He did get 1, but it was immediately traded out because those roamers that were to the top floor didn't have any way to come back for the impact. In theory, they could have maybe had their Skopos come on back, and that did eventually happen, but it just wasn't fast enough. And so because of that, the successful rush from E1 gets control of that bomb site. FaZe Clan starts to panic. They can't make it back to site. They can't deny from above. And now we have a 6-2 scoreline. It looks very, very likely that E1 will be about to cement themselves as the best Slayer team in all of Brazil.
The lineup from E1, I really like what they're bringing. The Nook in particular, on a map this big, I feel like it could cut both ways. Because the map is so big, you don't necessarily need an operator like Nook to sneak in and exploit a weakness in the defense's visibility on your entry points. But at the same time, you could also then argue that Nook is excellent because it's so big and because there's so many cams and because there's so many angles to watch and so many rooms that a Nook can find even greater value. I'm curious to see if E1 wins, if they have anything to say about that operator in particular, and as to why Nook would get brought for the first time today, actually.
Yeah, and we're seeing a new bomb site as well from FaZe Clan. It's going to be Armory and Weapon. This is a bomb site that has basically an outer wall. It goes into range. Almost a fight here. Handy actually getting droned out. This position from Handy is really powerful because it can deny the breach as it comes on in. They need to pressure him out of this spot. The reason why you don't see teams going here is because the top floor is very easy for the attackers to get a hold of. Operations is just above this bomb site, so it's really hard to stop them from just walking in and planting. They have a few smokes, a ton of flashbangs, and really good control all over this horizontal angles. Can KDS above do anything to stop this plant, or are they just going to bulldoze in and win these fights?
Well, Basetto again is going to be the difference maker, I feel, on that Nook, holding the diffuser, and Andy might have some visibility on that. Basetto is in, but hits a goo mine, and the grenade actually kills Handy. Where was the indicator? How does FaZe let that happen? STK losing the duel to KDS. Basetto has to fall off of the diffuse plant, and it's another big round from KDS. As now down on the ground, Basetto tries to mag dump in, a third kill for KDS. He won't have any more than that. Vidaking is the last man standing. E1 looking to overpower FaZe Clan. They only need one more kill. Perez's turn to get the diffuser down, but he won't need it because Live finishes the round, and with it, the match. The boys in blue destroy FaZe. Not as fast as the previous matchup, but 2 dominant games in a row, with Liquid crushing MIBR, and now E1 crushing FaZe Clan, the 3rd place team. You could expect this if maybe it was one of the bottom teams, Jesse, but against FaZe Clan, my. E1 and Team Liquid sit atop the standings for the rest of the day, both of them miles ahead of the rest of the region.
Well, we now know who the kings of Lair are. It is E1. Fantastic performance here to shut out FaZe Clan. Absolute champions here on this map. They will be the team to beat going through the rest of Brazil, but also if they manage to make it to Montreal, of course, everybody will be looking to take them down on what is seemingly one of their favorite maps. Just love the way they played it from start to finish, from defense to attack. SGK undoubtedly the star in my mind. Live playing expertly today as well. The way that they just knew how to attack those sites on even the bomb sites that aren't so common. We saw them attacking so well in that final round, collapsing around the lobby, having so much map control, and kind of ignoring the top floor on Armory and Weapon. Probably the only bomb site where you can really afford to do that, and it didn't seem to hurt them in any way, shape, or form. Well played to E1. They're very quickly writing the book as to how to play Lair and Siege.
Yeah, and I mean, every single bomb site was played in that matchup, and obviously there were very different results for that. During the first half, my speculation was, okay, with all new maps, they are usually, the starting point for them is that they are usually very defender favored as teams figure out how to attack them. Coming up with site setups on defense is not easy, but it's easier than pulling off a successful and well-coordinated attack on a map that you don't really know all that well. And time again, we see that the defenders are the ones often setting the tempo of these games because you have to respond to their setup. Attack is so often reactive, but not for E1. When E1 went on to attack, they pushed the envelope through a lot of those rounds. FaZe Clan actually seemed like a spectator for the first half of this matchup. It didn't seem like they knew how to deal with E1's defenses at all. And when you've got to drone out a big map and you've got to manage utility on a huge map like Lair, you're gonna run against the clock. E1 were far faster than FaZe. In the way that they approached this map, you could see that their experience on Lair was far better than their opponents. And again, I do really need to ask the question, why would FaZe Clan take E1 to this map? Because the expected result was E1 would win, but I don't think you or I, Jesse, thought it would be this lopsided.
No, I mean, this should have been the 2 best Lair teams in Brazil going head-to-head. FaZe Clan have won this map once, E1 have won this map once. Now, the scorelines of those 2 games maybe should have been an indication as to how this game would have went. E1 7-1 victory over NIP. FaZe Clan overtime, 14 rounds just to beat Vivo Keedstars. Certainly, it feels like the level of opponent and the closest of the games should have given a hint that E1 were the stronger team coming onto this map. But clearly, FaZe Clan just did not have the read that they thought that they did on Lair. And I don't think we're going to be seeing E1 play this map for a while. Probably at least until we get to the BO3s of playoffs, when you have much fewer options as to what you want to ban out. You get fewer bans as a whole. Maybe somebody would be willing to challenge E1 on this map. But they just look so good, knowing how they want to go for those executes. It really did feel like they were not reacting to FaZe. They had a plan and they executed it every single time. So really good stuff coming out from them.
Yeah, honestly, high praise to E1 here. And it's a nice bounce back for a team that got pushed to the brink and then eventually lost to MIBR, which is what ultimately gave E1 their first loss of this stage. There were some questions actually that I had as to whether or not they would actually lose, because in their matchup against Team Liquid much earlier in the stage, it was E1 winning 8-6. over Team Liquid. If the team in second can't even beat you, what team is going to accomplish that? They just lost, or they just beat the team in third place. So yeah, I mean, that matchup against MIBR now looks more like an outlier. MIBR showed up, they played very well, they earned that victory, but now it's just back to the reign of terror that E1 has had so far through this entire stage. And if the next two play days continue on with what we've seen from both E1 and Team Liquid, I don't think any of these teams are going to be able to challenge them. We're getting to the point where it's almost statistically impossible for another team to get into the top two. FaZe Clan has the best opportunity, and it was today, and they bottled it. FaZe Clan will play MIBR next week. That will, or rather next Playday. That will be quite a surprising matchup for me, because either FaZe Clan learns from their mistakes and shows up huge, or MIBR surprises yet another top team. And then, of course, as we said, FaZe Clan closes out this stage, group stages, by playing up against Team Liquid. But at that point, Team Liquid might have already locked in top two, Jesse, and it might be a meaningless game for them.
It really is looking very dire for the rest of the teams as the top of the standings start to slow, and we see these two teams, E1 and Liquid, cement themselves towards the top. But we've got two very smart people on the desk to break down this matchup. Of course, the first layer that you and I have casted, but the third time we're seeing it in Brazil. Corbeck and FaZe will break down everything that we saw here on Lair.
Where are the two very smart people? It's talking about us? I don't know. Anyways, welcome back, viewers, here as we get ready to break this one down for you. I mean, you know, Napoleon once said the attack, always the attack, and we kind of thought that would be what E1 was going to do, but it was really their defense here, Fox, that clutched it up for them. Impeccable defensive Lair.
Yeah, I mean, we highlighted FaZe for their amazing defense, the best defense in Brazil, but obviously you wouldn't have guessed that when you saw E1 playing their defense. And I think it just comes down to E1's dominance on the map of Lair. Obviously, they had a 7-1 against NIP last week, now a 7-2 against FaZe. I think it's showing that Lair is definitely a map they're very comfortable on. They have a good understanding of how they want to play, and I really like the bans that they brought out. I really think banning that Monty was a huge hit to FaZe's attack plans, because FaZe just looked so slow, didn't look like they had a really good understanding of how they wanted to attack, and I think that Monty being taken away from them was a huge proponent for that.
Yeah, you really, I think, felt the loss of it. And Lair is a map, obviously, that's being kind of probed and strategized and trying to figure things out. But it does look like E1 is just decisive there. I mean, it's not the worst case scenario for FaZe, right, Fox? Like, they are not out of the runnings for a playoff spot by any stretch of the word. It's a game that they would have liked to pick up, but they can swallow this loss.
Absolutely, they definitely can tank the loss, but it puts them in a position that they play MIBR in a couple days. That game is very important to MIBR to win, to make it into playoffs, and then they end the stage off by playing against Liquid. And so unfortunately for FaZe, they could find themselves in a situation where they get no points in their next few days. And does that mean that they would get knocked out of playoffs? No, but it just makes the pressure put on their shoulders way heavier, and it's a situation where they could actually find themselves getting knocked out of playoffs if the certain, pieces of the puzzles click up.
Well, let's get a little insight into E1's performance here in this game. We're going to bring Perez in for an interview. Congratulations there on a well-earned match. A return to form for E1. Happy to see it out of you guys. I mean, I've got to ask, were you excited for the chance to play Lair again?
Yes, of course. And thank you for the congratulations. If anyone wants to play Lair, let's go. It's simple. It's simple. Yeah, it's simple.
I mean, yeah. Obviously, we see how strong you guys are, Lair, but more specifically for you, you had an amazing performance today. Do you think about how well you're doing when it comes to a game like that? Like, are you thinking about it actively, like, wow, I'm smoking these guys, or are you just focusing on the game plan and going one round at a time?
To be honest, run out at each time, because sometimes in the past I used to think, oh, I'm smoking the other team, and I went like 0-4 on the next round. So to me, it's not good to think like I'm smoking them. So.
The confidence and the sagacity there to identify that is appreciated. But I've got to ask, I mean, last week we didn't really get a chance to talk to any of the E1 guys after you lost to MIBR. Did that put a dent in your confidence at all? I mean, it certainly didn't seem to have any impact today.
To be honest, no, because we just screw up some things in the the match against MIBR. So we know we are better than them. We should have won. So doesn't change anything.
And so now that you guys are pretty much solidified in the top 2, does it become a matter of pride to get that first place spot? Or are you guys more worried about hiding strats going into playoffs, making sure that you have a lot of fresh things to show in playoffs? What's E1's mentality now?
To be honest, we want to win the next 2 games, especially against Furia, because I'm losing to them like for 3 years in a row, so I need to win. That's it. We are going to show our things. We're going to stay practicing on the tournament right now. Not practicing because we want to get on the top 1, but we are still going to have the same focus, the same preparation. That's it.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Perez. Good luck in your upcoming matches. We appreciate you taking the time for the interview.
Thank you, guys.
Well, E1, definitely a return to form for them, no doubt about it here. And I mean, I love the confidence on, hey, if you want to play Lair, we'll play Lair. I mean, if there's ever a warning to every other team in Brazil and possibly the entire world, I think that was pretty much it right there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair because obviously the 2 times that they have played it so far, nobody has really given them that much of a fight. So there hasn't been any team that has shown weaknesses in E1's Lair. Obviously, a 7-1 and then a 7-2 today against FaZe. I mean, you could see it in the statistics, big individual plays, but everybody from E1 was stepping up. And again, when a game is settled at this much of a deficit, a 7-2, you got to ask yourself, you know, it's no individual one person's performance. It's a team win. And for FaZe, unfortunately, it was a team loss. I definitely don't think that they were as prepared as they thought they'd be when it came to the map. And I think E1 had them as soon as that map came out. Obviously, we see the confidence for Lair. I wouldn't be surprised if we see more Lair from E1 to close out the stage.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, you know, we saw the casters kind of speculated they wouldn't play it for a while. It's possible they could keep it under their hat, but they certainly don't need to. I mean, leave their huge game, right? 10-5, 142 EPS. They're all over them. And I mean, you know, as much as I want to say this is a big, obviously, E1 win, and it is, we have talked in the past here in Brazil about the struggles that FaZe has on the attack. They may be the strongest defensive team, but their attacks have been slow. I mean, they have struggled to close out games, and it was like those issues just kind of were manifested in a even bigger scale here tonight.
Yeah, well, FaZe has always been that team that we said it in the pre-show. They are a little more methodical, a lot more of a supportive oriented team. They have 3 mainly support players that are able to flex. They go a lot slower, and Cyber is that entry that you're used to seeing going and getting those kills. But how the meta is, especially with how teams come to have learned how FaZe play, they're expecting Cyber. So when it comes to an entry, if you get that Monty off the board, if you're attentive to a maybe blitz play, FaZe tends to stall out on their entries of how they want to get into the map, especially if Cyber isn't able to find those lurking kills. So taking rid of that Monty, beautiful read from E1 that pretty much takes Vita King off of the pressure that they have to clear out rounds, clear out rooms. And it leaves FaZe in a position where they stall out. They don't know how to clear anything because they value their lives and staying alive for that post plant way more than finding those kills. And obviously, E1 played into it really well, and that's something that FaZe needs to adapt on if they want to maintain being that top 3, top 4 Brazilian team and hopefully make it to Montreal.
Well, that's our 3rd match here of this Playday in the book. Still 2 more exciting games to come right after this break. W7M versus Fluxo. Don't go anywhere.
Sabia a posição, ainda assim teve eliminação. O Totes do Shaiko consegue e X devolve rapidamente. A briga continua em cima do Iex, gás tóxico. Teve que pressionar e foi pra trás, Getalha. Sobrou apenas o Dots. Junto com o Rari de montanha. Dots corre. Não tem muito o que fazer. Ele vai atrás da eliminação.
Esports fecha mais um round para W7M. Vamos que vamos. À esquerda, ele ainda não viu, vai tentando esperar para ver se vai rolar o plant. Mitrix com... consegue pegar o Wizard, já conseguiu marcar para tentar finalizar pela Smoke. Olha o que a Solis faz! Hash pega boas eliminações, Lukid também junto. Muzi e Psycho tentam diminuir, mas estão com poucos segundos. O Psycho vai ter que arranjar um lugar para plantar. E o lugar agora foi lá do outro lado na sala de ventilação. O Muzi já ainda conseguiu surpreender. Pode ter marcação em cima do jogador, tá muito longe o Mitrix. Ninjas em pijamas ainda garante. Muzi com a terceira dele. Mitrix vai tentando fazer o clutch. Psycho, animal! Destemido, sem medo de ser finalizado, ele encara na trocação e leva mais um round. Guto tá dando cada bala absurda, triple kill pra ele. Sobe rapidamente o Cyber pra recuperar o desativador. Ainda tem a vantagem. Vamos ver como é que fica agora na descida. É um ponto muito difícil. o Cyber fazer com esse tantinho de vida, Retalha? Ele achou já o primeiro jogador, hein? Ele viu, sabe que tá na escada. Vai tentando ver se consegue ver por baixo. Errou a flash, vai descer de qualquer maneira. E é finalizado! Cutucou um 4K!
Well, Curitiba Stadium there on the picture for you. Home to the Curitiba Football Club, a mid-table team in Brazil's Series B, and it's appropriate we're showing that there because a mid-table team here in the Brazil League, W7M, with a big opportunity to score some easy points off of Fluxo here in our next match. I'm Corbeck. Alongside me is Fox as we get ready to bring you this one. It's worth taking a look at the standings, see where everything is right now, Fox, because there's been a little bit of shifting here today, and not necessarily a lot, but a couple of teams on the bubble, the kind of teams that W7M are trying to get around, have definitely fallen off a bit.
Yeah, some of the teams that needed to jump up in the standings have definitely just been stuck in a standstill. And you'd say that this should be some easy points for W7M, but obviously based off the first game that we saw today of Furia Black Dragons, no game can be, you know, just a wash that we'd expect. The games that we thought would be way closer ended up being the ones that were blowouts. And today, this is a game between W7M and Fluxo. I really think that it's going to be very close, a lot closer than we may expect. But if you're W7M, you're only 3 points separating you from 8th to 7th place. You obviously want to confirm a win against a team that's significantly weaker on paper.
Yeah. And, you know, going into this, Fluxo was one of 2 winless teams, right? They got their win last week that put them ahead of Black Dragons. It kind of leaves them in a weird place. I guess it's mathematically possible that they could somehow squirrel their way into the top 6 somehow, but it's gonna be a real hard ask. And you got to look at it, you know, as you said, from the perspective of W7M, this is a match you should win on paper. It's kind of has the vibes to me, Fox, of almost a must-win match. Like, you cannot afford to give this one up based on where the standings are.
No, you absolutely can't, because MIBR, obviously, they can absolutely end up passing up. So does NIP. And if you get in a situation where you lose to Fluxo, that puts you in a spot where you could then get passed up by the 7th, 8th, and 9th place team, knocking you out of that 4th place that W7M is currently standing in. So, of course, especially when you should be winning these games, you can't let moments like this slip, especially since W7M's road after today doesn't get any easier. They play against Keatstars in 2 more days, and then shortly after they play against E1. So obviously, if there's a moment out of those 3 games that should be they get a full set of points, it would be today.
And obviously both these teams, right, they have the talent to seize a victory here. Obviously, some favoritism probably on the side of Volps and W7M. He's been an outstanding player throughout both stages. Those are his combined stats. Mitrix, I mean, he was the man who led them to their only victory of the season, Fox. So you have to give him his flowers as well. But you can just see from a quick glance at these statistics, it's a little lopsided in favor of W7M, much like the match.
I mean, of course, W7M is going to be the most well-rounded team. Fluxo, obviously, last stage, didn't get a single win. I don't even think they got a single point. So to get 4 points now, you get 1 win. You're making things a little bit more competitive, even in the games that you're losing. Obviously, you are happy if you are Fluxo because your expectations are so low. As for W7M, I mean, you want to see them being a lot more consistent. And obviously, they are currently standing in the performance to make playoffs. But from what we've seen out of them, it hasn't been that satisfying, especially since the teams that they are beating are teams that are either one, struggling, or teams that are at the bottom of the current scoreboard. So it doesn't really give confidence for me that W7M is going to be a team that could make Montreal run unless they look a lot more consistent in these last few games during the regular stage.
Yeah, I mean, I referred to them as a mid-table team. They are. There's a reason that they're there, right? And unfortunately, there's a reason that Fluxo is, you know, only got the 1 win under their belt. As you said, a disastrous stage 1 from them, and it's been a rough stage 2 here as well. I mean, I know you've got a background, right? You were a pro player, you know how it is. I don't know that you've ever been quite in the same situation that Fluxo is, but what's the motivation for Fluxo right now when you're staring down these 4 points? You know, you've only got 3 play days left. What are you fighting for at this point?
I mean, to put it bluntly, you're fighting for those 9 points that could definitely put you into contention for making playoffs, but that's just the start. Obviously, for Fluxo, it's much more than that. It's a matter of being respected, beating teams that nobody expected you to beat in the first place. And when you look at their roster individually, they have the players that could absolutely go on to making a significant, well-looking team. Obviously, we know Astro from other teams. We know Lucid from other teams. These are players that, with a little bit more guidance, a little bit more time to make everything stick together, you could see them going to these events. You could see them making it big runs in these playoffs. And I feel like their points is not a good characteristic to how close they are keeping games and how they've been playing. I just think they just need a little bit more time to finally get that push over the edge. They're not looking as bad as Black Dragons, just getting smoked. They're keeping it competitive. It's just not going in their favor.
Yeah, and well, if there's one thing that could possibly give them a bit of an advantage, it's obviously the game before the game, the map choice here. And as we pull up our map veto, will Fluxo find a map where they might be able to get a little bit of an advantage over their opponents here today? I mean, some of what I would call the Star Wars maps getting banned right there. No Lair again here. Fox, we'll go back to Chalet. Everybody seems to love a good Chalet.
It's a really good consistent playing ground, especially if you're W7M. You want to eliminate maps that can be a little bit more standstill, a little bit more unpredictable, maps that you could compare to Oregon. So obviously getting rid of a border, getting rid of a clubhouse, it makes perfect sense. And then getting rid of the big maps like Bank and Lair, absolutely. This is the perfect map that W7M could take a team like Fluxo to, because you can flex the individual betterness that W7M has on a roster scale compared to Fluxo. And obviously you gotta recognize they got Loban. Loban is a very significant roamer when it comes to these maps that have just a little bit more roamability on, like Chalet. And so when you have lurk players that get the perfect map for them and you're playing against a significantly weaker team on paper, you could see them just amount multi-kills after multi-kills, which could just crush Fluxo's spirits. And I think this is like a really good situation from W7M to take them to Chalet.
I actually couldn't agree with you more. I mean, I think that you look at a map like Chalet, it's pretty much set in the rotation now. Teams know how to play it. As you said, you can go big multi-kill frags here. And if you look at the statistics for Fluxo, I mean, they're not good, right? They're low on defense. They're low on attack. They're not the worst in either of those categories per se, but compared to 7M, or W7M, they're just not there. And taking them to a map where there's going to be no chicanery, right? We're not going to a Lair where you could get weird. We're not going to a skyscraper where things could be unexpected. You just take them back to the mat, back to the bread and butter, and it really, I think, forces a victory for you, essentially. I feel a bit bad for Fluxo. I was really hoping they could find something that would help them level the playing field here.
Yeah, I mean, Chalet is still a great map for Fluxo to go to, because it's a situation where if you show up to play today and you can have those gunfights succeed in your favor, especially on attack, then, you know, it's one of those maps that can go either way. It's not something that's just W7M's favor. I just believe that W7M has set this up in the right shoes that they want to. But whenever you look at a standing or a game like this where it's a top team against the bottom team, of course it's going to be W7M's game to lose, because they just have significantly the quote-unquote better team on paper. Individually, statistically, every player is playing better than Fluxo, and as a team together, W7M has amounted more as a team and knows what they need to do to accomplish the successful round victories that Fluxo just at the moment doesn't have.
Well, let's see if Fluxo can bear it out. I'll turn it over to our hottest new casting duo. It's Intero and Jesse. I'm not just talking about the casting.
You're making me blush here. You're making me blush. I can't believe it. I'm so excited. There shouldn't be 4 of us. Now there are 2 of us. And pretty soon I will eat Jesse and there will just be 1 of us. And I will remain as the king. Sorry, Jesse. I am larger than you. That means... Why does
the bigger caster not simply eat the smaller casters?
Exactly. Why? Do you disagree with the commentary from the desk that this should be a relatively easy matchup for W7M?
Honestly, I do. I think W7M have fluxed this map ban fade. There's only one map through all of Stage 2 that W7M have lost, and it's Chalet. They've not lost it once. They lost it twice. They are undefeated. I think they've looked really good this stage every time they haven't played Chalet. They go into a game against Fluxo, a game that I think on paper should be unlosable, and they say, why don't we test that theory? Why don't we go to the one map that we cannot win? It's not like they were playing the greatest teams in the world on Chalet either. They did lose to Liquid, which is a solid Chalet team, fair enough, but then they lost to MIBR the day before. I don't consider MIBR to be the greatest team of all time. I certainly don't like W7M. So I don't know, Parker. This is going to be a bold choice for W7M.
Yeah, but I mean, we'll see how it goes, right? I mean, I know you're a big Fluxer guy, but do they have what it takes to topple W7M? Let's find out.
Fluxo tá numa evolução constante aí, né? Eles foram muito mal no stage, mas desde o LCQ eles mostraram uma evolução muito gigante, assim. Eles evoluíram real como um time. Acho que eles vão vir até que fortes para esse segundo stage. Esse é um jogo interessante porque eu acho que o jogo deles é muito parecido com o nosso. É um time agressivo, mas que sabe dosar.
Não, acho que vai ser um jogo difícil. Eles têm uns mapas bons, a gente também tem uns mapas bons assim. Mesmo map pool ali quase, e eu acho que vai ser decidido nos detalhes mesmo.
Ficar de olho no Mitricola, ali jogou comigo no Xbox, dá muita bala ali, carregando os Nilba, vai ser da hora de jogar contra.
Eu acho que tem que ficar de olho no Odeis porque ele é leão, né? Leão de MD1, mas eu acho que ele vai jogar bem, mas vai dar nós.
Ó, Fluxo, se cuida. Porque quem faz o F aqui no Brasil não é vocês, então fique ligeiro.
Seu Deus, tu é brabo no MD1, pai, mas vamos pegar leve com nós aí, por favor.
Jesse is the biggest Fluxo fan on the planet, but you know what else he's a fan of? The ban FaZe. Jesse.
Yes, well, I expected to see a Monty Azami ban from W7M because that's what they've banned every time they've gone to Chalet, but they're trying to switch it up. It'll be Brava off of the board, a very uncommon ban. Now Fluxo have to choose. I was expecting the Ying. W7M are a very good Ying team. They have yet to lose with that operator, and it's one of the operators that was banned against them the last time they were on Chalet as well. Both teams that have played against W7M have banned Castle against them. I'm expecting Fluxo to follow suit. Azami would also be a good ban. They will follow with the Castle, however. And again, W7M, the last two times they played this map, have banned out Azami. Sometimes that double Azami Castle ban can make it very difficult to attack. And we will see that trend continue. So all very predictable bans with the sole exception of the Brava being taken out and Monty being left in.
Brava ban. How many times has Brava been banned so far this stage in Brazil, Jesse?
I would guess 0.
That is correct. You are right. We have a new operator ban. Just as we did in the, just as we saw with the smoke ban, just as we saw with the, what was it, the buck ban. It is always fun to see new operators get removed from the pool. Brava is very good on this map for a number of reasons. It's been talked about on Chalet before. You hit on it a little bit. And it will be fun to see how Fluxo are able to deal with a lack of Brava as they start on attack. As you see on the bottom of your screen, we are now in W7M versus Fluxo, and there is one match remaining after this. Ninjas in Pajamas versus Vivo Keyed Stars will be our final matchup of the day. There has been some minor movement in the standings of Brazil. Ninjas in Pajamas, though, are still on the outside looking in. The problem is that a lot of the teams above them have gained points, which means you now have a harder road to make it to the playoffs. Black Dragons, Fluxo, Ninjas in Pajamas, and MIBR were the 4 teams that sit at the bottom right now in the region. Can Nip climb out of that hole? Can Vivo Keyed Stars hang on to their spot in 5th? Let's find out. W7M, though, we're given a huge opportunity in the previous matchup, Jesse. FaZe Clan failing to register a single point against the now, once again, first overall E1 Sports means a victory in regulation will move W7M up to 3rd overall. Both FaZe Clan and W7M need more than a single win, though, to crack the top 2. If W7M loses here, they will not be able to make the top 2, as their ceiling would be 17 points, as there are only 2 more group days remaining. FaZe Clan obviously didn't have the result they wanted, but will we see a surprise? Will Fluxo show us some new things on Chalet?
Well, they will show us an opening death as the run out comes to take down Hashi. Losing your Grim is pretty bad for the Execute. Obviously, an operator that can give you a lot of intel on the final push. It's a very telegraphed wine Execute coming through from Fluxo, but they don't have control of the top floor. It could be a little bit dangerous now as Dash, Loban, and Dodez all lurk up above and will be looking for a flank to take control of that dining hatch when they get the opportunity to. No ground being given up for free from W7M as they challenge every little angle on the hatch. Dots, is he watching the right angle? No, he isn't. Loses to Astro, and so that man count does get equalized. A very forward position coming out from Dots, punished now by the Ash player of Fluxo, and they're going to continue this push with full dining control, but again, the potential for a flank. They're setting up to plant just inside of the boiler breach. It will take some time. Likely they have still some Selmas in their pockets to get that breach open and then start to go for this plant just underneath the hatch. Again, dining is going to be so important when this push comes through.
Now, a question for you Fluxers in the chat. Are you fluxing right now? Are you ready for W7M to get fluxed upon? Well, you've got to wait 40 seconds at least for this round, and then you've got to wait at least 7 rounds to see who ends up winning. But a good start for Fluxo after they'd lost Hashi early on. A good recovery has emerged, and Astro in particular is collecting all of these kills. Astro dies for his trouble, and now Loban has to head back to the bomb site to assist Volps, as there are only 2 players remaining for W7M. Volps is doing his best to try and stop this plant from going down, and there's the wraparound. No, Luke in there with the coverage, but it's all of a sudden Loban to the rescue. And you see him with the jazz hands. W7M somehow pulled a rabbit out of a hat. And that rabbit actually is a round. It's 1 round. So good for them.
And it's a round won single-handedly by Loban, 3K to end off that one in a very dire situation. I thought the cover from Lukid was perfect until the final 1v1 that he wasn't able to come out on top of. W7M really need Loban to be performing in these games. He was positive both matches last week. It allowed W7M to win both of them, but that came after he was negative through all 4 of their first games. Games 1 through 4, he couldn't find a positive KD. Last week, he went 2 for 2 in finding that stat line. Now he's starting off strong with a 3-0 scoreline here on Chalet. That could be the difference maker. You know, I think W7M are a weak Chalet team. I think Fluxo should have won that round, but should have doesn't really matter when you've got a guy like Loban, one of the best players in the entire world, popping off and taking things into his own hands. Incredibly well played by him in the dying seconds of that basement defense. Will now make it so that it is a successful win rate for them. They have a positive win rate now defending Chalet basement. That should be the best bomb site for them. Every other bomb site, W7M have a negative win rate on defense. So watch out as we continue through the rest of this game. It's only going to get harder from here.
I really would like to take just a bit of a step back when we are done the first day of groups, or rather the first stage of groups, and look at the application of the 2 new recruits. Because Sentry doesn't see that much use, but Striker has actually factored into quite a lot of these operator lineups. Now, for good reason, you bring 2 separate types of utility. In this case, I have to imagine that you have grenades and flashes to cut through any potential denial that there is. Wamai and Jaeger do not see anywhere near as much picks as they used to. So you are free and clear to chuck those throwables in as deep as you would like. You've also got some good guns on your side. Great patience there from Volps as Astro gets the first pick, but Volps trades it right back, losing the Hibana. Your only hard breacher. There are no secondary hard breach gadgets on the board for Fluxo. That is a terrible loss. And the player that was manning Hibana, Mitrix, has been under watch, has been scrutinized quite a bit. And I gotta say, if you can have a big game from Mitrix, Fluxo has a chance. If Mitrix does not show up, I don't know if the Fluxers can do it, Jesse.
certainly isn't going to be easy. They've got now an equalized man count. That's the same run out twice in a row from W7M that have gotten them their opening pick. Something Fluxo will have to watch out for later. There's a guy here inside of office that they need to clear out. It's the Malusi of Lobin taken down. The star player from round number 1 eliminated by Hashi. Great clear utilizing that Deimos. Not the gadget per se, but still with that information was able to walk forward and get that kill with the primary weapon. That's going to be just as good. Now they can use that Deimos track to hunt down Volps instead. They see him on the library stairs. This is not a surprise position. You're always going to have a defender somewhere over here. And with a million flashbangs and frag grenades, the question is, can they finally move him out of this position?
Nitrocell lined up through those kill holes. I don't know who the target is. Fluxo playing this one really slow. Need to commandeer library. They will find that it appears empty. This is really slow for Fluxo. I am starting to worry that they are stalling out, Jesse, and they shouldn't be. It's a 4v3. Yes, the Nook is injured, but you should have everything working in your advantage. First point of contact is going to be Dots. Shotgun in hand, flattens one. Oh my, loses the plot against Astro. Volps will now head for the hills upstairs in hopes of derailing this plant, but you must know W7M will be watching this hatch like a hawk. Volps might have misplayed that, and I think he is understanding the severity of this position he finds himself in. Down he goes, and he's hunted by Deimos. We talk about how these death marks are used, and boy, oh boy, is it oppressive to have your position revealed over and over again. Just to the Deimos, but Hashi is obviously communicating that to the rest of the team. And as Volps is antagonized from above, the death mark flies away. They'll send Astro up to collect the kill. All they need to do is waste time as Volps needs to get to the diffuser. He picks off Lukid, but you're a little bit too late there, son. Nice gunplay. He can get them all, but he won't get the round. Astro stays alive. Fluxo perseveres, and the game is tied.
You thought maybe they were stalling. Little did you know they were fluxing just subtly that time. They were biding their time as they went on in through fireplace. I was concerned because there's a shotgun on the fireplace door. I thought that is bad news since that's where almost every single player on Fluxo wants to enter from. But little did I know, the shotgun can only take down one player, apparently. He didn't have the time to shoot a second bullet when there were so many players in his face. There's the Nook, who despite being only 5 HP, was able to take down that kill and get their way into the site. I was very nervous then when Astro had to plant with only 5 HP, but Volps on the top floor didn't have any intel as to where that was going down, did not know where the defuse kit was being placed, and so couldn't deny it from up above. Tried to go the hatch, couldn't find it, and then just slowly bled out those Deimos tracks, making it impossible to win the 1v3. So good round from Fluxo. A lot of it I do think starts with that roam clear. You denied Lobin the opportunity to clutch it up. So far in this game, Lobin has been the only player to really have impactful kills. There were a couple more from Dots in round number 1. Volp so far, a lot of his kills not actually impactful. So gonna be the mission throughout the rest of this game. Can Fluxo continue to shut down Lobin, or will he continue to pop off as he did back in round 1?
We'll be on Mitrix watch for most of the day, as he plays now on Ashe, an operator whose place in the meta is far from certain and has a very low pick rate at the moment. I mean, you bring Ashe for one of two reasons. One, the R4C, but Ram also has that gun. And two, for the gadgetry. If you want to do some explosive work from afar, you can bring that Ashe with you. We often see Ram in position on this map. And Mitrix dies early, so the Ashe experiment lasts 45 seconds, and Fluxo finds themselves down by 1 again. They trade it back, though, as Lukid has a position onto that piano window, and you say goodbye to Dash. That's a great pick, too, for Fluxo. That's the Legion off the board. He generates goo over time, so you'll get very limited value from those mines.
W7M now trying to lock down this top floor. Somebody know through the soft wall. Dots taking heavy fire. Feels like he's all alone. Where's the trade? Where's the help? He's got none of it currently up in the bomb site. A lot of control already taken by Fluxo. They are firmly in control of Solar. Lobin is down below though, and you saw the impact that he was able to have from downstairs. Sorry, Volp's down below. will rotate up the library stairs now. Lobin goes down into the grave as he gets shot by Lukid through the window. So it's a big man advantage. They've got loads of time to try to play with. The defuse kit is downed, but that's not the biggest concern if they can walk in and get these trades. They don't have any hard breach. They don't have their way to open up the office wall, but if they can isolate these players, take their fights, and take their trades, they could be in a good spot. I do wonder at the moment how their intel is. Astro just holding the trophy window, no defenders even near that position. Both Volps and Dodez currently up by the more office bomb site. So, quickly makes it past on the side of Volps.
That was just bad timing. Siege timing, baby. It hits us all. Volps has been in very bad positions at the end of these rounds, having to try and retake ground that has been lost by W7M early on. He finds himself in the very same predicament this time, but he doesn't have to worry about any vertical play. This will be a linear attack from Fluxo. They'll have to get it done without Hashi. So a 2v2 with 30 seconds left. Fluxo's advance now, spread out, but coming from Solarium and from Bathroom. Volps will have a shotgun ready for whoever is unlucky enough to take that engagement. Dota's far enough back. Will eliminate Astro, and now it's Lukid to make an awful racket inside a bedroom. Caliber destruction to tear through the wall, but the clock is running out. The Lion of Lukid must roar, but Volps is on the ground with a shotgun, and he plays that one so well. No doubt about it. W7M answer back, and they will take the lead right after Fluxo had equalized. Oh, okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Sorry about that. A lot of time wasted from Fluxo in that round.
What are you apologizing for? It didn't sound like you did anything.
Well, I was muted on stream. You could hear me, but the chatters could not.
They didn't. Did they not hear about how the flux? Did they not hear about the flux and the?
Yeah, I was mostly saying flux over and over and over.
They didn't hear that.
No, they didn't. So you're welcome to the chatters. I was muting you for your benefit. Fluxo stalling out, though, is what I was trying to talk about through that round. Obviously, that was not how they wanted to go for that push. That's one of those where you have the man advantage. You just didn't have any capability of finding out where the players in W7M were at. You didn't know how to find that information. And then when you eventually came in, you didn't have the bodies to trade up. You weren't actually stacked on top of each other to get those trades. So couldn't convert the 3v2 advantage. They were stalling throughout the majority of that round, and they will give up a second to W7M, who now go to the basement, as they did back in round number 1.
I'm very distraught that they missed the fluxing thing and all that, but
it's all right. There'll be more fluxing this game, Parker. I have to imagine we didn't just see one round of flux.
I also have a correction about the Ashe, by the way.
Do you?
She's actually the 7th most picked attacker right now.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that wild?
You've got some great data there, Parker.
Yeah, I wonder who provided that for me. It's really fluxing great, if I'm being honest with you. Have you noticed, by the way, that the subreddit has fully embraced the whole fluxers, fluxing thing that we helped popularize? I didn't help popularize it at all. This is all you, but
I took it from my Twitch chat. I think they took it from somebody else's chat. I don't know.
Why don't you just take credit for things?
All right, chat, it was me who told him that Ashe is the 7th most picked operator in Brazil this stage.
He finally did it. He's you're an honest kid. I gotta say, a boy only a mother could love.
Wait. 90 seconds left in this round, Parker, and not a single person has died, despite the fact that all the walls have been opened up. Fluxo have players surrounding the bomb site. They haven't cleared the top floor, though. This is an entry from Astro. Just walks in. No smokes, no cover, no trades. Dies to dash. There's one more person on the breach. Defuse kit, don't forget, is all the way back towards Wine. Perhaps a distraction as they try to get the kit in, but Hashi's taking a lot of damage, makes the way into sight regardless, and now Plant's going down. They've done exactly what they needed to.
This is quite bad for W7M, isn't it? Hashi does have to peel off of the defuse, so nothing will happen on side of that plant, but W7M fighting from behind, trying to wrestle themselves back into a better position. Hashi will get diffuser down, and immediately Lukid turns away from the hatch, loses the battle inside of blue, and the retake will come in. Doesn't really work all that well immediately. Hashi's been dropped. Loban as well on the ground. That leaves Dash in a 1v2. Not only to get these kills, but to also get onto the diffuser. And he botches the gunplay on the Raps. Who's credited with those final 2 kills? And we are at maximum flux capacity at this point. 2-2. The score line. W7M are not able to shake this Fluxo team.
Okay, genuinely, it looked like a bot move for Astro to simply walk in the main breach. And perhaps I'm giving him too much credit, but that genuinely did distract the majority of players on W7M, who were all focused towards the snowmobile breach thinking, okay, this is where they're pushing. We've already stopped the first, the spearhead of this push. Little did they know, Hashi and Lukid were quickly running in through wine. They got 2 huge picks that enabled that defuse kit to then go down from Hashi. I love that play, the response, if nothing else, from Fluxo. Yes, the entry was maybe a little bit ill-advised. It didn't have the highest success rate with Astro simply walking in the breach like that, but it did genuinely allow his teammates to walk in and get that defuse kit down inside of wine. So, you know what? However it gets done, they got the round victory that they were looking for. You know what that means, Parker? That means they fluxed.
A triumph. A triumph, isn't it, for the Fluxers? Fluxo has been steadily improving. I know that we make some small jokes, mostly about their name.
Yeah.
And I think the bigger issue that, you know, we had with this roster, and a lot of people had with this roster, was that they didn't change anything after stage 1. They did come close to making it to Manchester, closer than I think a lot of people thought through the LCQs. But now here they are, not back to square one, but not in much better shape in regular group stage play, right? I mean, they finished dead last in stage 1. They only had a single point, which was an overtime loss against Furia. Here they are with 4 points. So it's an upgrade, and they do have a victory this stage, which is something that they weren't able to get, obviously, outside of the LCQs. So credit to them for being able to pull that off. It was admittedly against Black Dragons, which is the team that is in dead last with just a single point. So not a huge accomplishment, but a win is still a win. If they're able to topple W7M, that would reverberate through the middle portion of this group stage, and again would be a huge boon to Furia, the one team that is no longer on the outside looking in, but is in a rough and tough spot to make it to the playoffs. Fluxo will find themselves in a tough predicament as they've lost Astro, half of the round to go. They've got some ground to make up against W7M.
Yeah, and do they know about Loban trying to flank in through Solar as well? He is very aggressive as far as these roamers are concerned. Hunting for a pick is Raps, but it's not being given. Another opening death that was maybe ill-advised from Astro. Back-to-back rounds now where it's been a little questionable how he's gone about that. Mitrix actually running his way through the basement. His teammate of Lukid will go down at the flank from Loban eventually materializes. A very odd push from Fluxo where they've completely ignored the top floor. They entered kitchen, they entered the basement, and now they're looking to get into the site. The problem is, anywhere where they go for a plant, even if they can kill these 2 anchors that are inside the site, should be able to get denied from above. So they put themselves into an awkward spot. Hashi's hitting the shots, but Parker, I'm not sure that it's going to matter.
It's a worrying sign for Fluxo, and I can hear your heart breaking all the way over here in Toronto as your favorite team loses player after player. Deathmark's been tossed out by Hashi, so now they have information on Volps. They see Loban as well inside of Dining, so they know his position, but Hashi's finished off, vanquished by Dash. Both recruits on the board at the same time, but it's the Sentry of Dash to do more damage. Loban collecting Mitrix, who lived quite long. We'll leave Raps with 11 HP, and he finds the Frost of Loban looking the wrong way. I don't think they were expecting such a late push. He doesn't have the diffuser, and he doesn't have much hope. He certainly doesn't have much time. And the last 2 players from W7M just need to not give themselves away. There's no way he wins this, right? No. Okay. Oh, my. Fluxo almost won that round through brute force. Volps could have hid, but he decided to take the fight instead, and it works out in his favor, but it's always risky when you win the round on a 50-50 gunfight. Neither of these teams proving they're better than each other on this half. W7M are in a position to go up 4-2. But with the way it's been going, I would not be shocked if these teams finish the first half tied up.
What a push that was from Fluxo. Again, the positioning was very odd. They didn't take top floor control. Eventually, they did have dining for a moment. Lobin retook it and then was able to reutilize that broken mirror window to play a strong angle. Until then, somebody else reflanked him and killed him in the back. But by that point, the round was already mostly over, barring a miracle play that nearly came true. We really gotta focus on Astro for a moment here, because whilst in round number 4, I talked about how his opening death did somewhat open the door for Fluxo. I didn't mean to state that as like a genuine strategy, more as a fortunate upside that his teammate capitalized off of. He did the same thing, walked in front door, his teammates were nowhere near, and he lost a gunfight immediately at the start of that round, putting his team into a 4v5. This time, they were just so far away, they couldn't capitalize off of an aggressive play like that. Even if some of the players in W7M might have been distracted or what have you, that just wasn't the case this time around. So yeah, a little bit of an awkward round from Fluxo. Hopefully one that they can forget. The Nitro Cell not going to come out for any punishment, as they are very slow to move off of this spawn. Raps is just coming down the hill now, so he will survive, as that Nitro does not get any names. But yeah, I think for Fluxo, I mean, they're looking to maybe get a more standard attack on this round. This is not a bomb site that W7M have had a lot of success in defending, kitchen and dining. So for Fluxo, if they can clear through the top floor, go for a standardized push where they have a lot of that man advantage and they have a lot of that ground, they should be set up for a strong execute. But of course, easier said than done.
Look, Jesse, Ash isn't being played. That's weird. I thought she was the most popular operator in Brazil. That's what you told me.
Seventh.
I
What
don't
are the
see
stat
it.
exactly?
Ones and sevens, especially when written by Europeans, look so similar. As you know, I lived in Poland for 3 years. That makes me close to European.
Yeah.
Every year I spent there, my ones looked more like sevens. I don't know what was happening. It's just the way it goes out. So, I mean, you know, numbers don't lie. Maybe my handwriting does, but numbers don't lie. These rounds, by the way, are just, we're flying through them. Already at the halfway point of the very final round of this first half. Chalet, as a map, if we just want to dive into the actual numbers, has been played 64 times, the second most played map in this region. That is not the exact start that Raps wanted, by the way, as he vaults into a frost mat. He can pick himself back up. Mitrix cannot, though. He's down for the count. Hashi with the very first kill for Fluxo. But it's a retreat from W7M towards the bomb site, or at least they tried. Dash is pulverized by Raps. He was down and will bleed along the floor as he stumbles his way towards his job as a thermite. But yeah, Chalet, 64 plays. It is actually attacker favored. So Fluxo, in theory, should win this half 4-2. The fact that it could be a 4-2 half for W7M does not inspire me with much confidence for Fluxo moving forward, but we have seen maps go completely backwards. Who knows?
Pulps is going to get a kill here. They have no idea he exists. It's a matter of how many, not if he does, unless he baits the entire round away. But I can't imagine that's going to be his game plan here. He's going to make his moves. He's the guy in bathroom, pushes up, and that's the first one for free. Takes down Lou Kid. That's an important one, but the defuse kit is in the sight, so he's got to act fast here. His teammates starting to fall. Volps and Dodez now are the last two alive. Can they stop this plant? They're not actually in the sight. Great shot from Dodez. It's just Astro who got off the plant, I think, at the last second, and then tried to replace it back on the ground. A slight misplay towards the end there, and it will fall apart in the final seconds of that execute.
Not exactly the end that Fluxo wanted. It really did come down to Volps upstairs, whether they just didn't drone it out or whether they didn't re-drone, because as you've seen from W7M, every single one of their rounds on defense were characterized by a player trying to retake that top floor, and it was often Volps who was doing just that. He would be the one to ascend up the stairs and play on flank. Time and time again, Volps was able to maneuver his way around the Fluxo's line of sight and do some serious damage to them, or at least try. Those first couple rounds, it was a little bit harder for him to do that. But he stands head and shoulders above everybody in this lobby. 10 kills. The next closest is Lobin and Raps. Lobin, of course, being his teammate. I don't want to draw attention to it, but Mitrix goes the entire first half without a kill. That has to change for Fluxo. And you either get really good Mitrix who drops over 10 kills, or you get Mitrix who struggles mightily. And it's the latter that Fluxo has at the moment. If you look at the numbers for Chalet and you determine that this is an attacker-sided map, well, you see the hole that Fluxo finds themselves in, as they've only got 2 rounds on the favorable side, and they might just end up clinging to dear life for the remainder of this matchup. I'll reference the stats when we get closer to a conclusion, but a win in regulation for W7M would be huge for them in the hunt, for not just the playoffs, but also to try and climb towards the top of Brazil.
In the pre-game interview, Volps revealed that he used to play with Mitrix back in his Xbox days. He describes Mitrix as a very good player, a kind description for the man who is statistically the worst player in this lobby, not just in this game, but as a stage as a whole. He's been struggling for Fluxo. He's definitely been fluxing the least out of these 5 players, so they want to get some more action out of him. One player inside a mudroom will quickly retreat. They get the Twitch drone here, and they will spot out these players. They try to get back towards the site. This is going to be a rush, Parker. W7M are setting up outside the game's window. They've got a blitz, they've got smokes, and here comes the Lion charge for the execute.
And the blitz is on in. Bullets bouncing around. First point of defense is Mitrix, who won't get a single kill in this round either. All the while this is happening, Volps is tasked with getting the diffuser down. The lockout from W7M looks mighty good. Only 2 remain for Fluxo. W7M breaching in a hurry. Dash dies to Astro. Astro with his 2nd kill. He's got both of them so far for the team. He has not given up control upstairs. That's crucial. Twitch drone harassing Lukin in this position inside a lobby. Down he goes to Dots. Dots and Dash have struggled to get onto the board. The Blitz losing out on the duel against Astro, who's at 30 HP. Again antagonized by that Twitch drone. Finished off by the man of the hour, Volps. Not just getting exit kills, but also tackling the job of planting the diffuser. If this is the pace the W7M is going to set, Chalet might be over faster than we thought. W7M up 5-2, and it prompts Fluxo to take their timeout.
Volps currently leads Brazil in terms of kills. He has 69 kills coming into this game and is the only person in Brazil averaging 1 kill per round or higher. Coming into this game, he had averaged exactly 1 kill every round. Nobody else had managed to achieve that feat. Not a surprise that he is racking them up again here today. Even if some of them earlier on were impactless, he has been having a huge impact later on through this matchup. Good to see Dots as well there on the blitz. His most played attacking operator thus far inside of stage 2. He loves rushing down a lot of different opponents on that blitz. It's been very interesting to see how different teams react to different shields. W7M have taken a very interesting approach where they've banned Monty a lot. They haven't played a ton of Monty, but they've really leaned into the blitz instead, and they found a lot of great success with it. As Dots hovers it for this 8th round, we'll see if he sticks it or not. But in any case, it did wonders in that game, starting off that push, getting control of the bomb site, and then setting up the rest of the team to just watch for the crosses and catch those players as they came back to site.
Really terrific blitz play. What do you think it is with the little Monty that we have seen as of late? Blitz has been the far more popular shield operator through today's Playday. Do you suspect that there's a reason for that? And I'm not talking about operator bans, because obviously Monty, when unbanned, is still not being played as much.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of an evolution of the teams that we're seeing in the meta, right? I think both Monty and Blitz can be extremely good, but it's just based, like, they do different things. They can kind of do the same thing, especially now with, like, new Monty. Monty feels more like Blitz rather than Blitz feeling more like Monty. Monty can walk up to people and push them over and get kills that way, whereas previously he could not. But I do think that, like, they still serve different purposes. And, you know, this is something that I remember Canadian talking about in an interview. Sometimes Blitz can offer a more active playstyle, going for that roam clear, helping out in the early game, whereas Monty can be a little bit more reserved, obviously, as that slower operator that doesn't sprint around, that has more of a defensive backing. So they definitely get utilized in different ways. Both are strong, and they're kind of strong in the same way, but I think the way that teams activate these two operators can be very different. Sometimes you see players like Lagonis who much prefer to bring out the Monty. Sometimes you see players like Mitrix who, sorry, not Mitrix, but Mitrix as well, who love to bring out the Blitz. Today, we're just seeing a little bit more of that blitz come into play, but I don't know. I think both operators will continue to see massive pick rates as we continue to see this meta that we're in evolve more and more.
Any point of contact over towards blue stairs now, as a minute is off of the clock, will be head first into the Warden of Raps. Talks about why you bring the Ash with that R4C. Well, now you see a ram on the board of Loban, R4C in hand, and you can see what those boogie drones do to the soft flooring of the lobby. W7M have methodically entered, cleared, and opened up so much of this site already. The only real thing that's taken a while is carving open enough of this garage door, which is Dots' task right now. It's his art project. More damage is being done from those boogie drones above. Hashi is hoping to respond to that mavericking by lobbing a nitro cell down in that direction. W7M are not stalling out right now. In fact, they're doing the opposite. They're making sure that every single thing before they push into the site will work in their favor. Volps with the very first kill, sitting on 69 HP. Nice. We'll eliminate Astro, and that's the smoke down, Jesse. No toxic gas for the final minute of this defense. That is going to be rough for Fluxo.
Yeah, super impactful, and they're looking to go for this push sooner rather than later. Dots is in position. The Clash, can they do anything about it? Again, the coverage from outside the breach is really good. Even catching the C4 just barely does Volps. The next C4 will not connect either. It doesn't get far enough, so that'll be a successful plant. And with someone outside the breach, it's going to be very difficult for Fluxo to make this round happen. They will clean up Dots. That's not going to be good enough, though. They've got a retake up above. It's being washed heavily by Dash, who, of course, has those track stingers. Just an impossible task. They pull off of it instead. Swinging the breach. Hello. Hashi finds the head of Volp, but it gets traded out by the Habana. Wrapped with the shotgun. Will get the trade again. Dots goes down. Do they not know he's pushing up above? All of a sudden, Dash is in a tough position, but he gets all of them. The disable the whole time was going down out of nowhere. Fluxo will win the round. What just happened?
That woman was very happy, and also looked very stern. I felt like I was in trouble there for a second. I don't know if you saw that.
Sure.
I was like, what did I do wrong? Apparently, who?
It's Astro's mother, apparently.
Could you imagine Intero Mom flaming somebody at an event? That'd be something I would pay to watch.
No kidding. Wow, that
Dash almost won that one. If it wasn't for Mitrix in that position, he would have ended up winning it. And with the way that the disable was going down, it wasn't blocked fully by the shield. So if he'd been a second or two faster, he probably could have caught it. But close for W7M. Obviously closer for Fluxo, and they pull it off. But still, worrying signs for this Fluxo team. Mitrix still without a kill. Now 9 rounds into action. On the Clash, it's okay if you're not getting kills because the structure that Fluxo had on defense did not necessitate the Clash being involved in direct action. You were just there to stop them, but that was a really early EE1D. I think they were expecting Fluxo to possibly spawn peek, but no, they won't take the bait.
Fair enough. Does feel like they will try to turn that into a couple of round wins, obviously. Try to go on with momentum after that round. But my problem is that wasn't a very convincing round. In fact, I think that oftentimes you play that round 100 times. I think W7M win maybe 80 of those times because winning that fight on the breach feels very, very difficult. They did manage to get it done. Hashi hit some great shots, and to jump on the disable there was brilliant. But it's not a round that makes me that confident they can find a lot more. So they're going to have to do that today. It's going to be a kitchen defense as all of the players on W7M look to be running in through trophy. They don't want to try to clear top floor based on current positioning. They could still change that up and go in up above, but it looks like they want to get through trophy and plant inside of kitchen. Taking top floor. Oh, it's not a kitchen bomb site. Parker, it's up above. Well, then they must go above.
You're bamboozled. It happens.
I was bamboozled.
Sometimes you get bamboozled. Sometimes you're the bamboozler, and sometimes you get bamboozled. It's a tough predicament now for Raps, as he's not bamboozled, but he's swarmed by the bees. Shot out by Grim. The Kaid of Mitrix trying to escape. Also trying to get his first pick, but we'll have to wait and see if the Kaid is able to do just that. Through the soft wall, Loban dies to Hashi. Fluxo on the board first. W7M are 1 round away from securing a single point, which is big in their hunt for 3rd place, which right now is held by FaZe Clan. All the while, Dots is getting the diffuser down, but he's lost a couple teammates in the process. He's finished off by Mitrix, who gets his first kill, and it's hugely impactful. Volps and Dash will now need to get the job done as Hashi is positioned in a different way. Lukid dies to Dash, and there's also Hashi on the ground. W7M could easily win this one. Mitrix and Astro are last 2 remaining. Volps a triple kill. It's all up to Astro, who gets a kill onto Dash from the window. Volps finishes him off, though, a quad kill. This is a masterclass from Volps. And W7M, despite looking like they were the ones falling on the wrong side of this round, tackle the job. Volps gets it done, and W7M moves to match point.
Yeah, it just feels like Fluxo were fluxing a little too hard in that round. They just kept moving. I mean, there were so many strong angles being held by W7M, but the positioning of Fluxo, it just felt like they were always in a crossfire. It felt like they were always in the scopes of Volps or even the player on the window, despite the fact they had a man advantage, and despite the fact they had downed the planter. There was no reason for them to challenge any farther than that. They could have simply waited for Volps to pick up that defuse kit and go for the plant, but instead, every single person on Fluxo decided, why don't I push up a little bit? Why don't I stand in this corner? Why don't I play a little bit more aggressive, get closer to the defuse kit? And every single one of them ended up getting punished, most of them by Volps. Again, Volps playing absolutely fantastic, hitting some brilliant shots in that round, no doubt about it. But I have to say that Fluxo, in the massive man advantage that they had, really opened the door and allowed Volps to walk in and take it. Gosh, 17-3 this game. That's ridiculous.
It's really stunning stuff. 17 kills for Volps, while his Mitrix is 1-7. So I guess that adds to 17 if you just remove the line in the middle, I suppose. Another really early EE1D. Again, it prevents Fluxo from a potential spawn peak, but I don't see any operator on their side of things that could potentially strike that early into the round. Really great value from Loban's Twitch drone. As while the remainder of W7M inch close to the building, Loban's gadgetry will go to work, zapping away all of those dread mines, and 2 of them are gone. That will render Astro very weak in terms of gadgets. And there's another Twitch drone to go as well. Loban showing that even if you don't actively compete in the match, as he's still outside the building, you can still get the job done with your gadget.
Yeah, a lot of good value. This time the Twitch drone is actively in the bomb site, so clearing things out there. Good to see from Loban. The rest of these players are going to need to find some kind of entry point, though. You can't have all 5 players outside. I think the first objective is going to be Library. They've, of course, brought the Capitao, who they currently have sitting on the Library balcony. Could be a very effective operator to root players out of both the Library corner, which I don't believe anybody is currently in, but also the mezzanine as well. They'll start to open up the back of the bar, of course, with that one single wall denying that position. And they're not going for Library at all, Parker. I think this is another rush. I mean, it works so well from W7M. They don't have a blitz this time, and there is a clash on the field inside of the basement. Mitrix on an adventure at the moment. Meanwhile, there's fights going on inside the site, Parker. I think they're starting to try to get this execute going.
They are, but Fluxo comes out ahead in the immediate fight. Numbers go back to even as the smoke of Raps is taken off of the board. Loban showing that he's not just the pilot of a Twitch drone, but also the pilot of that 417. Lukid will tackle the back bar as it's been opened up, and now the Selmas will give even more visibility for W7M to look into the bomb site. A nice vault over from Hashi will catch Loban rotating towards blue. Volps losing a lot of HP to Hashi in a very similar spot. Dash from above. He'll engage, but the soft wall next to him will leave him worse for wear. Now it's Volps to come head-to-head with Mitrix. If he can't shoot back, you might as well put him on the clash. Every single player from W7M finding themselves on the wrong side of a gunfight. And now it's Mitrix harassing Volps with Lukid grabbing what remained. Fluxo stay in this match. It's still W7M's to lose.
All right, they're alive, and they're able to flux even still. Back-to-back rushes on the game's bomb site from W7M. The first time, obviously, far more successful. I think just having the blitz made that push the first time far more likely to succeed. But Fluxo really did adapt well, bringing out that clash. Even though she was in the basement, if she was on site, it was enough to persuade W7M to not bring Blitz. And that was the key thing that I think helped out Fluxo in that round. Their site players were able to get that early man advantage, even though the clash was nowhere to be seen. And had they gone for a Blitz rush, they probably could have taken site control. They saw the clash in the prep phase and they said, you know what, let's not try to tempt it with a Blitz. It'd be very difficult to get slowed down, then we get a crossfire and we get shot in the back. Blitz against the clash is just no fun at all. So they changed up their operator lineup and the rush wasn't as successful. I'm a little surprised they wanted to go for a rush even without the Blitz, but that's the choice that they made, and it will get punished and prompt a tactical timeout as W7M will take these last couple of seconds, 45, to try to plan out these next 2 rounds and hopefully win this game in regulation.
Yeah, I mean, why not take the timeout now, right? Why not settle things down and position yourself better for the next 2 rounds to close out this game? I mean, I think if I was a coach, that's what I would be telling the team, but of course we are not. So much of W7M really does revolve around Volps at the moment, pulling rounds out of his behind. Obviously, he's got the supporting cast right now, but it's weakened. As Dots is sitting at 5-10, Dash is 5-9, Dotez is 5-7. These are not numbers that you would think on a team that is currently at 6 rounds, Jesse. Yeah. Even Loban is struggling to go positive. He's 10-9. One more death, one less kill, or one more death without a kill, and he is even. That would leave just Volps as a positive player on the team. That is quite striking. And usually not something that you can count on. So unless the rest of these players can do better work with gadgetry or start finding kills, if Volps cools off, Fluxo have a golden opportunity to get back into this match. And with the numbers being what they are, 6-4, if Fluxo can win this next round, they are very well poised to send us to overtime.
Already some good luck going the way of W7M as Luke can't quite figure out the vault prompt, and so no spawn peaks coming out this time from Fluxo. The one time there's not an immediate lion scan at that, so could have been dangerous, but not to be. Still inside the kitchen site, we have a lot of players over by fireplace. Of course, Dot's up on the roof, but then one player inside of the snow stairs. We've got, of course, players outside the front door as well. I'm intrigued by this Deimos and this Finka. That makes me think that they're going to be trying to hunt down some of these isolated players and then go for the execute finally with a man advantage with the Finka in charge. But they don't have that many scans. As we just saw from Loban's POV, they've only scanned out Hashi. That's a ping onto a goo mine, although it's a defensive ping, so they might not know now. They should have a ping onto Astro at the moment. So they could be able to scan him, but even still, they don't have a ton of information to go off of. Remember, Deimos is only able to actually use his ability if you spot out these players, if you ping their gadgets or them themselves. Now he's got 3 players to hunt for, and that's a great drone to take down the Vigil. But can they actually capitalize off it? He has a teammate here, of course, inside of Office, and it's Astro.
Those players sitting inside Office are in for a bit of a rude awakening at this point. Very good value from the drone, and the Vigil will cloak but for a second. Still spotted by W7M. Knowing that there's 2 players inside of this room, the guns for W7M will do the job. They lose Loban. Dotez is now down 2, and the jump out from Raps will secure what was started. Hashi wrapping around, and he catches multiple players off guard. How does Dots win that one? The Adrenal Surge giving him a bit of staying power. Raps on 4 HP, and the round might hinge on Mitrix. That is not music to the ears of these Fluxo players and the fans of the Flux. Another Adrenal Surge will go, and the almost dead Dots is back to decently healthy. The Soulless of Raps in a position, but Dots somehow puzzlingly loses that fight. He probably shouldn't have, and with 4 HP, Raps is very lucky to walk away from that one still alive. 20 seconds left, and where will Dash go? Is this going to be a straight assault onto the Office door? Diffuser surrendered. Bomb site miles away in the vault in. He's taken down. Adrenal Surge to pick himself back up, but Raps finishes the job. One more round, and Fluxo moves us to overtime. We are almost out of the woods.
A calamity of whiffed shots in that round. We saw what should have been a free kill from Hashi onto Dots. He misses every bullet in his clip. Dots turns around and gets the kill. But then the universe just says, you know what? That probably shouldn't have gone that way. Why don't we let Dots unload his entire clip into a 4 HP Raps and still not get the kill. He clearly had intel. I'm sure we'll see it here in the replays. Seemingly knew where the solace of Raps was at. Raps was on 4 health. Here's the first whiff coming out. Unfortunate from Hashi. And then this one is pre-firing the angle. Any single bullet would have done it, but they all missed. And Raps is able to find the last couple of kills to win that game. Just a ridiculous series of events. And is there anything more Fluxo than that? Winning it out and pushing this all the way to round number 12. W7M, after a failed tactical timeout, could be in for a huge shock if they lose one more round and have to go overtime against Fluxo.
Again, it really just comes down to...
What is this? What is this?
Like, surely that doesn't work, right? You can't just put it in between the panels,
This
can
is
you?
new tech if this works.
I've
never seen this.
Surely this isn't something you just wow.
What?
All right. Where is the Electroclaw, you will ask? My, that makes things especially challenging. I have never seen that myself in a tier 1 competition. I quite like that.
That's going to be on YouTube by tomorrow. If it's not already, my God. There's no Twitch or anything, so I don't know if it's going to matter that much. They also don't have any EMPs. Honestly, they don't really have any way at all to open that wall, regardless of where the Electroclaw was placed. I guess they're probably wanting to open that Electroclaw from below. But the issue is, you can't really get it from below if you don't know where it is. No, that could actually be a genius claw, because I don't know how they deal with it now.
Unless you get a drone somewhere nearby, but I mean, you can't get a drone under it because well, you can't see through it, right?
Yeah.
This is a puzzling situation to be in for W7M, and Fluxo have really pulled it out. They lose one. Donez strikes back, taking care of Astro. You got the Monty now on the board as well. So the big shield being brought by W7M. No clash on the side of Fluxo, though they've brought the British operator a couple times. Twice so far. Is Mitrix both times playing her, and I mean, with the way Mitrix has been shooting, I understand why you would put somebody on a shield. I don't even mean that in a negative way. I just mean, we've seen this through teams time and time again, where if you've got a shield that you need to play and somebody's not performing, throw that player on it. Volps eliminates Raps, and if you can get a big round from Volps, it really doesn't matter what the rest of this team does, because W7M will simply overpower you with one player doing all the work.
How do they stop a plant right now? Dots in the site in a plant position at the moment. They've got firebolts to root out some of these flanks, but it didn't actually work. Hashi coming from behind could be exactly what they need, but he misfires. He gets the denial anyways, but he all goes down. W7M find all of the kills, and even though they denied the plant, it doesn't matter. Finally, W7M will win Chalet, 3rd time's the charm, and they do it in regulation. 7-5 over Fluxo.
And they pick up 3 big points with that regulation victory, which moves them above FaZe Clan in the standings. At 14 points, W7M are 4 points back of the top 2 teams. That means in order for W7M to cut into that top 2, they need to win in regulation at least once, and then win either in overtime or get a better round differential and hope that E1 and Team Liquid don't win. If either of those teams get 2 points, that's it. The top 2 would be locked in. The only team that would be able to possibly do it would be W7M, as FaZe Clan failed to win earlier today. Fluxo are steadily improving, and we can see that in the way that they play. Unfortunately, you have some bad performances from players on a regular basis. You've got 1 to 2 people on this team who just are not pulling their weight. And it's not always Mitrix. I know we tend to focus on him, but you will have players that just do not show up. And you need all 5 players to be there in order to win these games, especially against tough competition. W7M started the day in 4th, Jesse. So they are definitely, by every metric, tough competition for Fluxo.
Yeah, absolutely. I think W7M are still a top team. You know, they've had some losses, but all of their losses up until, wow, it's still all of their losses this stage have come on Chalet. I thought they were just a struggling team on Chalet, but they've broken their curse. Thankfully, they've managed to win this game. It wasn't pretty, and I don't know if 7-5 against Fluxo means that you are the greatest Chalet team, but, I mean, we heard it in the interviews before the game starts, right? Like, this is still two teams with very similar playstyles, very similar map pools. It's not a surprise that they went to a very common map between these two squads. And, of course, this will be a victory, nonetheless, that W7M should be happy with. Really got to credit to the Volps in this game, as we always do. Volps is undoubtedly having his most successful stage of his entire career. He was the best player in Brazil in terms of getting the most amount of kills. He had gotten more kills than any other player in BR, and now putting up one of the most ridiculous games that we've seen all stage long. He undoubtedly will retain that stat line. His incredibly small number of deaths as well will really skyrocket his overall KD. I'm looking forward to just running the numbers after that one, Parker, but no, that's a really dominating performance, and you've really got to give him credit for dragging his team to the 7-5 victory.
I mean, you really do. Volps on Liquid was not a good fit. I don't think anybody doubts his prowess in the server, but the talk of the team always revolved around the personality conflict rather than it being a stylistic misfit in regards to his play style. So where does Volps go? Well, he goes back to W7M. They build a team around him from a couple different rosters, and boy, oh boy, do these guys look like they are getting better week over week. They were middle of the pack. They didn't make it to Manchester, which means that they weren't statistically in the top 4 of this region. And in Brazil, that's often been dominated by the big 3 teams, NiP, Team Liquid, and FaZe Clan. Then you added that old W7M, now Furia roster. E1 has picked it up. You've got a lot of teams that you need to beat in order to make it to an event. It's not just about being good, you have to be great. This W7M team is getting to the point where we can start to say they are great. They're not quite there yet, but they are in a position where I honestly think that if we were to go into the playoffs now, this W7M team would, if they don't steal a spot away from the current big 3 of FaZe, Liquid, and E1, I think it's theirs to lose, frankly, in the LCQs, which means that teams like NiP, who are starting to pull it together with a new roster, Vivo Keydstars, who have stunned us with how well they've done, and the defending world champions of Furia would be on the outside looking in, which would honestly send shockwaves through Rainbow Six. It was a dynasty just 7 months ago in Brazil when they won the world championship, Jesse, and now Furia's got some competition and they might not even make it to Montreal with the way that these top 4 teams are playing. Let's hear from our analyst, our host, and of course, our winner.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, there for throwing it our way. As we get ready for our interview, we have Loban here from W7M, ready to, I think, answer a few questions for us. It'll be interesting to pick his brain just a little bit here, Fox, because I'm genuinely curious as to how W7M felt about this game. A 7-5, as our casters alluded to, against Fluxo, not perhaps the best result they could have possibly had.
No, not at all. I mean, obviously, Fluxo definitely improving, just like Antero said. Slowly but surely they are improving, and they're just trying to secure themselves a spot into playoffs. But I think with a little bit more time, they'll be able to formulate themselves a little bit better. But W7M, obviously, very close matchup. I mean, at the end of the day, everything was on their shoulders to lose. It's an unpredictable game against a team that doesn't really have much good to stand on. So you got to take it with a grain of salt. But, you know, at least being able to come out of it with a full 3 points, I'm sure W7M is happy about that regardless of the outcome, because they didn't even know what they were getting themselves into until they got into the server.
Well, let's get that inside track. We'll bring Loban in here right now and chat with him. Hello, Loban. Congratulations on your win right there. I gotta start, I guess, by asking you, I mean, as that match was progressing, we know that Chalet hasn't been the best map for you guys in this stage. Was there a real fear that Fluxo was going to take you to overtime, or are you relatively confident right there up until the end?
I think we were pretty confident. I think the confidence was the thing that made us make some mistakes, because the match was going pretty easy, and then we took our foot outside of the acceleration. You know, we made some mistakes that we normally don't do when we are like 100% focused, and I think there was a mistake from us. We never should do that. And yeah, but we were pretty confident. They picked the side that we were expecting in the last round, so we had like the play all made up. We almost fucked it up, like got the open death, but whatever. We have Volps getting 20 kills, so it's fine.
That's great. I mean, when you guys play against teams that on paper you should be better than, how do you avoid games like this going so close? Like, is there anything you guys do differently against the unpredictable, unproven teams compared to the good teams like that you expect to play?
I think we focus more on our part, like to not make some little mistakes, and of course we focus a lot on that on the pre-game to, hey, let's pay attention. They have nothing to lose. They're probably gonna do some plays that you will never see against the big teams. You never see on the screens. So maybe they're gonna surprise us. So just be with the attention really high, and I think it just goes around that. I think the 7-5 was, like I said, more of mistakes from us in the rounds. Like the kitchen round should be ending right there. We should have been going further than that. And yeah, I think it was pretty much the same I think we did with BD, but they were a little better.
Well, speaking of things a little better, I mean, this weekend you have a match against Keystars and you have a match against E1. Those are two very strong teams. How are you feeling about those matches?
Pretty confident. I think this weekend and today was like 3 days to boost our confidence back again. Even the Chalet, like, is one of our best maps when we had like 2 bad days and it turns out to be a bad map from us. And today was like, guys, let's bring it back and show everybody that it's not something to be messing with. And yeah, I think we are getting better and better throughout the stage, like we did in the last time. And I think we are pretty confident to face those two teams.
Well, thank you for your time, Loban, and good luck with your matches this weekend.
Thanks so much.
I like the confidence coming out of Loban from W7M right there, Fox, because if I was in his position, I think I'd be a little bit more nervous, right? Because you're looking at Vivo Keystars, you're looking at E1. E1, we could say, hey, maybe they're going to take it off the gas a little bit, right? They're locked in. Vivo Key, though, they're very much in this fight, and it could be even worse for them depending on how their next match goes. I'm just not super confident in the W7M roster we saw tonight. You can't rely on Volps to win your games for you every single time.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, best of ones really can go either way. It really depends on who shows up in the server on the day. And I got a chance to speak with Loban at the start of the stage in their second game. And he is a player that expects their team to do so much more than what they showed today. This was an unpredictable, untested situation. So, of course, getting a win, regardless, not letting yourselves get ahead of yourselves, being able to close out that win is very important. But they just know that they have they're a way higher caliber team. So, of course, when you're setting them up to play against a team like Keystars, which can determine if they're going to be in that top 3, that top 2, I mean, W7M needs to go on a win streak and win the next 2 games if they want a chance to pass E1 and get that top 2 spot. So to get that much closer to playoffs, it's very important for W7M to work on that consistency. As long as they're able to close it out, then that's, I mean, the starting steps, right?
Right, and indeed, and I mean, I said, you know, you can't rely on Volps to win every single game for you, but maybe you can. I mean, a 20-5 coming off of this map is a ridiculous scoreline to drop. I mean, in Brazil, it's a ridiculous scoreline to drop, and an EPS of 179. Just a dumb performance. The thing that I worry about is just W7M in its current iteration. Obviously, we know that the team, I think Inchero mentioned it, is kind of built around Volps, right? A lot of effort put into making Volps the star player and making a roster that would work well with him. But do they have the depth of talent as a roster to succeed if Volps kind of does a bit of a reversal? If you have a bad day against E1, is the rest of the team capable to step up?
I mean, I absolutely think the rest of the team's able to step up just because Volps was always brought in on this roster to be kind of like the IGL, I guess, you know, the leader of the team. So him getting kills is just only doing more and more of his job, doing more beyond his job. As long as he's leading the team and making sure everyone's in the right place at the right time, you know, he's making sure everything's taken from there. But when you have one of your pinpoint leaders, you know, if the roster's built around him, to him just going to get 20 kills, let alone even if he gets 10, he's doing above and beyond. I think, if anything, it's about a little bit more consistency around the rest of the team. And like Loban said in the interview, there was some rounds that should have been theirs that they messed up just to gunfights that didn't go their way, poor communication. So those are issues that come fundamentally outside of the server. So if they can just work on that, on top of having Volps being able to drop, you know, however many amount of kills, then that's one step closer to being a lot more consistent.
You know, I think the fact that they're cognizant about it and they're acknowledging that they made mistakes, it was on them, is really good. It bodes well for the future. I mean, I don't want to be too dire, just a little concerned, but you put some of my concerns to rest there with the casters as well. But we mentioned it already. Vivo Keadstar is an upcoming opponent here for W7M, but first they have to play Ninjas in Pajamas. That is our final game of the day, coming up right after this commercial break.
Hates desce na maluquice, acaba caindo também do outro lado, JV. 2x2, dramático esse round, Retalha. Cara, quem será que leva? Olha o plant. Casey vem do outro lado para surpreender, quase que toma no shift. Ele ainda pode buscar, trocou do outro lado para garantir a eliminação. Buscou 1-1 jogadores. Fúria leva o jogo, Retalha. Tá tudo igual. Souls, PM lançada. Vai desligar as F-Nets. Vai conseguir a passagem. Vem pra cima. No 7-1, ele derruba mais um. Hates também cai. Olha a... Clã chegando pra tentar fechar o jogo. Souls começa a plantar. Lenda, C4 que pega o KDS, mas o Souls consegue plantar. Vamos ver o Lenda na movimentação. Souls consegue derrubar o Stamp de vez. Lenda sozinho contra Souls e Cyber. A bala pega. O Lenda vai conseguir levantar o Hornet. Vai ter jogo. Vai ter jogo. Cyber tá ligeiro. Vamos ver. Abertura no strafe de informação. 25 segundos no relógio. Lenda vem pra passagem, na calma, strafe de informação, ele cai incapacitado, Hornet ainda tá vivo e na dosada ele pega!
Marcação acontecendo. Rap sempre pra cima, bang lançada, viu o jogador, consegue punir. O jogador tá cego, olha a abertura. Bala do Dodês, mesmo cego ele consegue eliminação. Vem o prefire do Mitrix, consegue puxar pro veto.
Que isso, Mitrix? Que
Não é só a careca que tá em dia, a mira também tá. Que balaço do homem!
Tá brilhando!
Well, the beautiful city of Ceará there for us as we get ready for our last match here of Brazil Playday 7. I'm looking forward to seeing how this one plays out here, Fox. I'm Corbeck, obviously. Fox is joining me, getting a little ahead of the gun there, but it's Vivo Keystars versus NIP, Ninjas in Pajamas. I mean, for so long, right, the name Ninjas in Pajamas has been a Siege stalwart. They've got the skins, they've got the representation, everybody knows who NIP is. But just this particular NIP roster has felt a little listless, honestly.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look at, yes, NIP has had a historied roster, but as of recently, within the last 2-3 years, NIP has been always falling short when it comes to these events. This is their first time they've made such a big change, and I agree with you. I would have expected and liked to see more from NIP in general, especially since bringing on Fantasy and Hate. You would have loved to see a lot more out of them, but unfortunately, standings-wise, it's been a little lackluster. It's been a little disconnected, and it doesn't look like the team is really playing to the potential that we thought they were at.
Yeah, it's kind of been the consistent case for them as well. I mean, we know that they're in a drought here, and it's reflected in the standings. They just haven't been getting these wins, and it's a little harsh, right, to say, hey, they don't look like they should. But I mean, you would never necessarily expect to see NIP sitting in 8th place. You know, we talk about the issues that they have, and one of them is just that they're very slow. I think Laxing noted it last week on the desk. I think Lobin noted it in an interview. Their attacks are not speedy. They are not a team that has snap in their movements. They take their time, and it often bites them.
Yeah, which you would have thought would have been the counter or the opposite. Since bringing in Fantasy and Hates, you thought they'd be a lot faster, and even though their defenses find more success in their attacks, it's just a little bit more consistent that we want to see from them. And if they can start it here, even though they are so low in the standings, they are one win away from actually tying Keystars in the point system. And then if the next sets of games, they play against Black Dragons and a struggling Furia. So even though NIP looks like they are struggling, they are towards the bottom of the barrel at the moment, they could have a great run and propel themselves up into that top 4, top 3 point situation and be able to fight in the playoffs. So it's not so dire because arguably their easier games have come towards the later half of the season. But I agree, we expected more from them from the jump regardless.
Obviously, you said they're only one win out of contention here, but in order to kind of get that win, they're going to have to defeat a team that kind of the opposite has probably overachieved some of our expectations here. Vivo Keystars, they've had a really solid stage. They've earned those 10 points. They've earned their chance to make it to the playoffs. I don't know if we necessarily will call them major ready here, Fox, but they're a good team. I mean, the biggest problem for them, the persistent issue, has been kind of similar to NIP, struggling on attack. They're just not a attacking favored team.
Yeah, I mean, I think good is like the best way you could put it. They're good. They're not great. They're just there. They're in playoff contention. They're playing in these matches, but unfortunately for them, they can't close it out. And I agree with you. It really comes down to their opening kills and opening deaths. You can see it in the stats more often than not. Besides Nesk and Miracles, the 2 newest pickups of the team, everybody's kind of struggling when it comes to the opening kills and opening deaths. It's almost as if they are always playing at a 4v5 man disadvantage, and no team is going to be able to move forward or win and find success if they can't figure out that one-step process, which is just eliminating losing a man early.
Yeah, and I mean, you kind of put it in a bit of a stark sort of picture right there. It does feel like they rely a lot on hero plays, right? They kind of get a guy, suddenly he pops off for a 3K or a 2K or what have you. But they're going to want to pick a map, right, that favors that kind of style, right? They want a map where they can pop off. They want a map where they can hopefully start on the defense or at least have a good defensive half. And as we move into the map veto, it's going to be absolutely critical for them to find something that favors them ever NIP, because you do not want to give this one up today. You just don't if you're sitting in VKS's position.
Yeah, you probably want to go to a big map, and as I say that, I mean, Bank is the final map that's going to be played by NIP and Vivo. I mean, it makes sense to go to a map like that because, yes, if you are always playing at a man disadvantage in a 4v5 situation, then you want maps that are very ratty, very time heavy to stall so that you can force the other team to lose the rounds for you. And that makes it that much easier for you to be a little bit more consistent. So smart gameplay from Keystars to go to this map. Obviously, they like playing this map. As you can see, they're the map pick leader. And it kind of just leaves NIP in a position where their attacks have been struggling. And we mentioned this in the pre-show currently. And when it comes to a huge map, unless you have fast, aggressive rushes when it comes to Bank, you're going to get chewed out on time. And I don't think this is going to do any favors to NIP's already struggling attacks.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I mean, you look at Vivo Keystars, they are the map pick leader here on Bank. They know that this is a map that favors them. They know that they like this idea of, as you said, a rat map, a big map. They can make their individual plays. They can do what they need to do. Looking at it from the NIP perspective here, just quickly, I mean, what do you think their approach is to try and crack, let's say, a Vivo Keystars defense on Bank?
I mean, absolutely, they need to start getting those aggressive opening kills, and Bank is a map that you
It's the worst thing you could have said.
I mean, it's very difficult to do. I mean, yeah, maybe we see some rat plays through dirt, some rat plays through garage, maybe some picks from outside the map. I'm expecting to see that from NIP to get that opening kill. If Vivo Keystars just plays very turtle, plays to play the execute around the bomb and diffuser, I think Keystars will be protected from that. So it's all in Keystars' hands not to overextend themselves and lose that opening pick.
Indeed, I couldn't agree with you more. Unfortunately, I just worry that does not sit well with the NIP playstyle. We talked about how slow they are, especially on the attack. The idea that they're going to, you know, suddenly get hyper aggro and pick things up, and it bodes well. But I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, what does not bode ill, and that is our two casters for this game. They've been performing an absolute marathon here today for this Brazil Playday. They've got one more left in them. I'm sure it's going to be their best. I'll turn it over to Intero and Jesse.
Well, thank you very much. I greatly appreciate the kind words. And here we are arriving at our very final matchup of the day. I'm sorry, Jesse, about your Fluxers, by the way.
Well, it's all right.
I just wanted to start with that. But Ninjas in Pajamas versus Vivo Keystars. And there's a lot on the line here for both of these teams. Vivo Keystars, depending on how they win, could actually overtake FaZe in fourth place. Now, it would require them to beat a +5 round differential. Vivo Keystars are right now literally the perfect middle team. They are 5th out of 10 teams. They have won 34 rounds. They have lost 34 rounds. They have won 3 games and they have lost 3 games. They are the perfect middle team. Ninjas in Pajamas are on the other side, right? 2 wins, 4 losses, right now sitting in 8th place. But if NIP win in regulation, they would actually tie Vivo Keystars, and it would push Furia out of the top 10. Sorry, out of the top 6.
And I mean, if they want a dominating scoreline, this is a good opponent to go up against. The last time the Vivo Keystars and NIP played each other was back in stage 1, and Vivo Keystars were able to 7-0 NIP. Obviously, a bit of a different roster for both teams. A lot of moves have been made, but still, that's a dominating performance against their opponents here today. Pino was James Bond in that one, 007. So, hoping to repeat that if you're a Vivo Keystars fans today.
This NIP roster on paper looks mighty good. Picking up Hades, picking up Fantasy. They should be competing towards the top of this region, but yet they have just not clicked. So what do they need to do in order to be competitive? Can Vivo Keystars keep up their good play? Those are the questions that I am going to be waiting to see if there's an answer for. But enough jibber jabber. We are ready to get into NIP versus Vivo Keystars.
jogo contra o Vivo Cage eu acho que vai ser um jogo um pouco mais tranquilo pra gente. O Hates acabou de vir de lá, o Hates sabe praticamente tudo como eles gostam de jogar, que mapa eles gostam, e sabe muito a mania de jogador de lá, então eu acho que vai ser um jogo tranquilo.
Eu acho que esse confronto contra a NiP vai ser bem legal de se jogar também, pelo motivo de ser dois caras que eu joguei junto, né, o Hates e o Fantasy, e também porque a gente perdeu pra eles na Copa do Brasil, né, tem um gostinho de vingança.
Ficaria de olho talvez no Stamp, acho ele muito bom individualmente, não dá muita bala.
Tem que ficar de olho na NiP. Vai ser os dois parceiros, né, o Fantão e o Hates, né, que os dois jogam meio louco assim às vezes, mas não vai ter pra eles não.
Que agora a gente tirou o melhor jogador de vocês, então vocês estão ferrados, não tem o que fazer.
Queria mandar um recadinho pro Fantão. Ei, Fantão, vou botar o pico na coleira, pai, fica de boa.
Well. A different map and two different teams as we go to Bank. What used to be one of the largest maps in the map pool, but was dethroned. I think Theme Park actually overtook it, and now I believe it's Lair as the largest map, but we need to do some checking of the square footage. I'll just head on over to Zillow and look up exactly how much Lair goes for every month and what the actual size is for it. Jesse, it's your favorite time of day. Take us through the operator bans.
Do we ban Monty? That's my very first question on NIP. They love banning Monty. They're not a huge Monty team, and the answer to that will be yes. The reason why I was questioning it is because Vivo Keystars themselves don't play that much Monte, and both teams like to ban it. I think this will be a Ying coming up next, as we've seen them ban this a lot on this map. Yes, indeed. Could be a Mira next. This was kind of a difficult defensive ban for me to predict on Vivo Keystars, but I know NIP love playing Mira. It's not an operator that Vivo Keystars have banned a lot in the past on Bank, but I think it would be a good time to bring out that Mira ban. But they do have a couple of options, of course. And Kaid will be the pick, fair enough. Castle was the final prediction for me out of NIP. It's an operator they tend to ban quite often on Bank. Neither of these teams have played it so far this stage, but both teams played it quite a bit throughout stage one. Both teams played it quite a bit throughout the offseason. And instead of Castle, they will just ban the stronger version of Castle. They'll ban Azami. Accomplishes very similar things, but Azami, much more flexible, can be played in the basement, can do a lot of cool stuff that Castle can't. So similar style of bans coming out there from NIP. Nothing too surprising from either of these teams.
Vivo Keystar's background, isn't that Team Secrets, that color? But I mean, obviously they use it because it's close to their color. Not every single organization has their own card in-game.
Right.
But, I mean, if they're purple, they're going to roll with the purple. And very favorably, they were so kindly gifted the blue color today. I am excited for this matchup because I genuinely have no idea what's going to happen. Most of the matches today, you could predict the results and not be really that surprised. The Furia versus Black Dragons matchup has been the most surprising so far today. I had speculated that E1 FaZe would be the match of the day. I was very wrong. That was a lopsided drubbing favoring E1 on that Lair match. But now here we go. On Bank. And I think both of these teams have a very credible shot at being the favorites, despite the fact that Vivo Keystars is ahead of Ninjas in Pajamas in the standings. NIP has shown time and time again that they can dominate rounds with this new lineup, but they maybe just need a bit more time to find their footing and gel as an actual team, because a lot of rounds they tend to operate as individuals all on the same team rather than a cohesive unit. So they're starting on defense. That's a little bit easier to do when you're a newer roster. If NIP can start to run up the score on this side, then they'll be, I think, in excellent shape. This is about a 50-50 map, so we're not expecting either team to dominate one side or the next. I sincerely think that the best team is just going to win.
It's a four-man roam. Only Colin starting this round in the basement. They all have the hatch to fall back for. That's a tiny pixel. And swings wide. Doesn't get success. Fantasy, the opening pick, will find Daffodil to start off this round. Despite information, a little disappointing there's no trade. Nobody else willing to go for that fight. Fantasy has been excellent since joining NIP at the start of this stage. He has been their best player, at least when it comes to a pure KD point of view. 56 and 48 coming into this game. That'll be 57 now as he gets the opening pick. And with a 5v4 and some demo tracks coming out, they will be happy to fall on back to the bomb site. All 5 players of NIP retreat back to safety, and now they'll try to play the clock for the rest of this match.
Yeah, you get the early pick, and then you immediately turn tail and run. A Twitch drone going to work to take out those Goyo canisters, though, down near the bomb site. It will prevent the smoke of Pino from getting back to safety as Vivo Keedstars go about their day. Pino has taken an awful lot of damage to get to salvation. He finally made it there, but boy, oh boy, what a menace Miracle has been with just that single gadget. He has no Twitch drones remaining, so just regular drones at this point. It also means that if there are still Goyo canisters around the bomb site, which we can see they are, there'll be a nuisance for the final push. Grenade goes out, and I think that popped the one canister. 20 seconds is an awful long time, but plenty of time right now for Vivo Keedstars to get in and plant the diffuser if they want to.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the plan. We are breaching in from the server. We've got 2 smokes to try to cover from the cross. We're going to have maybe some back pressure as well from the stemp. And of course, you can drop and try to get kills throughout this too. There's only going to be 30 seconds left as Pino starts to prep these toxic babes. Can he land these toxic babes to deny the plant, or will Lenda get it on the ground? That'll be the focus for the rest of these 20 seconds.
Looking for the drop. If Nipper's situated well, they can very easily hold off. The moment you drop, you're very vulnerable. You're not going to take the gunfight from a favorable angle. Smart goggles engaged. Nitro Cell goes out. The Warden is isolated. All of a sudden, Nip with the first kill. They continue to roll with it as Vivo Keedstars has picked up a single kill. They've got only Neskin to watch the diffuser as it goes down right as the timer hits 0. Very favorable timing. But Neskin has to watch against a retake from above. Nip looked like they were going to double stack open area, but no, they'll actually send a player even farther up. Nobody's hopping on that diffuser. They had plenty of time. Hates with the kill, and the round goes to Nip.
I think it was a solid attempt at an execute. Ultimately, they just lost too many bodies and they went for the miss of it. They dropped a lot of players through the hatch. You saw the C4 coming out. You may have wondered, wait, it didn't connect? Of course, that's because the defuse kit went down right by the door that goes to the hallway into garage. A very rare plant spot, but not completely unheard of. It's typically only utilized as a surprise plant spot to avoid C4s when you're in the midst of that smoke. It's very hard to actually cover a plant in that situation. But of course, it was chosen simply to dodge out those C4s, dodge any toxic babes. They got it down, but they lost a lot of bodies in the midst of it. So a standard defensive round coming on out. Again, I really like the way that NIP chose to make that drop with after about, I don't know, maybe a minute and a half into the round, maybe 1 minute in after Fantasy got that opening pick because they knew they had such a strong defensive setup. Very standard, very good way for NIP to play that one. And Vivo Keedstars trying to get cheeky with it, trying to catch them off guard with a little bit of a unique plant spot, but ultimately it is not to be.
A tech pause right now, not a tactical pause, so something is wrong with one of the PCs, but it was a very quick pause as we are now immediately back into the game. Almost as if there was no pause at all. How suspicious, Jesse.
Well, there definitely was. It said it on the screen. He wouldn't lie to us.
But what if there wasn't?
I think we'd be pretty. I think we'd be a little farther through the prep phase, probably.
Of course.
Mira was not banned out, and so NIP will get to bring it. My memory, I don't actually have stats on this. Actually, wait. Yes, I do. NIP have brought more Mira than anybody else throughout the Brazilian Rainbow Six stage so far. They brought it 47% of the time with a 59% win rate. And I have a memory. I was going to say I don't have stats. I just have a memory. But I know for a fact that NIP used to love the Mira on this map back during like the Atlanta major days, back towards the end of last year, back when we were seeing them more towards international tournaments. Good to see it making a return. It'll be Collins rocking that operator nowadays. So, yeah, this is the one I thought that might get banned out for Vivo Keedstars. Instead, they took out the Kaid. So we'll have a good time finding out if that Mira can find any success. Usually would be countered on this bomb site by an Ash. And that's exactly what Miracle has brought to try to take down those Mira windows.
The operator that is 7th overall picked on attack, the Ash, is in play. They're taking care of all the barricades? That's very long range X-Kyrosing by Stemp inside a main lobby. But it might have just opened up all the barricades, castle barricades in particular, on that part of Banana. I would make it so that one more castle barricade remains, and my math is correct. Right next to Fantasy, looking at the double windows. Fantasy's got the DMR in hand, and his attention is over towards Square, as that's where Vivo Keedstars are stacking their resources. They've also got a few players out on windows. That last castle barricade should be vanquished by the Ash Charge, and now Fantasy will be in a rougher spot.
Lot of window play coming out, and the opening pick, almost, there it is. Fantasy finds the head of Lendo, eventually gets it done. Takes a bit of damage for it, about 105 HP taken off of Fantasy, but he'll be okay. Mirror Windows positions are still strong. Fantasy's not done, I guess. Takes down his former teammate of Miracle. Hates finds one as well into Daffodil. These players on Vivo Keedstars just dropping. They haven't even really started an execute because NIP said, why don't we start this fighting for you? Still Stemp, now the last man standing. He just entered lobby. He just entered the building for the first time all round, and his whole team is dead.
Stemp found himself in a very similar spot at the start of the round when he used those X-Kairos as we talked about, and now he has to get the rest of the work done with his gun, not with his gadget. Fantasy ensures that does not happen. Nip 2 for 2 to start off this match.
And a rare position for Stemp to find himself in. He has a 35% entry participation, the second most of any player in Brazil, relatively even between both attack and defense. What that means in non-statistical terms is he's usually the first one to die. He's usually the first one in the building, the first one to get active, the first one to find a pick. He's always in very fast for the team. He is their primary entry. And yet in that round, his job was to pressure from lobby. Sometimes you play a Hibana up on Rappel to try to open the Kanto wall. He was playing from bottom lobby, and his teammates just suffering. I don't think they ever got ready to go for an execute into that. But the players on NIP, the new players at that, both Hates and Fantasy, said, well, instead of letting you set up and letting you go for your execute, what if we just start swinging you? And Vivo Keedstars were not ready for that whatsoever. NIP really setting the pace this game, and that's something that Vivo Keedstars are going to need to watch out for through the rest of this match.
As you can see below, the schedule for today, those are the results, not necessarily the actual schedule, as we are on our very last matchup, but it was the schedule that was relevant just over 5 hours ago when our very first matchup started. Might seem a little bit odd to you currently watching the main Rainbow Six channel that we have a Brazilian play day on Tuesday, but everything goes back to normal this weekend. There are a variety of super weeks over this stage just due to scheduling. So there are a couple games that'll be played at odd times. Jesse, you and I will actually be doing NA tomorrow, which is a Wednesday, which is a little bit odd as well, as North America is typically on Thursday and Friday. Back-to-back days for us before we are in action yet again for more NAL later this week.
Keeping us busy, Parker. We're casting 4 times this week.
You're welcome.
Crazy. On this game, we're seeing a lot of entry coming through with the Nook, and that's about to be, I was going to say shut down, my fault. Stemp, I just talked about how he's normally the entry player, will find Fantasy at the very beginning of this round, getting things going as they also enter in through the top floor. All these players on NIP have now fallen off, but they've again find Stemp. He wrapped all the way around. Pino not expecting that rotation, and the movement from Stemp in this round has been phenomenal. Now he finds a third fight. Hates is finally ready, and he lets them know after the kill comes through. Confirms it and will shut down that Nook play. But even still, I think Stemp has done his job. He's put his team into a massive man advantage, and they are controlling the entire map outside the bomb site itself.
Those two players will hurt, especially after what Fantasy has done so far through these 2 rounds. Plenty of killing potential still for Vivo Keedstars as well. So while losing the Nook hurts them, they've still got plenty of opportunities. And oh my, Cons has been droned and he has absolutely no idea. The drone behind him will watch him go back up the stairs. The information will be in hand for Nip.
It's a Mozzie drone. It went past him. It's his teammate controlling that drone, I believe.
Is that so? Did I miss that? Well, now he's definitely spotted, unless that's a Mozzie death mark, but I don't think that is, Jesse. I think that's just a regular one. Psycho blows things wide open. Miracle and Nesk both die to a nitro cell, and now the advantage is going Nip's way. Hates will get one. Lenda trades out, and Hates actually gets both of them. What happened in that round? Vivo Keystars were poised so well to close it out, and then they lost it in the final moments of Nip's aggression.
It's again NIP taking control of that game. It was indeed, I just rewound to check, it was indeed a crazy play with the Mozzie to drone cons on that flank. Psycho gets his own intel. He had stolen at least 2 drones, I think, in that round, was able to rotate that drone up, move cons up to the top floor. And while it didn't directly land in a kill, he got a huge 2K C4 again off of that intel that he was able to gather for himself, and then Hates closing it out towards the end. NIP, even in a bad situation, quick thinking on the feet of Psycho, turn that round back in their favor. Really cool stuff coming out from the Mozzie. You don't see that every day.
You don't see Mozzie much at all, actually. I can probably count on one hand the amount of times that I have casted a Mozzie so far this stage.
It's only been played 12 times in Brazil so far before today.
Wow. And we haven't casted every single Brazil day, so...
No.
Either way. Perfect rotation, 4 ninjas in pajamas. This is what I said in the preamble before we got into the matchup, is that NIP have such high potential with this roster. If everybody on the team can actually show up and contribute, I genuinely believe this NIP team is capable of being a top 5 team in Brazil. I think at the current moment, and I'm going to say something completely crazy.
Okay.
With the way that this team can play at their peak, I think it can right now actually do better than Furia's current peak with the way that that team has been playing so far this stage. Now, obviously, there is a difference of 2 points in the standings. NIP is not that far behind Furia, but Furia having lost a step, and NIP, I would say, on the ascendancy with this roster, they could definitely take a playoff spot, especially in the LCQ. We live in a world where, by the way, E1, Team Liquid, and FaZe Clan are the 3 teams that take the playoff spots, leaving W7M, Furia, NIP, and then Vivo, Keystars, MIBR, Fluxo, etc., and the rest as these teams. That's a default cam. Jesse, that is a default cam.
Yes. Yes, that's the top square default that was staring at Nesk. They can't capitalize off it. Basically, all their players are in the basement. Now they all are literally in the basement, so...
But what are you doing? Not shooting that cam.
Yeah, that's a blunder for sure, especially for a team that is now down 0-3. Okay, they needed the IQ scanner, but they figured it out. They got it done. That's checked off the list. Good. Had they gone for a server execute with that default up, that could have been very bad because it provides so much intel. Thankfully, it is dealt with, but it does really call into question what are the comms like inside of Vivo Keystars right now? What's their brain power looking like? Because they are missing some basics. It's a good drone in through elevator, spotted by Hates, and as he hunts down this drone, he now may expect an elevator drop, but here it comes. All of these players heading towards the back, elevator and gold, a player on each hatch.
Nobody has died yet. Not a single scratch on the side of NIP. Vivo Keystars have only had Neskin take a little bit of damage, and this is a very forward hold from Hates, who now has to abandon this. Hold on, never mind. He looked like he was going to be baited Neskin in. Hates with the kill, Stemp gets 2. Miracle dies amidst the frenzy. And with 30 seconds left, we are back to even numbers. Cons will need to go for the reload, and Daffodil will allow him to do just that before being finished off by Stemp, who's simply spectacular this round. Lenda getting diffuser down, and now it's time for the Toxic Babe to go out. Lenda taking damage. He's going to try to breathe through it. He doesn't succeed. Stemp yet another kill, and it's Psycho's turn to get into action, but he misses out on Lenda and will now have to deal with the duo inside a garage. Vivo Keystars finally get on the board.
All right, and it's a strong back hit from Gold and Elevator and eventually Garage that really does send that round in the favor of Vivo Keystars. That was still a very dangerous situation, though, because there's only 10 seconds left. There was a bulletproof in sight. They knew exactly where that plant was going down. Obviously, there were no yokais that were in position to stop that. But even if the Echo had just simply shot across into the other site, could have downed the defuse kit, that probably would have been enough to win it. So on a knife's edge, but the kills coming out from Stemp will be good enough. Again, he's been absolutely fantastic there as an entry player for Vivo Keystars throughout this stage and continues to perform here today. 6-3, the highest kill leader fact, more kills than his entire team combined as we enter into the 5th round of play. NIP could go back to the basement if they choose to, but they will start by going up to the top floor. I really don't know if this is going to be enough to spiral it into a man advantage or a round count to equal it out to a 3v3, but it's a start, Parker. And if nothing else, you denied NIP from taking control back into that round.
Hates at 7-1 right now. 7-11. This man is working overtime. He was a highly regarded pickup for Ninjas in Pajamas, and well, I mean, he was a previous player on Vivo Keyed Stars. But no more. Love those lines. Des and I were actually talking about that. You know how fast the drones actually go when they have their little nitro burst?
They zoom, Parker. They zoom a boot.
So you don't know?
No, I don't know the kilometers per hour.
It's really not what I feel like you're not engaging the spirit of my question.
What is the answer you're looking for here? I know
do you know how fast? Is it 10% faster? Is it 20% faster?
So you wanted a percent? I don't know. I didn't decode it. It's faster. They zoom.
Thank you. This is the hard-hitting analysis that you get.
It's like 50%. That's not a stat that Ubisoft provides me. I'm sorry.
You should have checked it yourself. Fantasy, the leadoff kill in this round. Nip completed the perfect rotation. Vivo Keyed Stars winning that downstairs attack in the previous round, and now will have their hands full dealing with the upstairs defense. Really lucky that Fantasy was unable to hit those shots, because it certainly looked like another kill was to be had by Nip. In the meantime, we'll try again.
He loves swinging these windows. Nothing that he loves more. He did it last round. Finally shut down by his old teammate from Furia. Miracle will take that win. Even up this man count 4-4 now as Vivo Keyed Stars continue to hunt. They don't know Hayes' position, do they? Yes, they do. Firing at him, forcing him back down the square stairs. Likely has a Vault Cam somewhere around there. Cons tries to step up and help out his teammate, but does also get forced back inside of Janitor. And now they can use this Deimos to hunt down Cons and maybe apply some pressure from below. Maybe from horizontal as well. Hates has rotated to lobby, and now he's got not just one, but hunting for 2 kills too. He's been such a thorn in their side. He used to play for Vivo Keyed Stars, now he's destroying them. It's a 4v2. Cons for another swing, leaving Lenda all alone here on the square windows. It's all gone so wrong, Parker. I think this is just really falling to pieces. One player, their former team member, Hates, has just completely thrown them a curveball and made this round so difficult to clutch back. A nice shot, though, to at least give it a start.
Opportunity is there, but the chances for Vivo Keyed Stars will have to be earned, as Nip do not seem interested whatsoever in fighting for this last kill, until Hates just decides to pop up and get yet another kill for Hates as he continues to pad that tally. The big issue with Vivo Keyed Stars in that round was map control. You had half of the team outside on the windows, and that's fine if you don't have Nip breathing down your neck just feet away. You needed somebody inside of square. You needed somebody possibly down below a soft destruction. You needed some presence over towards conference room in that hallway. And also you might need somebody watching ATMs, because it's really easy to get cut down when you've got that line of sight as the defenders did. And Nip perseveres. This is not a defender-sided map by numbers. Nip is simply winning because they have been the better team. This map is a blank canvas. And right now, if you look at the operators that are banned, the one thing that might be tripping up the defenders could be the Kaid ban, but denial on those hatches has not really been a big focal point so far for these teams, nor denial on walls for that matter either. So Vivo Keyed Stars banned the Kaid to try to trip up Nip, and it has not done them any harm whatsoever. Nip have been just fine.
Maybe not that surprising of a result here in the first half for the team that are currently the bottom when it comes to attacking win rates. Vivo Keyed Stars have only won 29% of their attacks at the stage thus far. They've been struggling on those entries. They've been struggling to get rounds going. And this game hasn't been too different. Fantasy has been really enjoying his time as an aggressive roamer. Again, he's playing in open area, not dissimilar to what he was doing in round number 1. He will not find the free first pick yet. Still plenty of opportunity. They've got 3 players that are roaming on this mid floor. They're not too far from the hatch. They all will be very happy to fall back to site with maybe just a one-man advantage, even just with some drones shot. Hates in the elevator. I believe Pino is top of the server stairs in Fantasy in open area, so they're not really roaming, but they're trying to shoot some drones. As soon as this hard breach gadget goes off, I expect Hates shall drop. Maybe looking for one more drone, but Vivo Keystars, every second that they waste, every moment that they don't clear these players out of the top floor, every drone that they lose just continues to favor the defenders.
Hates can hold on to this position, Jesse, now as well inside of elevator, as more and more utility is being used on just a single player who is off the beaten path, and yet another drone goes. Hates is in an unwinnable position. Never mind. Hatch is open and he just decides to drop. The Bees will antagonize him for a moment, but he does manage to get away. Vivo Keystars on that entry come up empty-handed. Now their focus turns towards the bomb site. You'll find good value from these Flores drones, and those Goyo canisters will be popped, and popped early enough that VKS can get into the site and get Diffuser down without worry of the flames holding them at bay.
I got my stats people mentioning to me that the drone's about 25% faster than it was previously.
Wow. They managed to open it up, Jesse, and now have unfettered access to the bomb site. But look at the HPs. Nobody's been hurt. Everybody's doing fine. This has been the slowest round by far. It's going to be a brawl when that diffuser goes to get planted.
Yeah, I mean, they've got smokes once again, but watch out for the Warden because he's going to be deep inside of the site using those goggles. There'll be a bit of a back hit as well from Daffodil. Could cause massive problems as he's the opening death. Never mind.
Hates continuing his excellent play. Neskin dies as well. Another from Hates. He's finished off by Stemp, who himself has been the savior for Vivo Keystars. The focus from VKS is no longer the front site. It's now lockers over towards B, but a smart rotate from Nip is matching them pace for pace. Outside of elevator, Stemp will need to come, but he won't do it. Pino and Psycho, the last 2 kills. And Ninjas in Pajamas have a 5-1 first half. I don't know about you, Jesse, but that takes me quite by surprise.
No, it's quite surprising for me as well, Parker, and I think all of the credit, or at least the majority, I shouldn't say all, does belong to Hates. He has really been performing. He was negative coming into this game. He was only -1, 46 and 47, but he wasn't the top performer on NIP prior to this game. I think he had good impact. I think those stats maybe downplay how much of a factor he's been for NIP. But even still, 12-2 is not a performance that I think anybody was expecting to see out of the newest player for Ninjas and Pajamas. He has been absolutely rolling his previous team. I know this happens a lot of the times where a player will make a roster move. They'll go from one team to another, and they'll join this new team, and they'll just leak all the previous strats, all the intel, so that when those 2 squads go up against each other, the team that has the new player basically has just a full strat book as to what they like to do. Now, Hates joined this team a while ago. It's been like a month or 2 now, so presumably, Vivo Keystars have had time to change their strat book a little bit. They've had time to reformat how they play Bank, but this was not an unfamiliar map for Vivo Keystars. This is a map they played 5 times in Stage 1. So this is a map that they should be very familiar with and that they should have a lot of strats on. And I think Hates has come into this knowing, maybe not the strats, but even just the habits that VKS like to use on this map. Well, that could explain why he's having such an fantastic performance today.
Stemp versus Hates right now, but the supporting cast is just not there for Vivo Keystars. Honestly, I've expected more from Miracle, if I'm being frank. Formerly on MIBR, then went over to Secret. He made a splash by being one of the first Brazilian players imported into that region. Not the first. Hi, Ali Mao. But still making a splash by being picked up by Secret. The team didn't really ever go anywhere. Miracle didn't really make as much noise as we had hoped for. And then he went back to Brazil and now finds himself on a middle pick team. And he himself hasn't exactly had the season that he's wanted. Vivo Keystars, though, is a team. They don't usually have one player dominate the same way that other teams do. They kind of function just as a unit, and that's good, but also not great, because if you don't have a standout performer and you're getting eaten alive by one player in particular, like Hates is doing to you right now, you can lack the necessary firepower to keep the match close. Halfway point, by the way, of round number 7.
Still working in here on the top floor. NIP do not have the greatest of attacking win rates. I mentioned Vivo Keystars are the worst attacking team in Brazil. NIP are bottom 3. So both these teams definitely leaning into the defense. That may give some hope to the fans of Vivo Keystars. Miracle, you talked about, very low HP inside of elevators, as he was really under some heavy pressure before. But he is okay for now. They'll get into the bomb site. Fantasy's in, and he's taking names.
And the damage being done right now is mostly from Ninjas in Pajamas. Stemp being harassed by those bees. A burst in from Hates takes down Nesk. He's looking for more. Now an ascend up the stairs. It could have been an easy kill for Collins, but he's shut down by Stemp and co. Stemp will have to do even more, only on 3 HP, but there's 3 players from NIP still alive, and Diffuser is down. Pino pulls it off, and the timer will run against Stemp, as the 3 players from NIP will await the final from Vivo Keystars. Sneeze on him, and he dies. Psycho huffs, he puffs, and he blows Vivo Keystars down. Match point for Ninjas in Pajamas. Jesse, what is going on today with these lopsided games?
The games you expect to be the closest are often the most lopsided, and the games that you expect to be blowouts have so far been the most contested. So far, Vivo Keystars just struggling to get anything going. We'll see the stats now. Stemp's having a great game. Nobody else really performing. Neskin with 1 assist avoids his own 0-0-7. Of course, he's the newest player as well. Just joined this team alongside Miracle. Neskin has typically been very consistent. He has a top 5 cost out of every player inside of Brazil, averaging an impact in 65% of rounds. I believe his impact right now is 0, as he's yet to really find the scoreboard. Maybe that assist has helped them out, but broadly, Neskin has been absent from this game, which is new for Vivo Keystars. I mean, they've not been the top of Brazil, but typically one thing that they've been able to rely on has been Neskin performing, and so far, he's not been able to have that impact. You already talked about Miracle. I was really excited to see the Miracle versus Fantasy matchup. Again, these two players were teammates for over 2 years on Furia. They attended 6 international events together. They earned their team over $250,000 in prize money. And this is the first time that they've played against one another in official competitions since they split up, because obviously Miracle was in Europe for a while, Fantasy was in Tier 2 for a while. They never actually played before today in official competition, but we're really just seeing a lopsided contest. Fantasy walking all over his former teammate, as is Hates. The new players in NIP continue to perform as they have throughout the entirety of the stage.
The entirety of Vivo Keystars, by the way, has 15 kills. Neskin has 0. 15 kills from Vivo Keystars. Hates has 14.
Wow.
Hates has 1 less kill than the entirety of Vivo Keystars. The rest of NIP, by the way, has 18 kills outside of Hates. So there is a 17 kill disparity between these two teams at this present moment. That is a gulf that is seemingly insurmountable. I don't even know how any team begins to handle that, and it gets worse. Not only does Fantasy get the leadoff pick onto Stemp, but he talks some ish as you see him shout over the wall in the studio towards Vivo Keystars. This one seems personal for NIP.
One thing you don't want to let Fantasy do is get confident, and he is absolutely confident right now. Looking towards the server stairs for his next victim. Doesn't really have the soft breach to get the angle vertically onto this, but can toss out the nades, force him back. Has to be careful. Neskin, despite yet being able to get a kill, he will be inside a cafeteria and is in a good position to capitalize if Fantasy does want to drop. Also a player inside of Archives. That'll be Daffodil. Struggle to know where Fantasy's teammates are. They're a little bit behind, but it's okay. They're droning him in. They're helping out with some of this intel, of course. Daffodil doesn't want to get into one of these aggressive fights. Nobody feels good about challenging Fantasy, but there's one player again in cafeteria, and they don't really have a way back to site. If Neskin's not careful, he could be in a tough spot, but a castle barricade actually will save them out. So not a huge danger unless the angles don't favor them.
They've got a lot of breathing room with that one, and I have to wonder if it was a Boss G spawn peak, by the way.
I imagine it was.
That was my guess as well, but you never know. This could be another pick. Nesk gives his position away, and Fantasy finds yet another opening. Daffodil very wisely slips through the hatch, and he is gone. The quietest way to remove himself from the vicinity of Ninjas in Pajamas, and they've got a minute now to start work on the bomb site.
And Psycho maybe going to make it even worse. Again, on Vivo Keatstars with Lenda here and Neskin before, they feel like desperation swings. Like they need to get something going because they do. Everything going poorly for them. The DMRs ring out. Now only 2 remain. It just feels like a matter of time before NIP execute and finish this one off 7-1.
And that's Psycho to get yet another kill. Jesse, how about a flawless end to this matchup? Wouldn't that be the statement for NIP? It would be, and it will be. A flawless end to this matchup. A single round for Vivo Keatstars. This NIP team is so fascinating to watch. They take Liquid in the very first Playday into overtime. They demolish MIBR and Fluxo to follow it up. Then E1 turns them into dust, defeating them 7-1. They almost beat FaZe, going all 12 rounds. They barely lose to W7M, and now they throttle Vivo Keatstars. This team just has its ups and downs. The term we so often use to describe it is feast or famine. And honestly, this NIP team, again, has all the potential to contend with the best teams in the region. And their most competitive matches have always been against the top 4, other than E1, of course. But E1 has looked like a whole other beast. 3 huge points for Ninjas in Pajamas. And I actually think they hit the round differential target to jump over Vivo Keatstars, because Vivo Keatstars were at 0. NIP was at -4. They end the day at a +6. So not only do they beat Vivo Keatstars, but they should take over 5th place in the standings. And you know what that does, Jesse? That means Furia is out of the top 6 with only 2 play days to go. The defending world champs might not even have a chance to compete in the playoffs. Their only option for Montreal might be the LCQs. NIP surprising us, but honestly, Vivo Keatstars was more of a surprise in this matchup, and not in a good way.
Yeah, precarious position for some of our top teams, but for NIP, they got to be feeling good. A 7-0 victory for Vivo Keatstars in Stage 1, answered by a 7-1 victory for NIP, and this one feels a little bit more impactful as well, with NIP still battling for those playoff spots. They absolutely want to make their mark on this scene, make their way to Montreal. They're going to be in a great position to do just that. It is still as close as ever between these middle-of-the-pack teams. We will need these last 2 days, of course, Saturday and Sunday, to determine who will be making playoffs. And then, of course, I believe playoffs start the week after this, so they get right on into it. A lot of good Siege to be played. Again, you can't not credit the man of the hour, Hates. No doubt about it, the MVP through this game. Just a ridiculous total of kills, not dissimilar to what we saw from Volps just 1 game before this one. So I gotta say, huge congratulations to NIP. Huge congratulations to our 2 top teams today who have really distanced themselves from the rest of the pack. Both Team Liquid and E1 looking really good throughout the day. And huge congratulations to both you and I, Parker, for going through an entire Playday without mentioning the McDouble.
Well, now you just made me hungry again. Thank you so much for that. We got to talk about recipes, Des and I did. It was a great play day.
Oh, I heard.
But
yes,
I gotta say, it's nice to be back working with you. And that's it. Cheers. We're all done. I've been rocking this coffee the entire time. But now it's time for me to go to sleep, just as Vivo Keatstars went to sleep. But before we end this broadcast, Jesse, why don't we hear from the desk?
Well, thank you for your service there, casters. Bring it back to us here in the desk. And we are ready with an interview here for one of the victorious members of Ninjas in Pajamas. Happy to have you with us, Pino. Congratulations on your win. That was an important one, I know, for you guys. Did you expect for it to be quite as dominant as all that?
Actually, we didn't think it would be that easy. we prepared for this bank like so much, but they are a good bank team too. Last stage we got 7-0 by them, so it feels good to get back on them like that. So yeah, we got surprised by the result. I mean, we are happy with it.
Well, I'm glad you guys are happy. Your next two games are against E1 and oh no, I believe your next two games are against Black Dragons and Furia. And so when you look at that game, like one team at the bottom of the threshold, you know, Furia is having their struggles. How does it make you guys feel? Do you guys worry about maybe being overconfident? How do you guys take those next games?
Yeah, we need to take it step by step, game by game. Like do a good preparation for both games. Really important to do the preparation right. So we need to win against Black Dragons first, and then think about Furia. It's two teams that play different play styles, so we need to prepare differently to both of them. So we are going for this playoff qualification.
And, you know, looking ahead to the future, assuming you guys do make it to playoffs, how are you kind of preparing mentally for that fight? Because it's been a bit of an up and down season for you guys. Intero said as much. Are you ready for a tough playoff or even an LCQ run?
I think that we had a really important conversation after the 3 losses that we aren't playing our game. Like maybe, how can I say that? Like we need to play more confident and be more aggressive, play for the opening kills, and don't get killed without trades. So we had this really good conversation, and I think it will help us to the next tournament.
Well, it certainly looked like the conversation worked. Thank you so much, Pino. Congratulations. Hope you have a nice celebration there and some good prep for your next matches. Well, Fox, I mean, that was an interesting one because I feel like it kind of just reinforced maybe the preconceived notion, certainly the preconceived notion we had about Vivo Keatstars, which is that they're not a good attacking team. That was most definitely reinforced. I don't know that it really reinforced any preconceived notions I had about NIP. I genuinely didn't expect them to come out and swing a 7-1 victory like that.
I mean, I think Intero put it best. NIP is one of those teams where it really depends on the day. Like one day they could absolutely destroy the opponent that they're playing against, and then the other day they just let it slip. But I think Pino saying it in their interview right at the end, saying they just need to make sure that they're focusing on the trades. I mean, I really want to see that because I don't think we necessarily got to see that today because nothing NIP was doing wasn't working. Everything that they did, every play that they made, they found the kills, they found the openings. They didn't really have to trade. I mean, you can just look at the opening kills. They have 7 opening kills to Vivo Keatstars' little 1 opening kill. So at the end of the day, their entry was amazing, and I'm excited to see them maybe be a little bit more challenged because the consistency against NIP is what we've been dying to see, and as of recent, in the last couple of years, that's what they've been struggling to have. As for Vivo Keatstars, I mean, we talk about it today a lot. If you're losing 7-1, that is a team issue. Obviously, the first step, getting blown apart on the opening kills. There was no trades. It didn't really look like the rest of the team was playing off of each other. It was really a poor performance from them.
Yeah, and I mean, I kind of pity the NIP fans for this sort of up and down roller coaster they're going through. I mean, we look at Hates here, and I feel like I'd be remiss if I didn't mention it. I don't actually think that him going 14-2, the 195 expected player score. I mean, we talked about the entry kills. He got 2, Fantasy got 5. I don't actually think that makes me feel much more confident in the NIP roster. It really honestly feeds back into this any given Sunday sort of way that this team is played, because today, Hates won you a game. I mean, he straight up 14-2 is a massive score to drop. You can't, I don't think, consistently expect that kind of performance, even from a good player, which he is.
Yeah, of course not. I mean, I think Hates today did his job. He was at the right place at the right time, and he was hitting those shots, and a lot of those situations came down to him just, you know, he was in the right position and he was doing his job. He's not a player that you're expecting to get those opening kills, that you're expecting to be securing these rounds, and Fantasy was getting a lot of those majority opening kills, and then Hates was put in these positions that he just had to hold down, and he held them down very formidably. So I mean, shout out to him. But I agree with you, it's not necessarily because of an individual play that's bringing NIP the win today. It was more of them just not having a wall to go through in the first place. They would get the opening kill, set everything up, and then everything just went through. It looked like Vivo Keystars just didn't really come to play today. That was the biggest issue. But it's great to see NIP just being a little bit more and more dominant as the season progresses.
Definitely be keeping an eye on them here on the last 2 play days. But of course, this is the end of Playday 7, which means we should look at the standings, see where things are. I mean, Intero and Jesse, they alluded to it. NIP has actually leapfrogged Vivo Keystars now based on round differential. They're up to 5th. Otherwise, things remaining relatively firm. W7M kind of getting up over FaZe Clan. The big shocker, I think, for everyone, anyone who's looking at this, remains Furia, Fox. They should not be a bubble team. They just shouldn't be.
Yeah, I think, you know, in the first week when I got to work one of the Brazil days, there was a whole segment set for Furia. Just, is Furia as dominant as they once were? And it obviously, you know, 1 point sets them away from making playoffs, and they're a tournament playing team. When they get to those events, they're always a threat, regardless of how their season goes. But this is the first time that I've seen them perform this poorly. And obviously, you know, we spoke to Felipox today, and the meta has a big part of it. The shields have a big part of it. And if they can just make sure that they can get through or fix some of those issues, I mean, they still have some time to go ahead of them. And their last play day in a couple days, in 4 days, is against NIP. And NIP is also low on that leaderboard. And so, you know, we could see it really come down to the wire of that final day. Just so many teams having to leapfrog over each other just to make it to the playoffs. I mean, it's really shaping up to be an exciting final, like, you know, last 2 days.
And speaking of last 2 days, I mean, we can look ahead to Playday 8. That will be this Saturday. It's going to be a brawl. This is going to be an absolute brawl. The match, of course, that I think stands out to me the most of this list here, Fox, is Furia versus E1. If there was ever a time for Furia to demonstrate that they are the dynasty team, the team that, like you said, got a whole segment about how great they are, it's right here. You beat the up-and-coming, you know, you beat the challenger E1, and you punch your way through, and you put yourself in a position where you can make it into the playoffs and make a run for the major that you think you deserve.
I don't know. I mean, you know, obviously for Furia, that's what they need to at least make things a little bit more in their favor. But what I would like to see is Furia lose to E1, and then Black Dragons NIP is the most anticipated game, because if Black Dragons loses that game to the last place team that doesn't have a win, and we saw Black Dragons was very competitive today, you know, so if they can get a win over NIP, then NIP and Furia play each other on the last play day on Sunday. And, you know, hey, if we get a Fluxo win in there, you know, they're still in contention. MIBR still in contention if they get a FaZe win. So I would love to see just like the underdog story on Saturday and all the underdogs win. But yeah, that's in my favor. I think that would anticipate for a really good final play day.
I think the biggest takeaway right there is that you should not look away from Brazil. Some people say it's the best region in the world. It's going to be a hectic region, that's for sure, coming up on these last 2 play days. But of course, Playday 7 is done, and we will be, unfortunately, wrapping up. A big thank you, of course, to Fox for joining me here on the desk as I kind of para-dropped in for this one. Big thank you to our marathon casters, Intero and Jesse. 5 games, 5 best of ones in a challenging region is not an easy task at all, so big thank you to them. Big thank you to our producer, Andre, of course, and the entire Brazilian production staff for letting us be a part of their amazing region. You know, Brazil will be back on Sunday. It'll be Jonah in the host seat, so for now, thank you for watching. And have a wonderful evening.